you?
Yeah, I love it. I mean, as a basketball coach, you kind of watch Friday nights a little bit differently. You're rooting hard, and you want to go as long as they can, but you also want them to get off that field healthy without a limp. So
sure you do.
I've gotten used to it over the 12 years I've been here, but I'm not going to lie, it's pretty nerve-wracking on Friday nights when you got a lot of them, all of them essentially out there playing, and you want them to go as far as you can and stay healthy as you can.
Sure.
Greg, thank you for hosting us again this season. I think this is our fourth straight year here.
Yeah, I think it's here. I think it's year number 5 for me.
Yeah,
beginning.
Yeah, I think so.
We're happy to have you. I mean, we've done this from a barn to a nice little studio here to a round table, so we appreciate you having you, and good luck today. I'm excited to listen to all the coaches, players, and get high school football kind of kicked off.
Before we let you go, tell us what's going on with American Freedom Energy, Grandma's General Store. I know the road is closed on each side of you again this summer, which has been a little bit of a hurdle for you. But
so if anybody from ODOT's out there listening, we could use a couple years where you're not closing down 109 out there, it'd be great. But
or how about some type of reimbursement? For crying out loud.
Reach out. We'll take that. Whoever out there knows what. But all the same things we normally do, Lynn. We got our local produce, our meats here from Sattlers and Sonnenbergs and Pettisville. That's still going. Beer Cave's going. We'll have our tailgate Friday nights coming up with the food trucks, and Outlaws kicking it off right now. But we're excited to head into the fall here, where hopefully we can kind of get back to some normalcy.
This is the place to be on Friday nights in Liberty Center.
When we're home, absolutely.
Yeah. And even when you're on the road sometimes.
Sometimes,
Right?
Yeah, every once in a while. Yep.
Greg, thank you so much.
Thanks,
Appreciate
guys.
you guys hosting us again today.
Thank you, Greg.
We'll get the Gerken Companies up here. All right, welcome back. Have the representatives of the Gerken Company up here, Hannah Myers and Robbie Myers. Thank you guys so much for taking the time to join us today, and thank you again for hosting, or being the title sponsor, I should say, this year.
Absolutely.
Second straight year.
Yeah, thanks for the partnership. I'm excited to continue this, and in my role, continue to learn more about this connection. So thank you.
Also the title sponsor of our podcast that we do usually on Monday nights out here.
Yeah, and Robbie's been known to make an appearance.
Robbie usually does
frequently. We appreciate that.
I don't like to talk when I'm here, so I'll just let you guys carry on.
I even made Robbie the one Saturday morning for Rise and Rewind join me because you were out of town.
Oh, yeah.
And Robbie filled in.
Did he do the whole show with you?
No, just the Liberty Center portion.
Okay. Very good.
Tell us what you both do with the Gerken Companies.
Yeah, so I recently started, I guess it's been longer than it's been 9 months now. So my role is talent acquisitions manager. So, connecting individuals and finding the right career for them. Big part of that is working with high school students, some great athletes, a lot of the same values and what we look for in an employee. So making those connections with those high school students and finding them great careers, internships, exposure, all of the above.
Hannah, there's a lot of opportunities with the Gerken Companies, right? It's not just being on a road crew per se. Can you maybe touch on a few? I know there's more than a few. Touch on a few opportunities that might be out there for...
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the biggest one for this setting, is we have an incredible internship program. We have positions from project management, engineering, accounting, IT, something that we're actually working on right now. We're finishing up our summer interns right now as they go back to school. And, it's a lot of them we're actually bringing back full-time with us. So that's always exciting to see. We have them 2-3 years, they graduate and they're with us. And, it's incredible to see that developing over the time too. But there's many opportunities, accounting, like I said, logistics, and we're continuously looking to expand that as well each year. So that's a big focus on my new role as well.
Outstanding. Great stuff. And wherever you go, you see the Gerken Companies doing something.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
Everyone always says, I see the trucks everywhere.
So, I think that's what's kind of neat about this sponsorship with you guys. You're growing. Black Swan Football is growing. It's magazine, now the podcast, you're doing games, and your footprint is growing larger and larger throughout Northwest Ohio, and that's kind of what we have going on too. I mean, we just continue to grow. We've got work in Avon Lake, Ohio this year, and it's a suburb of Cleveland, and Michigan to Lima, the Indiana line. So, it's great. It's a great marriage to be a part of this with you guys.
Yeah, we are excited to partner with you guys again this season, and I get to go with Robbie usually. What night do we go? Thursday nights.
Thursdays.
To deliver your gift basket to our rock solid performer of the week, our team of the
It's kind
week.
of fun to go around and see all the different programs and how they go about doing what they do. So it's neat.
Some of the drawing prizes back there, Rob, Yeti tumblers and backpacks and some Pro V1 golf balls. That's nice of you guys.
Yeah.
We are going to put a stipulation, though, this year. The 2 coolers are going to be at the first 2 breaks, so you can't just go up there and grab a cooler and skate out of here. So those are the most wanted pieces that we give away there. So
Yeah.
Very good.
Good stuff. Thank you guys so much for taking the time to
thanks for having us.
Thank you.
talk a little bit, and thank you for sponsoring us again this season. We greatly appreciate it and can't wait to work with you over the next several months and into basketball season too. Title sponsor of our basketball podcast as
You
well.
should start doing spring sports like track.
We can
It's just like
maybe.
it's just like calling a horse race, down the stretch.
Well, we
they
may have to
come,
get you to help us out a little bit. You're the track expert, Robbie.
I coach. I don't.
Well, that makes you the expert, though. Thank you, guys. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
Welcome back to the 2025 Black Swamp Football Kickoff Show presented by the Gerken Companies. Going to be joined first this afternoon by the Fairview Apaches. Guys, thank you so much for making the trip over. We have 30 teams today, Coach Strock, so we got to keep a tight time limit. 10 minutes for each team is our goal, or we'll be here till 10 o'clock tonight.
Yeah, boy. Are you going to be a little rusty? I feel like I might be a little rusty.
It's been a few months, but we'll give us a couple hours. We'll get there, right?
We'll get in the groove, absolutely. So thanks for being here, guys.
Yeah, thanks for having us. Really appreciate it. Accomplished all of our goals last year. Fell just short in the conference, and but we were fortunate enough to make the playoffs, host a game, and win a game. And I think we were able to ride that momentum in the off season. Had great weight room numbers this off season, and then that really transferred into the June portion of our off season, which is basically lifting and conditioning for us. And we've had great attendance through that and some really good games. I think this is probably the strongest team that I've had in all my years of coaching. And, it's a testament to these guys and the leadership that they bring and all pulling together for a common goal.
Coach, let me have you introduce the players that you have with you today.
Okay, here we have Jackson Brady. These guys are all seniors for us, offensive linemen, defensive linemen. Adam Spangler, who's offensive lineman for us and kind of a hybrid defensive end / outside linebacker. John Huffman, who is a wide receiver and defensive back for us, and he'll play multiple positions in the defensive backfield, corner, safety, sometimes either one of our safeties. And then we have Caden Kennedy, who is also a wide receiver and more of a corner for us.
How is the offseason going from you guys? I always like hearing from the players.
I think it's going pretty good. We're getting stronger in the weight room. Everybody's there.
Personally, I think this has been probably our best offseason. We've got a lot of young guys in there, more numbers than we've seen throughout all of our 4 years. Like Coach Rake said, a lot of people getting high numbers on all 3 of the core lifts. That's what we really want. As a football program, we want to try to use that as our advantage.
What would you call your 3 core lifts?
Squat, deadlift, and bench.
That's what I figured.
Yeah.
Yeah, like he was saying, this winter we had a lot of good numbers, people coming in, getting the young guys on board, just building our program to do all the right things to get us to where our goals are and get even the young guys on board, help us get to where we want to be.
Yeah, and it was not just lifting either, like the running through plays, we'd have O-line stuff. It was great. We had a lot of guys in there.
Who is your best weight room guy? Who's the top dog in there?
It kind of differs. Like
It's
not
tough.
everyone.
The difference between lifts.
Yeah, like surprisingly enough, our kicker's got the heaviest bench.
340.
Yeah, 340.
We've got a lot of heavy squatters, a lot of heavy deadlifters. It's hard to put it on, like put one guy in the center as our best weight room guy.
You're just letting him kick, Coach?
No, he's playing some D-line.
Okay, all right. Make sure he's not just kicking for you.
He's going to play some D-line, hopefully some O-line too, if he can develop. He's it's only his second year he's ever played, so he's still a little raw with technique and things like that. He was coming off an injury last year, so he just kicked for us last year.
Okay, all right. Players, what did the season a year ago maybe mean moving into this season? What did that do for your confidence?
It meant a lot because freshman year we went 0-10, and knowing like last year and how that went, like that record, it was pretty good for me because like knowing that it can get better from that just like boosted my confidence a lot.
Yeah, piggyback off what he said, ever since our freshman year we were 0-10, and we just keep getting better and better, and I think seeing that progression is motivation for us because last year we just fell short of the conference title, and that I feel like me personally is a lot of motivation for me myself to reach that next step and get where we want to be.
Yeah, for sure. Like with the conference title, more than anything, we want to be GMC champs. You know what I mean? And hosting a playoff game and winning one, like it gives us like the dynamic, like knowing what we've got to do, like the things that we got to do in the off season and in season to be able to win playoff games and hopefully go even further this year.
Yeah, it gave me a lot of confidence, but you also have to remember the 2 years before as well, and the work we had to put in to get to just being 8-2, and just had to put the same amount of work in and more to what we wanted to accomplish this year.
Is there a reason for the change since your freshman season when you went winless? Why have you continually improved, do you think, guys?
I think it has something to do like with we have a new offense now. We're like changing things up, new coaches since our freshman year. This is year 3 with Coach Riggs. I think that's helped out a lot with him being there with us and like coaching us through everything.
Yeah, piggyback off of that, Coach Riggs coming into the organization for us, really, I feel like that's really what took us to the next level. And then like us guys coming off of 0-10 season, no one wants to go through that again. So I feel like we had a lot of leadership coming up to this point. That's really helping us out a lot.
Yeah, we know what it's like to lose and we know what it's like to win now, you know what I mean? And couldn't ask for a better coach. Just getting us to where we need to be and winning more games. It's what we want to do.
Yeah, we had a good class above us that always kept us motivated too, and it just, yeah, I think that grade above us a lot for where we are right now, even though they're not going to be in the paper, they're not on this podcast right now, but they're big things to what we're going to do this season.
Coach Rakes, can you talk about some points of emphasis as you roll into summer camp, some areas you're really focused on? Hey, we need to improve here to take the next step.
We have to replace 4 out of 5 starters up front, and these guys know that. We've challenged them, and you know that's a big deal because even though we like to throw the ball around a little bit, it still starts up there, and we talk to those guys about that every day. It starts with them. We live or die with the offensive line from an offensive standpoint. The same could be said defensively. So that's been a big focal point of ours, changing up a few things technique-wise and scheme-wise defensively. And offensively, I think it's just a matter of this is a lot of these guys' third year in the program and in the offense, so they understand it a little bit more. We can do a little more things because they understand the basic philosophy of things that we want to do. So it allows us to add a few more wrinkles to what we're doing. And the young guys, I keep telling them all the time, I know that they feel like their heads are swimming and that they're way behind, but those things will come for those guys too if they stick with it.
What will get you guys to the top of the GMC? I know that's one of your big goals this season. What will it take to get on top of the GMC, guys?
I think just like making plays, like doing all the right things, have the right fundamentals on everything, and just like doing everything right.
I feel like getting discipline set down early, like in our summer camp days, what we're doing right now, try to get as much down as we can. And I want to give a lot of props out to our scout team as well, because they're the ones giving us good looks each and every day. And without them, we wouldn't be able to do a lot of stuff that we're doing. So I just want to give thanks to them as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's for me and him, not so much these guys, but up front, what it comes down to, we've got the strength, we've got the talent. It just comes down to how well we can mesh, like through communication, stuff like that. Like he was saying, we got to replace 4 out of 5 guys. And it just comes down to how well we can mesh, how well we can work together, get everything done.
Coach Rakes, talk about your, I'm sorry.
No.
You go ahead. I didn't want to cut you off.
Oh, I was just going to say, we just need to get everybody to buy in. It doesn't matter who you are on the team, if you're a starter or you don't even get to play JV too often. Everybody has a role on their team, and giving us the best look on scout team. That's what your role is.
Coach Rakes, talk about your scrimmage schedule a little bit. Who will you be playing?
We have Edon, and those guys, we've seen them, boy, we've had 4 7-on-7s. They've been at every one. And then we also scrimmage them, so we'll see those guys 5 times this summer. And then we have Montpelier after that. So both programs should be pretty solid this year.
Yeah, good.
Give us some good looks, some different looks offensively, from a defensive standpoint.
One last thing from me. Keys for the season. What will it take to achieve what you want?
Just like I was saying, doing everything right. Hope to like get to where we want to be, and yeah, just like everything.
I think key point is just like they were saying, have everyone on board. You know, no matter where you are on this team, we're a team together, and that's how I want the attitude to be throughout the entire season. Work hard, come to practice with focus and intensity.
Especially for like our younger guys coming up, like we have some guys that can step up. It's just like having the right mindset each and every day at practice, coming in every day knowing that your goal needs to be to work harder than anybody else there. And if they can do that on our scout team, give us good looks, and potentially even step up and play some varsity, like I think that's going to get us to wherever we need to be.
And it's not an easy thing to ask for those young guys to go hard all the time because we're bigger than them, we're beating on them. A big thing that I want to instill into our younger guys is the mindset. Like they didn't go through the 0-10 season, the 2-8 season even. We have kids in our program right now who their worst record is 8-2. So they just have a different mindset, and big goal of mine is instilling the mindset that we have from going through those years, so we can keep Fairview football going up.
Perfect. Thank you guys so much. We greatly appreciate it. Good luck. We'll see you. I think week 5. Is that the Tinora week?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, we'll see you guys then. Good luck this season. Thank you guys.
Good luck, guys.
Thank you guys.
All right, we'll get the hometown Liberty Center Tigers up here, Coach Moeller and his crew. And if you haven't went out back, I believe Outlaw Barbecue is out there. Go out there and get you some food. Coach Moeller, thank you guys so much for making the short trip over here today. We appreciate it. First, let me have you introduce you guys that you have with you today.
Thomas Moeller, Hunter Spangler, and Max Walker.
Appreciate it, guys. Thanks so much. Another state runner-up finished a year ago. What has this off-season been like for you guys?
We've been just going really hard in the weight room. Kind of, it's a constant reminder. You always kind of think about the runner-up. So we've just been working really hard trying to take it to the next step.
Just the little things we've been focusing on this offseason, doing everything right, and it's just all going to pay off in the end.
We've been doing a lot of focusing on like what we need to do to, get back, because we've had that feeling the last 2 years. So we've just been kind of thinking about what we can do, and that starts with our motto, it takes more. It's kind of what we put together in the off season. So in everything we do, it takes more, really.
Coach, go ahead. Ask the same question to you.
Just trying to see where we can take the next step. They talked about it takes more, so we can't just say that we've got to do more. And just been looking at where can we do more and get better and hopefully continue to improve and reach our goals.
I mean, Casey, you guys just keep, the tradition's unbelievable. So what more can you do? I mean, how do you improve on what has been a stellar run? And that goes for the players too. I mean, it's got to be something small because you guys seem to have the major details covered. Where are some areas you can improve?
you know, we did a little bit more speed and agility work this off-season. And I think that'll pay dividends for us. And just making sure we're continuing to do the stuff that we feel like has been pretty critical for us to get where we had been. And say, hey, maybe we do an extra rep in the weight room and, you know, eat a little bit better, sleep a little bit more, and those type of things. And really, a lot of it comes down to how these guys gel together, and I think it's a pretty tight team right now. And
Young guys along and make them feel part of it.
No, big thing we talk about is like, you know, everyone has a role on the team. If that's, you know, playing on scout team or, you know, playing on a Friday night, it's everyone matters. You know, if you're on the sideline, just cheering like the team on, like every role matters and everyone needs to be there to like build upon our success.
Very good.
Yeah, we just want their future to be really successful, so that's why like every rep we're making sure they're paying attention and things like that, so that they can have a very successful career just like we have been.
Yeah, we're just doing our best to teach them the standard here, and that you gotta do everything the best you can. Just teach them kind of how things work in our program.
Maybe some mentors for you guys from previous teams in your varsity careers. Who have been some guys you've looked up to and maybe kind of rode their back a little bit?
Yeah, I would say Landon Bockelman for me. My sophomore year, he was a senior, and he really took me under his arm. He showed me the way. Basically, I was in a long off season with him, and he lifted hard with me, showed me how every rep, just make sure I did everything right.
I'd say like Matt Orr, probably my freshman year. He just like would show everyone like, you know, no matter how good of a player you can be, no matter how big the star you are, like little things matter. From like picking up water bottles, he'd always like do little things right like that, and it's just that's what makes a good leader, and that's kind of what's showed me how to, you know, be a good leader for this team.
For me, probably the cruise triplets a couple of years ago, just not really positional stuff, but just teaching the intensity and how to go about yourself in practice and during the year just kind of helped me to get my mind right and kind of realize how I go about things.
Going back even further, when you guys were kids, who did you look up to from the program? Can't say your dad, Hunter. I know he's back there.
I would say the Pullman triplets. I remember watching them when I was very little, just going down on the field after the game and just getting pictures with them. It really meant a lot to me, just watching them play.
I remember watching like Caleb Carpenter play and just see him be a big bruiser, run people over. It was really fun to watch him. I liked to watch him when I was younger.
I don't know about me. Back in the day, you know, I'd always watch the kickers. I was a big soccer player. I'd watch like Asa and Ori, you know, although they're really, I always thought they were really good, you know. Yeah.
Casey, talk a little bit about how you guys practice, because you play such a physical brand of football on Friday nights. How do you practice day in and day out to get these guys ready for that type of philosophy, but yet make sure you're healthy leading into that?
Early in the season, we're probably more physical than we are later, obviously. And we try to do it in short bursts. We're going to have a 10-minute period where we're going to get after it. It's going to be physical. There's going to be a winner and a loser. And whether it's, you know, we get in the ring and it's one-on-one, you know, we have a drill we call the Tiger Den. And it's basically 4-on-4. And we do stuff like that that's very physical. And just build the mindset. You know, we still hit a 7-man sled. I'm talking quarterbacks and kickers. We're getting out of our stance and we're hitting sled every week. And just stuff like that. And you build it early in the season, and then as the season goes on, we kind of back off, but we talk about that mentality. We recognize every week big hits in a game, and if we don't feel like there was one that was good enough, we say, hey, we didn't have one this week, so we better step up and get it next week. And we do that on offense, defense, and special teams. So it's now become part of the program that it's the standard. It's what's expected, and you know, that's kind of how we do things. And I think, you know, the tradition in the past has probably helped build that mentality in these kids. And I think, you know, the schematics, we run the ball a lot. I think that has a lot to do with it. So that's just kind of who we are and what we do.
Players, where do you think the toughness overall from this program comes from?
Just, I don't know, from our parents, I think they raised us up really right, and through this program, the youth football, all of us loved it, and just the junior high through all the way up, we saw what it was like to be really tough from the older guys, and so that's what we know, that's the standard, so that's what we got to do.
I definitely think it's like a big mental game too, like going through 2-a-days and stuff after like a long, 5-hour session going out and doing cows and conditioning. It really prepares you to have mental toughness, not just physical toughness, to push on in fourth quarter games,
I kind of agree with what Hunter said. Like, growing up here, you go to the games on Friday and you watch the older guys play physical and play tough, and it's just fun to watch, and it makes you really want to do that one day, and it pushes you to just be more physical and be tough.
Guys, talk about what it means. This kind of goes along with the question you just answered, but you know how important football is in this town, in this community, right? What's your favorite part about playing football at Liberty Center?
I would say just having the whole community on our backs. I mean, it doesn't matter where we go, the town's going to show up. I mean, there's no one home. Everyone's at the game. It's an awesome thing to see. They got your back no matter what. It's a penalty. They're still going to boo the refs. It doesn't really matter. But,
yeah, like Hunter said, the community is a big part, if they're not always, happiest about any penalties, whatever, but they're always there to support us no matter what, rain or shine, freezing playoff games, whatnot. They're always there, and it's just awesome to see that, I have support.
Yeah, just no matter what's going on, it's loud. Like, you can hardly hear on the field, and I just love being in that atmosphere. I love playing around that.
I think one of the things I enjoy the most about our community is Thursday nights, if you go to the stadium and it's a home game the next day, it's covered in blankets, certain seats. And I don't think that happens everywhere. When I get to a game, home game, there's a line of people already there. It's 2 hours before the game waiting to get in because they probably didn't reserve their seats the night before. And then after the game, the community stays in the stands while these guys sing the fight song and they do it together. I think those are the things that kind of show your community really supports you. Is just not during the game, it's before the game, it's after the game, those type of things.
Well, somehow your fans find their way into visiting stadiums too and get those blankets out. Was it the playoff against Oak Harbor when there were some blankets out?
Yeah, Maumee.
And the Maumee people said, I don't know how they got in here.
So
they had everything locked down, but they find a way. These guys find a way.
One last question I have for the players. Where do you need to improve individually the most?
I would say for me it's leadership. I think that we really need to work on is getting the younger guys to where they need to be, and then so they can help out the team too, whether it's on the scout team or just giving us encouragement on the sideline. I think that's a really big deal.
I know all of us, all the seniors, and then it trickled down to all the players. We all had a thing called our one word, and my one word was poise. Personally, I can let my emotions flare sometimes, especially during practice, and I just need to let my teammates know, I'm just trying to be as intense as possible. And at the end of the day, we all have the same goal.
Good.
I kind of need to improve my speed. I get chased down a lot.
Casey, you guys worked with Ryan Christie, right, this past offseason, and he's pretty good. How did you find him, and why did you go with somebody like that, kind of an outsider, to work with your guys?
It was an opportunity that actually Greg Badenhop kind of let me know that he was out there, and he was wanting to work with us. He had worked with Oak Harbor and been at the game and said, I want to work with Liberty Center, and so we kind of got in touch because I think that's something that we can get better at. It doesn't matter how fast you are; you're never fast enough. So we got some stuff set up, and we had a pretty big group of guys who were committed to being there and working with him, and it's been a real addition to what we've done in the off season, and we'll see how it pays off during the season here. But you can just see. When you're outside and you're not on a phone or a device or something, you're outside being active, I think it's going to help you. I don't care what you're doing. And just to get guys out there on a weekly basis being together and just being outdoors, I think it's going to be a big thing.
I got a couple questions. First for the players. Who's the toughest dude on this year's team? You can say yourself, that's fine.
Sophomore named Brody Jakeway played a freshman game on a broken foot last year.
You're going with the sophomore, Thomas?
He played on a broken foot. That was
Okay,
pretty tough.
all right.
I'll give it to a position group. I would say the offense and defensive line.
Full disclosure, that's where Hunter plays.
I don't know about the defensive line. I think the linebackers are actually pretty tough, I'd say. Probably more than the defensive line, though.
All right, all right. And Coach, one last thing for you. The playoffs are going down to 12 this year. Probably everything goes how it's expected to go. You'll have a bye the first week. Take me through that a little bit and the playoff adjustment.
I don't know how we're going to navigate a bye. I've got some things turning in my head if we get to that point, what we'll do. But that's going to be an unknown. I don't know. In one sense, the bye is going to be good. You get a little bit of time to relax and maybe heal up some bumps and bruises. But at the same time, you got to stay sharp. And I think the weekly routine of getting ready for a game, at least for me, is big. I don't like a lot of change. So we got to figure out what's going to be best for our team. How do we stay in shape? How do we stay sharp? And things like that. Because I just go back and look at the college football playoff. Every team that had a bye lost. And so that scares me a little bit. But at the same time, I think it's better to go away from 16 teams. I think that was too much. I think you had a lot of people driving 2+ hours to have a running clock. And hopefully we'll see what happens and kind of play it. Try to cross that bridge when we get there, I guess. But, we got some ideas and we'll talk to my assistant coaches and figure out, what's going to be best for us. Because I think it's going to be a collaborative effort. See where the players are at that time and talk to what do we need to do to kind of stay fresh and play at our best.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. We'll see you down the road.
Thank you. Good luck, guys.
All right, first handout from the Gerken Companies. Oh, jeez. Can you believe that?
No. Close.
Todd Spangler, you won something from the Gerken Companies.
Good.
If you're looking for a preseason magazine inside at the desk there, I think Al's still here. He can get you hooked up. And Todd took did he take golf balls? How long will those last? Which golf course do you play so I can find those? Okay, all right. We're joined now by Maumee head coach Evan Karcher and the Panthers. A nice bounce back season for you guys a year ago as well. Coach, first introduce who you have with you here today.
We have Ryan Patterson and Ben Kubitz.
Thank you guys so much for making
our program. So just building every year and trying to get better.
I agree with Ben. It's just like building confidence every season. We proved it one year we can go 5-5. We can win some games. And last year we proved, we can make the playoffs. We're going to be a good team.
And you look back, right? And it's not too long ago we were sitting here and taking over a 1-38 Maumee team, and everybody asked, "Hey, what's your goals in the near future?" And we just wanted to win, right? We wanted to feel that, have our kids understand that, and it was great from going from that to 5-5 to 8-3. And it's a process, right? We need to continue to work and get better and beat better teams. We want to be in that spot this year and compete against a team like Lexington, and we want to win, right? And we want to go as far as we can.
Coach Karcher, you've done a great job since coming back home to Maumee of taking a step each year. What's the next step for this program?
Like I just said, right, we don't want to be a 1-year team or a 2-year team or a 3-year team. We want to be someone like Liberty-Benton, right? We want to be at the top of our league every year. We want to make the playoffs every year. And we want to be a team that, when we get into the playoffs, Cleveland and Columbus teams don't want to play. And the only way you can do that is you keep moving forward. You take your losses, you learn from them. And you need to keep getting better. And it's my job to challenge these guys and to pat them on the back when they do well. And it's a little bit of an art with coaching there. And I think we're headed in the right direction. We have a lot of young guys playing this year. We lost about half of our starters. And it's a nice little mixture, and we have some good classes coming up, so we're really excited.
Ryan and Ben, how do you replace that senior class and the starters you lost?
Being the seniors, you have to build the young guys up the best way you can. Most of them haven't ever played a varsity snap yet, so finding any way possible to get them confident in their ability to perform on a Friday is definitely the hardest thing, but also if you can get that job done, you'll be very successful.
Building off of Ben, just about building up those younger guys, you got to do whatever it takes, whether it means showing up before practice. Our centers do that to get extra work in. You got to do whatever you got to do to make sure these young guys are ready to play.
I want to ask the players, when you get up around your area, up around the greater Toledo area, there's some other options, some other places guys can go play. Why is it important for you guys to be Maumee Panthers?
At the end of the day, you can go to the Christian schools in the area or the private schools, but, staying in the community and being a Panther is what everybody wants. When you win, you want to be a part of that. So I think now that we're getting back on the winning train, I think those kids want to stay home.
Awesome.
I think almost every player, that goes to Maumee has a long line of family that's lived in the community. So I think the community aspect really just keeps them wanting to come back to Maumee and keep playing.
Give me some reasons for the success a year ago. Were there some facets of your game that improved, or why were you guys so much better a year ago? And Coach Karchner, you can answer this too.
All right, I'll lead off there. Like I said, it was a process, right? And we just had to learn how to win. And like I said, our first season when I came back, we went 5-5, and a lot of people could look at that as like, oh, you went 500, you didn't make the playoffs, you guys weren't very good. But that was a huge year for us confidence-wise. And we had a lot of starters coming back. Like we said, we had a really good senior class last year. We had 4 all-state players. And they really, stepped on the throttle, and they believed in us and our coaches. And that helped us put us in positions to win some games and win some big games for us. We don't talk about a lot, but that Genoa game was a game we had circled on our calendar. And to be honest, since I've been a head coach, that was probably our best complete game I've ever coached, and I was really proud of our guys. But that's not the end of where we want to be, right? We want to be one of those 10-0 teams. We want to hold up a trophy. We want to go deep into the playoffs. We want to play when it's snowing out, all that good stuff. So we're not there yet, and we know that. We know the steps we have to take.
Who will you guys be scrimmaging this year, Coach?
We have at BG, and then we have Clay at home.
Clay at home. Good ones.
Players, when did it maybe start really clicking for you and gave you the confidence that you could do kind of what you did a year ago and build off that moving forward? Was there a game, a practice, or weight room? What was it?
I would say definitely either the Genoa game last year or the Otsego game. That was the building point of what we wanted to be and how we wanted to win. Being physical all game and having confidence to, beat a good opponent, I think is definitely the biggest part of that. And in the weight room, it got a lot more serious than it was before. So I think, building your speed and your strength also helps with that.
I think it started with the summer workouts. Out of all the years I've been in high school, I haven't seen that much energy almost every single day, back to back, building better practices every single day.
Who's the baddest dude in your weight room?
Probably this guy right here.
That Fairview would bet on that one.
Coach Ryan would have to be in that conversation with the junior Cohen Jones.
Okay.
I would have to say he's probably in that conversation as well, but it's probably those two fighting for it.
You don't need to be bashful. Just come out and say it.
Ryan's definitely in that conversation. If he doesn't want to say it, I'll say it.
Coach, is your coaching staff similar to last year? Any changes?
Yeah, we made a couple changes at our freshman staff. Obviously, there's always some moving pieces with coaches, especially at public schools. And in the grand scheme of things, we don't get paid a bunch, right? And people start to realize that. And being a football coach, it's a lot of work. You got to really love it. So we added a few guys to our staff, but our varsity staff is pretty solidified. I got a staff that I feel good with and we gel with, and they know how we want to play and who we want to be, and it's all year round, and what our goals are, and we feel really good about our staff right now.
Strength-wise, Coach, this season, take me through offense, defense, and special teams as well.
So offense, right? I mean, he's obviously sitting here, but we obviously got a 3-year starter coming back. Ben's been starting as a sophomore. My first year at Maumee, he started for us. We had an injury with our senior quarterback really early in the season, and Ben's done a really good job pushing us forward. Offensively, obviously having Cody Wolf back there with him last year was always a big help, but now we got a kid like Colin Jones stepping up, and Ben can take him under his wing, and we have some young wide receivers that are very talented. Our junior class is very big. We almost have about 30 kids in there. They won the NBC as freshmen, didn't even give up a touchdown. So those are a lot of the kids that are starting for us as juniors that Ben was talking about. So we're really excited to see how they adapt as we get into gameplay and they start playing on Friday nights. Defensively, right, I've said this, I think it's going to be our defensive line. We have 2 really good defense ends. Ryan's one of them coming back. We have some good D tackles as well. Cohen's also a returning starter. He started as a sophomore linebacker for us, and we're really excited to see those guys compete, and I think it'll really play with the physicality that we want. And then special teams, obviously, with Blake Wagner last year, we finally got a soccer player to come out and kick for us, and ended up kicking 50-yard field goals and being first team All-State. So now we have 3 new kickers that came out that want to be on the football team. So we're going to see where they end up, but I think we're going to have Ben punting for us. So I'm hoping that pushes us forward, because I do think special teams is something that we need to continue to improve on to help us beat the good teams like Oak Harbor and Eastwood and the Lexingtons, where we fell short last year.
Question for the players here, and I know the coaches will tell you take it 1 week at a time, right? Is there a matchup or an opponent you're really looking forward to competing against this year?
I'd love to say the Oak Harbor game, but we have to get by Napoleon first, and I think that's one that I'm looking at. And on the media, people are talking, but I'm really looking forward to that one.
Good.
I'm looking forward for Week 10, senior night against Eastwood. I know it's really far out, but we should have beat them last year, and I think this year we have a chance at taking it home.
That's great.
Good. Ben, what's the next step in your progression behind center, do you feel like, this season as a senior?
I would say just building off of what I've already, established and what Coach has helped me with. Helping the younger wide receivers that definitely need some work, and then helping Cohen in the backfield in any way that I can.
Coach, take me through the conference. What are you going to see out of the NBC?
Well, first of all, you asked about games that we're looking forward to that we talk a lot, and I'm a big, hey, we're going to go 1 game at a time. We got to beat Springfield before anybody else, and I told these guys, Springfield wants to beat us, right? We kind of surprised them, I think, year 1 a little bit at home, and last year beat up on them a little bit, and they're going to want to beat us. They got a new coaching staff, and I think that's going to be a good challenge for us. But I'm real excited about the Napoleon game, right? We picked up Napoleon, and I'd say we're going to really see how tough we are and what kind of team we are. And I tell our guys that might define our season moving forward, right? That could either launch us off, or we could sit back in the locker room and look at ourselves and say, hey, how do we have to change from here? But let's get into the NBC, right? The last few years, Oak Harbor's been unreal, right? They had a great game with Liberty Center at our place. They have some really talented football players. It's their league until someone takes it from them. Obviously, Eastwood would be good. Otsego's going to get better with Craig Rutherford. I always have respect for him. And I think we're going to have to play. We're going to have to play hard. And if we want to reach our goals, and if we want to go 10-0, and we want to raise a trophy and be in the playoffs, right, we're going to have to beat some good teams. And I'm just excited, right? I'm excited for the 3rd year of us in our program pushing forward. And I hope we reach all the goals that we set out for.
Outstanding. You good, Coach?
Great. Wish you guys the best of luck.
Yeah, best of luck, guys.
Thank
you for having us.
Yep. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Going to get the Swanton Bulldogs up here, Coach McAfee and his crew. Coach, thank you guys so much for making the trip out here. First, let me have you introduce your players with you today.
All right, we got Sean McGarry, Hudson Pancos, Zach Wiley, and Jaden Wilson.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much for making the trip. Go ahead, Coach.
Coach McAfee, 2nd year. right?
Yes.
What did you learn last year that's going to help you as a head coach this year?
Well, we just needed to be more consistent in our play. Also, right at the beginning of the season, we got hit with a couple cases of pneumonia, which of course didn't help our program at all. Knocked out a couple of our starters, and then it kind of snowballed from there. We were just talking about it. It was Jaden's older brother that was our starting quarterback, Lucas, and he lost 20 pounds during that pneumonia stretch, and then comes back and gets hurt. So it was like just a kind of a snowball reaction to that illness. But just getting the guys to be more consistent in their work habits, showing up, our mentality in games, our mentality in practice, so that we're building on our successes. Obviously, we didn't have a lot of game-winning success last year, but off the game field, our program grew immensely in other things that people don't see.
You guys, players, right? Coaches usually get too much credit when the team wins, and coaches get too much blame when the team loses. You guys understand it's
just growing up, you used to look up at kids such as Gunnar Oaks, a tremendous athlete. He went on to play in college. You used to look up to people like him playing and want to strive to be like them. And now things are starting to change where kids don't have the love for football as we all did growing up. But that is like the main thing that sticks out to me is that we used to strive to be like the high school players.
Yeah.
We know that back when David Hansberger was coaching, they're phenomenal, right? They went had 10 those seasons, they were league champions, and that's what all of us, like Zach said, when we were younger, we looked up to those guys. We looked up to all those all-state players that were on our team with Coach Vickers and all those players, and that's who we strive to be, and that's how we're trying to bring that leadership back and bring that motivation back to be like them.
Good. Anybody else want to speak on the tradition?
Yeah, I'd say we had energy, and we were rough, and we played hard, and I feel like that's something we dropped over time, the energy, and we're picking it up. Our motto this year is build, and over time, that's what we're doing. We'll get there.
Very good.
Yeah. I've heard stories about our past seasons that we've had. I didn't grow up in Swanton, but I do know that we used to be really great, and I feel like we can bring that back to Swanton football.
Very good.
Players, does this year feel different than a year ago at this time in your minds?
100%. I mean, our weight program from last year is only getting better. I mean, I know last year Coach got hired a little later in the off season, so we were kind of like rushed, and it was not all planned out. But this year, Coach Schmack isn't messing around, and we've seen that over the past how long in the off season, and our weight program is consistent, and we're just all attendance is flying up, numbers in the weight room is going up, and I'm just looking forward to this year. Yeah.
Anybody else want to chime in?
Yeah,
it feel different?
We lost 18 seniors, and almost all of them started. So just watching the kids that step up in the leadership roles that got left open. I mean, I'm the only returning guy in the offensive line, so I have a bunch of underclassmen that look up to me. And I think just as us taking up the leadership roles, it just building the confidence, and we're going to come in a lot more confident this year than last year.
How many seniors do you guys have in your class?
This year?
Yeah, on the team.
Six. I think.
Yeah.
We have an immensely less amount of people, seniors that have came out this year, and some of them haven't been as consistent as we would like them to be. But seeing those younger classmen and those kids that just want to step into those leader roles super young, that's going to help the program after we graduate and the years on build. Like Jaden said, our motto is build. That's what's going to keep it going. Is the young leadership and those guys when they're seniors, it's just going to keep going.
Coach, what are you looking for as goals for this season, coming off of an 0-10 year?
Well, one major thing that we've been emphasizing to the players is starting a new cycle. So our first meeting after last season ended, I discussed how we were kind of stuck in an old cycle last year, the old mentality. So moving forward in this off season, I've been kind of shoving it down their throats, but a new cycle should be starting, where it's more positive, and our growth in the weight room has already been shown, but just a new cycle of positivity and building confidence and things like that. Obviously, long-term goal is to, get in the playoffs and league championships and things like that. Short-term goals is take it week by week, win in practice, win Friday night, and just keep building on our successes. So we had a 7-on-7 last Friday night against Springfield and Woodmore, and I told the guys, like, we're gonna have our mistakes. We're in the off season still. We're gonna have our mistakes on Friday night, but we need to build on the successes. Mm-hmm. So to answer your question, our goal is to just keep building and be as positive as we can moving forward.
Coach, what's your offensive philosophy? What are you guys trying to get done offensively?
Well, we're a power spread team, so it's we're trying to be physical up front, but we're also going to throw in a little bit more motions this year to provide a little misdirection. A lot of teams like the Liberty Centers and Deltas, they run the wing T and the running backs going all sorts of different ways. Well, we're going to try to do a little bit of that with our wide receivers. So just a little bit more misdirection, obviously, be physical up front and get in the end zone a little bit more than we did last year.
Players, the end of this season, you look back on it, what would you categorize as a success for you guys? What will have to happen the next few weeks for that to happen?
I would say, just following along with our motto this year, build. As long as we are coming together as a family, and which we've been building on that for the past off season, and as long as we're coming together and we are setting that firm foundation for the underclassmen, or even leaving these seniors with a good last year, I think that'll make me satisfied this year.
I feel that just teaching the younger guys what I know and us seniors have learned over the 4 years of playing, and then leaving that with them so that way they can try to get a head start a little bit more successful than we have through our freshman, sophomore years.
I think that focusing, like Coach Max said, focusing more on our successes throughout the year and not focusing as much as the negatives that have happened, say like an interception thrown, and we just dwell on that, that's not going to improve our mental capability of coming back and being more resilient. So we focus on the successes and the touchdowns and the positive things that happen in games, practices, literally anything. That's going to boost our morals. That's going to boost our mentality, our confidence, a lot of things.
I feel like we should just focus on the positives. Even if play goes wrong, we can still keep our heads up and keep going with the game. I think that we don't have to focus on the negatives so much this year as we did in the past few seasons. That was bringing our team down the most. We would just keep our heads down after a play, and we would beat up on ourselves and not even focus on the positives on that.
Coach, last thing for you. How are your numbers where you want them to be, or would you like them to improve a little bit over the next several years? And off of that youth program, how are you trying to get maybe more kids in the Swanton community out for football?
Yeah, so we've been working hand in hand with the youth program and the junior high middle school program, trying to improve those numbers, obviously. Last season at the middle school, we had to combine and go into one team, 7th and 8th grade, joint team. And then also, as they move forward as freshmen, getting all those guys that come out, all those 8th graders. So I would definitely like to improve the numbers. We're sitting at around 30 right now. JV schedule is a question mark right now. So we just gotta keep talking to the younger guys, and I keep sending out emails to the former players or guys that played in the past, seeing if they have any interest in coming out. But yeah, definitely would love to build those numbers up and start. We have a big class of 6th graders coming up, so just trying to at our youth camp talk to everybody and just be like, it's fun. It's a game, right? And actually, I just said to these guys the other day, I said football's fun. Like, it's a game, and just let's go out here and have some fun. So
Players, why should more of your classmates play football at Swanton?
I can't go on. Like, there's so many reasons. I mean, football might not be their interest, but it's just like how we started off, we have a legacy, and I feel like it's important, like, for the town, for the community. Football is important for Swanton, and I don't know, it's just something to come together as classmates, and football prepares you for so many things in life, and I don't know, just later down the road, you'll find yourself still friends with people that are in football, and I just think that's important. So.
Zach, I want you to answer the question kind of this way. What would you say to a 7th grader that is not sure if he wants to be part of the football team? How would you help recruit him and keep him out for football? What would you say to him?
I just asked him straight up if he would just be willing to try a week of it and then see because if he doesn't love it, I mean, if you don't love football, it's hard to go out every day and practice because you're not gonna have any interest. But if he falls in love with it within a week or two, then he knows that he wants to play. All it takes is just trying.
Gotcha.
Just give it a go and see how you feel.
It's a good answer.
Yeah. Anything else you want to add?
No. Yeah, you can go.
I say that to my classmates that don't come out and play. We have athletes in me and Zach's class that just don't come out, and they say, like, I don't want to play for a team that doesn't win. But the only reason that we don't win is because people don't come out and play. That's what we've been preaching to these guys. And we're starting to see people come out, even like these are our brothers. If the other people don't want to come out, they're not our brothers. They won't get the experience, and I think most of those guys will regret, like, man, I should have played football in high school. Football shapes you to be a man in the future, and it's going to prepare you for a lot more things in life than just right now. And that's what I've been preaching to myself, to these players. Like, if you don't love it now, you're gonna regret not playing when you're in high school. And that's how most people should think of it, and enjoy the time when you're in it, because you're gonna miss it.
It's great.
I feel like that they will regret after high school because they won't have that mental note to go off of. They'll have a hard time making decisions, and if they don't play football, then that's on them. It's just an experience to have in high school that you would want in the future. Look back on those memories.
Perfect. Thank you guys so much. Good luck this season. We appreciate you guys.
Good luck,
helping
guys.
out.
You guys get some barbecue or not?
Not yet. They're going to. I guarantee you, Coach Hale does.
You better.
We got the fish.
You brought us some?
You know what? I almost did, but you got a special trigger for you when you come over.
He makes us go over there.
No.
Special reserve, baby.
Jason Hale, head coach at Antwerp. Introduce who you have with you here today, Coach.
Brought 2 seniors, Kane Hines, receiver DB, and Hampton Rogie, our QB DB.
Guys, thank you so much for making the trip over here today. We greatly appreciate it. Coach, season ago, not what you wanted, coming off of some fabulous seasons when you had some nice senior classes and talent. take us through last season and what this off season has been like trying to get back.
Yeah, no, I think, last year when we started the year, we had a lot of promise. Some untimely injuries. Derek Hines, quarterback, we were splitting time with him in Hampton. He got hurt. He was a great defensive end for us. Kane missed some games last year, so we really had some untimely injuries and just some bad spots, so it made it tough. We were just really, we played a lot of younger guys last year. Guys got great experience, and it's only going to help us for this year. Just reflect, and our guys showed up every day last year. It's easy when you're going 13-1, when you're going 9-2 to come in and put the work. It's hard when you're going, 3-7, 4-6 to come in every day. But testing to our guys last year, they showed up, they put the work in, and it made it best for this year. And talking about our off season, we kind of, obviously as a track coach, I picked up some things, and we really switched our off season program to more, sprint based stuff, and I feel like it's one of the best summer workouts we've had in my 12 years coaching now. Just so much more efficient with things we're doing. The guys got a lot stronger, we got a lot faster. So, I think it's been a great off season for us, and we're looking forward to getting going.
So give me a couple things you guys learned when you look back on guys like Ultimus and Leasty and those guys. You certainly remember those great teams. What did you guys learn from those classes?
Their work ethics were great. They came in a lot. They did everything they could to get better and be great, and they were 13-1s.
Yeah, and they kind of taught. They were always bonding together, and they were showing us how you have to have a connection to have a good football team. You can't just go out there and not be friends with each other and just play. You got to hang out with each other on off time and all that, and just go in there and put in the work together.
Are you guys doing those things off the field, spending time together?
Yeah, we're trying to.
Good.
We are.
Good. Make it happen. You guys are seniors. You got to make it happen.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Give me some reasons why you guys are going to be better this season. Why will you bounce back over there at Antwerp?
Our attendance has been a lot better this summer, and then obviously this speed stuff we've been doing. I think it's going to help us be quicker on the field, and I think it'll help us with our injuries as well. Just a lot better shape.
Yeah, I'd say heavy on the speed stuff, because what do you say about track? The track workouts we're doing is getting everyone a lot faster, and we're all getting a lot stronger. We can tell from when we maxed out before, when we maxed out now, everyone's getting a big increase in their lifts and their speed.
Coach, same question for you. Why do you think you're going to be better this season?
I just think, dedication. Our summer time's been much better this year, top to bottom. We don't have, I think we got 29 on the roster, so we don't have a lot of numbers this year, but the kids that we have showed up and put the time in, and I bet we were at probably 95 to 98% attendance with most of our guys. So it was great to see, and I think they just understood, coming off last year, that you got to show up and you got to get better each day. It's part of life. You got to show up, you got to go to work, and you got to put that hard hat on, and we were able to do that this summer, and finish up with camp last week. So we're excited to get this thing going and kind of rewrite us, coming off last year and get this thing turned around like we know we can.
Coach Hale, with the numbers as they are, how do you practice? What's your practice philosophy? You've got to make sure you're ready for week 1 against Montpelier, but yet you got to be healthy.
Sure.
How are you going to adapt to that?
We've kind of talked about, we've switched to kind of a sprint-based model. So every drill we're doing, it's 100%, whether it's, blocking, running a route, whatever you're doing. So you try to get those full speed reps in the individual drills. So, we kind of break down to an individual, then go into a team group, and just being really, you have to be really structured with what you're doing with the number, when you have low numbers, making sure you're smart, with doing drills. Because we got a lot of guys that got to play both ways, so we got to make sure that we're being smart with guys. But I think it's just being efficient with your practice structure, and my assistant coaches do a great job with that. We communicate well, and our players do a great job of giving 100% in each drill we do.
Kane and Hampton, strength-wise, what do you like about this year's group?
We have a lot of returning in the trenches. We have 8 guys, I think?
Yeah, we got 8 to 10, yeah.
That have came back, that have started a game, I think 4 or 5 started all last year, so our trenches numbers are great.
Yeah, I agree on that. And I feel like our defense, I feel like a lot of our defense returns, because the DBs we had last year, they taught a lot of our younger guys about how to play the position and all that, and they learned, and they came back in the offseason, 7-on-7s, they've done great. It's just it's all been good. So I just like our defense. I like our defense right now.
Okay. Coach, what are some maybe areas you need to shore up here as the season progresses?
I think the biggest thing is we find some depth.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I think we're we're solid up front. That's like they talked about. That's our key coming back. You got to evaluate as head coach each year what your strengths are compared to your positions. And we've been a little more spread and had a little more skill the last couple of years. Where now, we got 10 to 12 linemen that can play. So that's a little bit different for us than we've been in the past. But I'm excited because we can improve those guys, and then we got to really build our depth and just get some younger guys. They're going to have to play when you have low numbers, just get a little bit of experience and build those. When those guys got to come in for 3 reps, those 3 reps got to be important. They got to know what they're doing. So we've talked about all summer about you have to know what you're doing. You got to come in, you got to give this guy a blow, and we want multiple guys to play so we can stay fresh. That's how you're going to win games. Staying fresh and making plays in the fourth quarter. So that's really been our emphasis this year, and our guys are doing a great job buying into that.
Coach, what's your scrimmage schedule look like?
Yeah, so we're fortunate this year. We got 2 home scrimmages. We go Crestview, who's going to be Crestview Knight's going to be pretty good scrimmage, and then we got the Delphos Jefferson Wildcats. So I feel like those are 2 really good scrimmages that get us ready for GMC play. And obviously Montpelier week 1. We've gone on that schedule for the last couple of years, and it really prepares us for the season.
With the lower numbers, Coach, do you handle your scrimmages any different?
Yeah, I think, we kind of try to run the second one as more of a preview type. We just play half, and obviously you want to be a little bit shorter whistle, obviously. So I think you got to be a little bit smarter with that, but it's a fine line because you still got to get guys reps. You know what I mean? You got to get those guys reps, and that's when those reps matter, is when it's a full competition like that. So I think it's a fine line, but you just got to be smart with it and make it work for you.
Players, is there a game on your schedule this year you got circled?
Careful.
Hicksville.
Okay. That's the one.
Careful.
Yeah. Hicksville.
Why Hicksville? You both said Hicksville pretty quick.
I wasn't able to play against them last year, and just seeing us lose in that close game, it just makes me want to play them really bad. So I just want to play them a lot. I also want to play.
Week 1's important.
Week 1's important, obviously. I just had Hicksville circled. I'm not gonna lie, I just don't like them.
Week 1 is the right answer.
I didn't have a great game against Hicksville last year, so I need to kind of get back there.
Coach, talk about the Green Meadows Conference a little bit. How do you see things maybe shaking out?
I think you obviously started to show off with Fairview. Doug's got those boys ready to play. We saw them in 707 a little bit. They bring back a lot of experience. They're going to be pretty good. Tinora, we saw them in a little bit 707. They're going to be good. I think there's a couple top end teams with Tinora and Fairview. Paulding's going to return a lot, and then I think it's going to be a battle for second right there with us and Hicksville, Wayne. I think the league's the closest it's been in a long time with, kind of being balanced. You have those couple other teams, but I think, each week you're going to have to show up and be ready to play because, it's great football in the GMC and anything can happen, but I feel like this is a year that it's been probably the most balanced, besides, a couple top end teams, but I think it's just a testament to, to kids understanding things and football getting better.
The new playoff process that we have now, 12 teams getting in, and if you're fortunate enough to get a bye, Coach, give me some thoughts. Do you like that it went back to 12, or where would you like to see the playoff field at?
Lynn, you and I have talked about, I think 12 is a good number. I thought 16 was too many, especially, we were one of those teams fighting last year to get in at 16, but then you got to go play, Hopewell Loud, whoever your number 1 seed, and that's, listen, I'm all about doing that, but it's also not great for the game when, we've been 5-5, 4-6 going to play a 10-0 team. It's just not a great look. It's hard for us in a small school. It's nice to have that extra motivation to maybe make the playoffs, but at the same time, it's like a double-edged sword because now you got to go play the number 1 seed, being that 16 seed. Where I feel like 12, there's a lot more balance. It's a lot more deserving, I think. So I think 12 is a great number where it really bounces things back out a little bit better.
A 4-6 season, would you want to play in the playoffs, or are you saying, we don't really deserve it?
Can I say both? I mean, listen, it's great anytime you can get extra reps for your guys an extra week, but also if you're in that position where you're 4-6, you're going to play probably a 10-0, 9-1 team that's really good. So it's a benefit, but it's also a harm because you're going to have to face a good team. But also, that's what builds character. You have to go you got to go challenge those teams and give yourself a chance. So I think it's for us, it's if we're given a chance to play extra football, we'll take it. And we're excited about that. But it's also, you have to be smart with what you're doing with that.
A last question for the players. What will define a successful season for you guys? Is it a GMC title? Is it going 7-3? What's success look like for you this year?
I don't know if there's really a number I could say. I think it's just kind of obviously last year wasn't great, so building on that, just seeing an improvement out of everybody. I mean, I think that'll be successful. I think a playoff berth obviously is like a good thing to look for.
Sure.
I'd agree on a playoff berth. I feel like just making the playoffs was like really how like reflect how we overcame last season and just made it a lot better and worked harder in the off season. Just going to the playoffs and getting to play in the playoffs would be a great thing to do.
Outstanding. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate the Antwerp Archers. Coach Hale.
Thank you guys.
Guys, have a good season this year. Appreciate it. Thank you guys. Well, the new teams we're adding to our coverage area this season, North Baltimore. Coach Bishop reached out to me in the offseason. He said, hey, what is it going to take to get us some coverage? And he got us some advertising, and I said, hey, we'll get you in. So, Coach, thank you for all you've done to help get you guys in the magazine and our coverage area. We're looking forward to covering you guys this season.
Hey, I was actually drove through North Baltimore a couple weeks ago, and small town, right, small school, but you guys got a lot going on there, man. You've got truck stops and a big train hub and all that kind of stuff. What's it like growing up in North Baltimore for the people around here that aren't as familiar with it?
I mean, I think you're just close to everybody, you're friends with everybody, you know everybody. So it's just really, getting to know everybody, getting close.
I mean, there's not a lot like of activities you can do there, but we get to hang out with our friends a lot, which is good to hang out with your team and be around them and build character, especially during the offseason.
Yeah, I pretty much same as what they said. You know everybody. Coach likes to say you're probably related to everybody in your town, so not true, but yeah.
I just like hanging out with my friends all the time and an offensive tackle for us.
Perfect. Thank you, guys. First time covering North Baltimore. What should we know about North Baltimore football? What are you guys going to bring to the field this season?
I would say we play really hard, don't give up, just keep fighting until the end.
I mean, we're a smaller team because, we're a small town, but we're going to focus on bringing more energy this year than we have. That's been a thing that we lack, and that's what we're going to focus on.
Know about North Baltimore? I don't even really know. There's not a whole lot about us, really. We're just a small school. But I say, we play for each other, I'd say. Like everybody plays for everybody else.
We're going to be really competitive no matter who we're playing. I feel like that's always a big thing, just being super competitive.
What do you think the strengths will be this season for your team, Coach?
Obviously we bring back a lot of experience from the past couple of years. Moving to kind of going from a spread offense to, our version of spread offense. There's a lot of similarities, and, previous coaching staff, had these kids kind of knowing football, before we kind of came and took over. So, we're excited where we're at, and, we're kind of just trying to get better every single day.
What concerns do you have, or some areas maybe you need to shore up here as the season progresses?
As a small school, depth's always a thing. So as a coaching staff, we're always trying to create more depth. When you're small schools too, you have to stay healthy. That's always the key. I think it's actually for any team. Just staying healthy throughout the season is crucial for success.
Where are your numbers at, Coach?
We're about 28 to 30
okay.
For a Division 7 school. So we're not too far off from most schools our size, but we're always trying to build the roster up with higher numbers.
So I see a change on the schedule. You opened with Van Loo a year ago, right? And Bucyrus this year?
That's correct.
Okay. And who will you guys be scrimmaging?
We just open up with Arcadia, and then our second scrimmage with Macomb, so we'll find out pretty quickly how, where we're standing.
Yeah, you will.
Absolutely. All right, I want to know who the baddest dude on your team is. Who do you not want to go up against in practice? That's the dude right there. Everybody's in agreement? All right.
I'd probably say Luke. He's probably our biggest guy. Or Mock. We've got
or Mock. Our
Eli Mock is from
offensive guard.
Okay.
6 foot, 260.
270 maybe.
Bench is like 315, squats 415.
Did you guys see the magazine yet?
Yeah.
There's some. You have to buy one on your way out. There's some good pictures of you guys in here.
Who's the baddest dude on the team, Coach? I'll let you chime in here too.
We really haven't been able to full go. Thane, I think Thane and Mott. They're both strong kids. Luke, obviously. All these guys, they get after when
when the pads are on, stuff like that, they've shown they have some, high motors and they want to get after play. So.
Did you see that ad in there? That's maybe the best ad we've ever had in the Black Swamp Football Magazine.
That's a good one.
Luke in there in front of that Jeep.
Yeah, Reineke, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram.
That's a sweet ad, isn't it?
I like it. Get some NIL money for that? No? Let's see what you can do. Is that legal in high school?
I don't think so.
You guys have some business and industry there in North Baltimore. Have them pony up.
Yeah, I would say so.
What are you guys, players, what are you most looking forward to this season?
I would probably say playing Hard Northern. We talk a lot back and forth, and I think it would be a great game.
Yeah, you go down there to Hardin County, man.
Oh, yeah.
Different breed of folks down there.
Oh, yeah.
Better have them buckled up playing those guys.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we're trying to improve on last year, but I think we could compete for a league title and hopefully get a good seeding in the playoffs, which would be amazing, considering last year we played Columbus Grove round one. But, it'd be nice to have a better game.
I'd say probably a home playoff game. I think it would be pretty cool just for everybody in the town to come out.
I'm just looking forward to compete. I'm looking forward to Arcadia. I just want to get the pads on, hit somebody.
That's what I like to hear
I
right
do
there.
too.
He's a football player.
I do too.
Coach, what have you tried to implement since you took over at North Baltimore here in the offseason?
It just, obviously weight room attendance. I think every coach when they take over, that's the first step. You want to get everyone in the weight room. And so, with that being said, we've had really good showing this summer. And, everything, we just want to keep it simple. We just want to keep everything simple. Let the kids play fast. And I think when you do that, the product on the field will speak for itself. So just keep it simple, play fast, and get after it.
Don't want you to give away too much, but what will your defense look like? Give us a little insight there.
Yeah, we're more spread. We're obviously spread's a very overused term, but we're more up tempo. Obviously, we got to be careful with the numbers we have. Defense more 4-4, 4-2-5 package. But just basic. We just got to keep it simple. Just keep it simple so everyone can play fast. They know what you're doing. And, we just got finished up with camp, and we're excited as a coaching staff where we're at. We're a lot further ahead than we anticipated to be. Having everything new come in, so we're a lot further ahead we feel right now than we expected.
Where do each of you guys want to improve individually from last year? Was it getting a little bit stronger, getting a little bit faster? What are some of your individual goals?
I would say probably getting faster, getting more in shape, and throwing on the run. That's the one thing I need to really work on is throwing on the run.
Have you been working on those things?
Yeah.
Have you improved in those areas?
Yeah, I would say.
Good.
Got more confidence in it.
Confidence, good.
I wanted to get stronger. I gained about 15 pounds from last year because I was about 160, like 175 now. So I focused on getting heavier, stronger for this upcoming season.
Good.
I'm going to say getting stronger too. I've definitely increased my strength in my legs. I didn't hit legs at all during the winter or all of football season last year. But all my lifts have gone up. I've gained strength everywhere. So.
I just want to play without thinking so much. Just play faster, play stronger, not think so much when playing.
I know you guys haven't gotten really into practice yet, but what has Coach Bishop brought to the program in his short time there so far, guys?
I just think the lifting has gotten so much better. We're lifting a lot, doing extra stuff, like throwing rounds, stuff like that to get chemistry with the receivers.
I think we've got more strong, consistent program than last year, the prior years, and we got more going on. We have more 7-on-7s than we usually do. Got 2 scrimmages, and there's just more going on.
I think he definitely made our football program a lot stronger, especially with the lifting over the past, when did we start, April?
Yeah.
Or January, honestly. He had us in the weight room constantly. So, and last year we didn't lift at all during the season, but we're going to be lifting 3 or 4 days a week during the season? 2 to 3 days.
A lot more structure, and I feel like he's bringing our players more together with how much we are together, in the weight room, out at the field. A lot more structure this year than last year. I like it.
Coach Bishop, you feel like you've been able to assemble the ideal coaching staff? Are you happy with where you're at as far as coaches go?
Yes, we kept one from the previous staff, and then I've had some coaches I've coached with last decade or so that followed me to Baltimore. So we're excited where we're at. The coaches I have on staff, they know my expectations, they know our offense, they know our defense. So it makes things a lot easier as a head coach. you're not having to teach your coaches as much, to now implement the system. It makes it more nice. So.
Perfect.
Looking forward to following the Tigers.
Season.
Fighting Tigers.
Fighting Tigers. I like those shirts.
I do too.
We'll have to see if we can get one of those.
I do too. I think they could make it happen. Can you make sure that happens?
We'll make sure.
I'll try it.
All right, do whatever you got to, well, not whatever you got to do, but see if you can make that happen.
You guys get a win, we'll wear one on our Saturday morning show.
I'm in.
You beat Bucyrus week 1. Throwing it out there.
Good luck, guys.
Good luck, guys. Thank you. Get the Eastwood guys up here. We never can get Coach Cotterman here, so we have to.
I think he's ducking out on you, Lynn. Thank you.
That could be right, Coach. That may be why. So we got to get Coach Sims here. Coach, introduce who you have with you here today first.
So we got Zach Mahalan, senior receiver in DB. We got Hunter Lauer, who's making the transition from tight end to tackle, also plays defensive end. Junior Cam Shoemaker, who's kind of our jack of all trades on offense, and then playing safety this year on defense, and then Drew Luthart, quarterback and defensive back, senior.
Outstanding.
So, making the transition from tight end to tackle.
Yep.
How do you feel about that?
At first I was a little uneasy about it, but it's getting easier and I like it.
Would you rather catch some passes and stuff?
Yeah, but I mainly blocked anyway, so it's the same thing.
Yeah. you know how important it is, right?
Yeah.
The interior line. So good for you making that transition. Good.
Coach, you're on the offensive side. What are we going to see out of the Eastwood offense this season? Obviously, you got a nice signal caller with you that's going to chuck it around for you.
Yes, sir. We lost some offensive weapons and 4 of our linemen, but structurally we're going to be the same, stay consistent, and we're going to have some guys step up and make some plays. We got a good core coming back with these 4 and Jack Sensitig, who couldn't be here today. So we're going to be leaning on these guys right here heavily to step up and bring the younger kids up to varsity speed, and I'm really looking forward to it.
You guys all look good, look athletic and strong. Looks like you've had a good off season. One of the things that Eastwood's known for is their strength conditioning program, their track program, and talk about your off season training a little bit and why you guys always seem to have an advantage in that area.
I mean, I think we excel in our weight room because we got Coach Sabo and Coach Freese helping us out. They're always really pushing us to get faster, get stronger, and doing all these special things that I think a lot of other schools don't have access to, don't have the ability to do, and I think it all just kind of relies on them and their impact on us.
I would say that we train our muscles to work a certain way, so like we'll get deep down in games and we'll have that last twitch. We're not killing ourselves in the weight room, but we're getting stronger, and Coach Sabo and Coach Freese do a really good job of making sure we're good on Friday nights, but also we're getting our work in and we're getting stronger throughout the season. So.
You guys lift throughout the season?
Yeah, we lift 3 days a week at 6 a.m. So, and it's pretty intense. But we have a thing that Cotterman does called a finisher. And after our lift, we go out into the gym, out to the field, flip tires, just do stuff to kind of, he calls it build some like character. Yeah, that's a tough. Yeah.
So you guys lift at 6 a.m. during the season?
Yeah, sometimes we do, and then if not, we'll do it right after school before practice.
Gotcha.
But, yeah.
Okay. Who's the top lifter in your program? Who can throw the weight around the best?
Honestly, probably us too.
Okay.
Yeah.
How about on the field? Who's the baddest dude on your team?
One of these two, probably. Yeah.
Okay. Weight room and on the field. All right. All right.
It translates.
What do you guys really like about this year's team for you players?
I would say there's going to be a bunch of new faces this year, so I think there's a lot of chances for people to prove themselves this year and really like make their first step onto a varsity field and give Eastwood a good shot.
Yeah, like we got a lot of new dudes, and I think especially like for me being playing varsity the first year last year, you really give it your all, and I think we'll have a whole bunch of people step up, and it'll be kind of cool to see. So, we're excited to play them, and we got a real good shot. So I think it'll be good.
Good. Anybody else want to add? Coming over here.
We're excited for the opportunity to play them. It's just another game, and we're focused on week 1 right now, but Liberty Center will come, and it'll be a good game for us.
Perfect answer.
Yeah. Drew, you lost some of your targets from a year ago. Who's going to step up for you this year? Who are you going to throw it to?
We got Cam back, so that's one of my targets that'll step up for me, probably be our number 1 guy, and then Zach's going to play a little wide receiver, and then my younger brother, Braden, is our backup quarterback, but he's going to switch over and play a little receiver. Lengthier kid, so throw it up to him a little bit. Then we got a sophomore, Edmund Opfer. He'll play a little slot receiver, a little on the outside, but he's a quick kid, catch the ball through contact, so should be good.
Okay. You got a bunch of
Yeah,
stuff
I mean,
there?
I've got a laundry
How
list.
about the defense? We haven't talked about the defense. What's the defense going to look like this year at Eastwood, guys?
Last year, we had mainly a 3-front and just sent a lot of linebackers, but we're going to change that up a little bit this year just with how many people we got. And I think moving to 4-front is really just going to help us out dramatically, and we'll be pretty tough.
You going to give up a few more points this season? You gave up quite a few a year ago in some games.
Yeah.
Going to get better at that aspect this year?
Hopefully we get better at it,
Okay,
but
all right.
I mean, when you got an offensive coordinator like this, defense isn't that important.
Coach Sims, speaking of offensive coordinator, that's your title. Do you have full reign over the play calling duties on Friday nights?
Yeah, I called the plays last year. It was my first year. Coach Cotterman's really, really good at the run game stuff. So when it was a down where I wanted to run the ball or something like that, I would be in Sam's ear like, hey, what do you like? That's kind of his specialty. But I'm more with the pass game. But yeah, I called the plays last year.
Very good.
Okay. All right. Give me some keys this season. What will it take to get you guys where you want to be at the end of the year?
I think our young guys just really have to step up, because if they can step up, we can just be great.
Yeah, to add on to the young guys, I feel like we have a lot of freshmen that are going to be playing scout team, and sophomores, young guys that we're a little thin on numbers this year, I'd say, for our previous years. So younger guys on scout team giving us a good look during the week will really help us on Friday night. So that'll be huge.
And I think there's just a lot of those little things that don't seem like a big thing at first, but once you get them all together, it makes a really big impact. And I think just something like that, we just got to work on those.
How many seniors do you have in your senior class this year?
Six.
Wow.
Lost 17 or 18 last year, so.
Wow.
Glenn Badenhop wanted us to mention that for week 2, when the Eastwood Eagles come to town, the Toledo Chuck Wagon will be here for the Friday tailgate here at American Freedom Energy, Grandma's General Store.
Eastwood folks that are tuning in,
they'll be welcome.
You'll be welcome. Yeah, before and after, for sure. Coach Sims, I'm curious. You were with Coach Cotterman at Perrysburg, right? Was Sam there when you were there?
He was there when I was there. I've known Coach Cotterman since I was 8 years old.
Okay.
With my dad being on staff at Perrysburg, I was always at practices growing up, and Coach Cotterman was always there. And then I got to play, for Coach Cotterman. And then when I was at Heidelberg, he kind of hit me up, and that's kind of how that all came together.
Did you always think about coaching, or was that something that came up here lately?
Yeah, with my dad being the head girls basketball coach at Perrysburg and coaching football there for 30-some years, kind of grew up around it, and I knew, playing, and then obviously there's life after sports, and I wanted to get back in and help the younger generation grow and play sports and everything. That's kind of my passion.
Yeah, okay.
Coach Sims, when you're installing the offense, what's step number 1? What's the most important thing to get established as far as your offense goes?
With our first install, we got to obviously make sure everybody knows how to line up. Our key thing that we go by is players, formations, plays. My offensive coordinator at Heidelberg took that from Mount Union, because that's where he played. Without great players, we're not going to be a very good football team. Then if you have great players, you can put them in great spots to be successful, formations, and then third is the plays that come after that. But obviously number 1 is you got to have kids buy into your program and want to learn football, learn the scheme, and go out and execute it.
Drew, what has somebody like Coach Sims kind of meant to you that played your position? What has he taught you?
Yeah, it's been pretty huge, specifically at practice, I'd say. It's just like all the drills that we do and all the reps, like we're going 100%, and it's crazy. Like all those stuff we're doing, it translates to Friday night, and those things happen, and you can see it on film that all those drills that we're doing, it pays off because we're going hard on Monday through Thursday.
I want you guys to touch on the conference a little bit. Oak Harbor's gotten you the last couple of years, obviously. What will it take to get to the top of the conference this season in your mind?
So, Cotterman, we have last year's race is standard. This year it's no lights of conduct. We have it on the back of these shirts that we all the kids wear, and it means second to none in Latin, and that we don't want to be second to anyone this year. So we're gonna come and get first place this year for sure. That's our motto this year. We're gonna win leagues. So.
Are you calling it right now?
Yeah, I'm calling it right now.
All right, buddy. I like it.
Wow.
I like it.
Wow. I like that.
Can you guys back that up?
Oh yeah, definitely.
All right.
We're all for it.
Perfect.
That's
You
great.
good, Coach?
Always enjoy following the Eastwood Eagles, guys. Good luck, and look forward to following you guys.
Good luck
Coach
this
Sims,
season,
good luck.
guys. Yep. Good luck. The Swanton guys still here? They left. I think they left. Have to get a new raffle ticket. Jackson Flower, we got him up here right now. We got a winner. Yep. Get your prize when you're done. Joined now by Edgerton head coach Brody Flagel and his Bulldogs. Coach, first introduce who you have with you here today, please.
We have Caden Sinclair here, Jack Flower, Parker Eldon, and Tucker Curl, all two-way players for us, all seniors this year. Caden plays in the slot, plays DB. Jack's in the trenches, guard. Will be transitioning to inside linebacker this year. Parker plays wide receiver and DB, and Tucker slot and DB as well.
Outstanding. Thank you guys so much for stopping out today. We appreciate it.
Guys, players, talk about the off-season a little bit. How's that going for you?
Put in a lot of work. Ready for the season.
Been in the weight room 3 times a week, if not more, and we do OTAs with our helmets and go through plays. Been working.
You been working too?
Yeah, man. That's all I do. Work.
Can't tell.
Oh, I can tell.
He's been in the weight room.
Yeah, he has.
Coach, what have you kind of taken to this offseason and trying to have another successful year there at Edgerton?
I think this year our focus has been on finishing and consistency. I thought we played. We had a solid year last year, going 6-5, qualifying for the playoffs. But there were a lot of games where we fell short in the fourth quarter, whether it be due to our controllables like our conditioning and our nutrition, or if it's just simple mental mistakes in the fourth. So we've been kind of preaching finishing in the weight room this off season. And trying to take that next step next year, going into this year.
So players, what are the keys to taking that next step? Because looking at your schedule from last year, even games you lost, I mean, you guys were right there against some good teams, Fairview and teams like that. What's the key to taking the next step and finishing those games?
Giving 100% effort in everything we do, and doing the simple things like running through a cone and finishing every drill.
Eating right, drinking right, don't eat bad food, don't drink pop, more water, don't cramp, eat your bananas.
Yeah, no cramp.
Good.
And I think too we talked through that a lot. I mean, we got 30 guys on our roster. Our guys are all playing 3 ways. I mean, they're special teams players as well. So nutrition is a big thing that we do emphasize. And I think this year we're going to implement some things during halftime as far as our nutrition and getting that in before we begin to make adjustments. So That'd be another thing we're looking to implement here this year.
Is that something that you've implemented, Coach, or who was kind of taking charge of the nutrition aspect of things at Edgerton?
Our trainer, Jake North, does an outstanding job. He's been with us for, maybe 12 years now. He takes the lead on a lot of that. I mean, our coaches are the ones we're coaching practices, games, and at halftime, he's checking in with the guys, making sure they need anything and getting them what they need. So,
I'm glad I don't own a carryout or anything in Edgerton. There's not much junk food being sold over there.
No, they're pretty focused on doing the right thing.
Let's not kid. They like their Doritos. We try to stay away from them as much as we can.
Coach, do you have some booster groups, some parent groups that if you say, hey, this is what we're looking to do at halftime this year, do you have some people outside of the program that support those things for you?
Yeah, absolutely. Our athletic boosters do a great job. They raise money. They work hard for their raffle every year, so they are very supportive of all athletics at Edgerton. But yeah, if we were to ever need something, they're willing to step up and provide for our student athletes.
Outstanding. Coach, take us through offense, defense, special teams, strengths, maybe some concerns that you have going into a new year.
Offensively, we have 11 seniors this year, and at the size of school like Edgerton, that's great. We try to get 10 per class, so anytime you get over 10, that's good. Offensively, we return our quarterback, our wide receivers, some interior alignment, so we're happy about what we're bringing back. We still have a lot of work to do, and these guys know that, but we're happy with how the summer's gone with weight room attendance, our OTAs, but offensively, we're going to be a spread team. We're having to move some position groups around just to make it work with what we have. And defensively, we'll be sitting in that 3-4, have a couple of different variations as needed. But special teams-wise, our man Parker here handles all of our kicking for us, does a fantastic job. And he's worked at that all the way up through school. Even when he was younger, I know he's went to camps. I mean, he's put in time outside, so he handles our kicking. But happy with where we're at right now, but by no means content. We're ready to get the season started.
Smaller school, or your numbers where you would like to see them in your program? Or
Not at all. Like I said, 30 kids right now. We got three new kids out this year that weren't with us last year. Every year you have a couple kids drop, but these guys, we had a player that no longer wants to be with our team, and we've had guys showing up at his house trying to get him back out, making phone calls. So these guys get it. They understand what football is about and that it's only temporary, and it means something to them. And you hope it does to everybody, but we're trying to get more out. Our junior high numbers look great. We got 28 in junior high right now in 2 grades, so our numbers should come back. We're planning on playing a full JV schedule this year, which we didn't have the luxury of last year.
For me, it's all about the guys beside me. You only get limited time with them, so you got to make the best of it.
You can go pick up basketball anytime you want to go play men's league baseball. You can't play football after high school.
That's a good answer.
Give me some. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Play as much while you can.
Give me some goals that you guys have for this season. What are you looking at that's going to make a successful season in your minds?
Just win the week, win who we're playing, make it as far as we can.
Yeah, and I'll kind of pivot too, and I'll answer some of this. And he said win the week, and that's kind of where we're at right now. We're focusing on the next thing, not getting too far ahead of ourselves. But and I'll let them have anything else to add. But right now, our week is that first day of practice, and that's what we're focused on right now.
Ultimately, I'd like to make the GMC if we can, but playoffs would be good too.
Playoffs, yeah. Make a good run.
Scrimmage-wise, Coach, who do you scrimmage this season?
2 really good ones. We have Delta for our first one. That'll be a very physical football team running the wing tee. And then we play Patrick Henry, second scrimmage. So 2 really good scrimmages with 2 programs that are going to have really good years and be competing in the NWAL.
Is that out of design, or do you schedule scrimmages to get some different looks? Or give me your thoughts there, Coach.
We've always scrimmaged Patrick Henry. So when I took over, 6 years ago, we continued on with that. A really respected program in the area. They're always playing late in the season every year, so we're happy to have that on our scrimmage slate. And Delta we picked up a couple years ago after we used to scrimmage Archbold, and after we went down to 2 many years ago, and there were some scheduling changes after COVID, and we picked up Delta, which has been a really good one for us. So 2 kind of contrasting styles, but also physical football that'll prepare us for our 10-game season, if not more.
Coach, what are the keys with the numbers being where they are and things like that? 2 physical scrimmages. What's the key to getting to Edon week 1 healthy, like as far as practice and things like that?
Yeah, it's a fine line, and looking at last year and reflecting on that, I wish I would have approached it a little differently, because I think last year we were getting our guys off a little too soon in those scrimmages, and I don't think we were quite where we needed to be as far as playing 4 physical quarters of football. So this year, I think we're going to take a different approach. I mean, we're going to let our guys play. I mean, there's no better way to get in shape other than to play in that scrimmage. So it's not going to be a 4-quarter scrimmage. It'll probably be more like 3. But last year, I think we were starting to pull guys right after halftime, started rotating some guys in. So I think this year we're going to go in with the mindset of our guys are going to play the full 3 quarters.
Okay. My go-to question, who's the toughest dude on this year's team?
Jackson Flower.
I can't take that title, sir.
You can't take it?
No, that's not me.
Who is it?
I don't know.
That means it's him.
He's just being
humble.
And I respect
Jack's
that.
a pretty humble guy. And he works hard. He's fought through some injuries in his career, but he gets after it in the weight room. There's been times where we've had to ease him down in the weight room. But yeah, he works hard, incredibly humble, a great kid, very intelligent kid, but I think he's being a little humble here, but he's probably one of our toughest.
Okay.
Who would you guys say, I know the only thing that matters right now is Edon, right? But who would you say is your number 1 rival? What team do you get up for the most? Edon or Fairview?
Yeah.
All of them?
All of them.
Yeah.
Touch on the GMC for me a little bit, and you players can chime in here too. What are we going to see in those 7 weeks?
Always very competitive year in and year out. Fairview returns a bunch of talent from a really good team last year. Tinora's always traditionally really solid. Paulding returns quite a bit as well. That was a good Paulding team last year, a very physical game. Wayne Trace is always tough, and I think you got the Antwerp, Hicksville, and Ayersville, who are all improving. Ayersville played a lot of tough games last year. They were really running the ball well towards the end of the year, and I like what Coach Justin Davis is doing in Hicksville, an Edgerton alumni, so I know him, and his numbers look solid, and I know they're hitting the weight room pretty hard, and Coach Hale has had a lot of success over there, and he knows, and he'll get the ship righted from last year. So it's, in my opinion, wide open. I think Fairview returns probably the most talent across the board, but Tinora was also knocked them off last year. So it's going to be fun. We're hoping to compete week in and week out. We know we need to stay healthy, and we know we got to take it 1 week at a time.
Outstanding. Thank you guys so much. We appreciate it. Good luck this season. Thank you guys. All right, Coach O says you guys are going to introduce yourselves, so tell us your names and positions you play.
Gage Esther, tongue in, running back.
First name again?
Gage Esther.
Kendall Burgle, receiver and DB.
Eli Dickman, wide receiver and DB.
Colin Vollmer, I play defensive tackle, and
Guard. Grant Reed. I play offensive tackle and defensive end.
Danny Avila Garcia. I snap and I play D tackle.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. We may not have to talk to Coach Olin here.
Did Coach Olin get you guys some barbecue yet, or not?
I bet he got himself some, though.
Because he normally buys for the players when he brings them out here, so.
Get you a chair, Coach. All right, players, what can we expect out of the Bombers this season? Where are you guys going to excel?
We're expecting to have a pretty good season, about as good as last year. We're not going to short ourselves of anything, so we're expecting to have a good season.
We saw them against Whiteford, Michigan last year.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Very impressed. Your guys' offense is always pretty good. Kendall, I enjoyed watching you last year in that game. But your defense really shined in that game. You guys played really well defensively. You guys rattled off, 9 straight wins?
Yeah.
And then came up short week 10 and then Macomb in the playoffs. What's the key to taking that next step? How do you win them all?
You gotta give 100% effort in practice. You gotta practice like you want to play.
We need not to give up. Usually when we get behind, we usually try to give up.
I would say that we just need to practice a little harder and stay focused, because staying focused in practice can be hard sometimes, but we need to stay focused and be locked in all the time.
Like when you guys practice your offense, I mean, do you run for 3 hours straight and run 100 routes in a row?
That feels like sometimes, but
They're track kids. So
Okay. Who's the fastest dude on the team this year?
Probably between me and him.
Okay. Do we need to take you out in the parking lot? And
He'll have your I don't know about that. You have shoes on, I know. Close enough.
How's your guys' field look right now? You guys probably have the nicest grass field that I've ever seen. What kind of shape's it in right now?
it's in pretty good shape. They're already working on it.
they might not let them out there.
I was going to say, are you guys even allowed to step on it?
No, not yet.
For pregame or practice, how many years?
About
We usually
3.
stay behind the school and keep the field nice and everything. So, plus they water it all the time, so that we're not allowed to go out there.
Coach, curious your thoughts on the new look tack this season. They'll swing the mic over there for you.
What's new about it?
Well, with the new teams.
We still have Whiteford.
Oh, you still got them, yeah.
Don't know a lot about Erie Mason or Summerfield. And we know quite a bit about Whiteford that came in. Still have Ottawa Hills, Montpelier is going to be good. But we don't play them until week 10. We're pretty focused on Edgerton right now. What do we say, 22 days?
26.
26 days. We can play them in 22 days too. That's our main focus, but North Central I don't know a lot about. Who else? Hilltop, we threw against Hilltop, Antwerp, Montpelier already, which is a little strange. But Fairview's a scrimmage, we threw against them 3 times already, so these guys know those guys by their first names. And we scrimmaged Trace.
Okay.
So I know they're big and physical up front.
Yeah.
We usually have some athletes.
How many years is this for you, Coach?
47.
47. Wow.
So I want to know from the players, and you need to be honest, okay? What's it like? This guy's
That was my question.
He's won a lot of football games, right? He's seen a lot of football. What's it like playing for this guy? Because he's a man of few words. Is he quiet and all this like at practice or not?
No.
Talk about playing for Coach Olin a little bit.
Past 3 years, about to be 4, I've loved playing with Coach O. He's a great coach. I just love playing for him.
Does he make it fun? Because he seems too serious for me.
Depends on the day. Sometimes we have a little bit of fun, but most days we try to stay locked in and focus on our next game. So.
Anybody else? What's it like playing for Coach Olin?
He'll let you know if we're losing. He won't. He
It'll get in your ear. As soon as we get in the locker room, we're hearing it. But I mean, it's fun. I enjoyed it. I came out a little late, didn't get out my freshman year, and he gave me a shot right away. So I was just pleased with that. And I've loved playing with him for the last 3 years. So.
I like playing with Coach O because he's not afraid to give anybody an opportunity. It doesn't matter what grade you are or anything. If you earn a spot, he will give you that spot.
It's good. Anybody else?
They summed it up pretty good.
They summed it up pretty good.
Give me your goals for this season.
I'd say our goals this year is to have a season like we did last year, if not better, make the playoffs and win the TAC, go undefeated in the TAC and win the TAC. So,
I'd like to make a playoff run this year. We've had a couple short years, but I think we can get a good run going this year.
So what's the key to making that long playoff run? Because you guys have been good for several years. So what's the key to taking that next step? I know you can say, well, you just got to work hard every day. Well, there's a lot of people that work hard and don't make long playoff runs, right?
To not underestimate our opponents.
Good. Who's the toughest dude on this year's team?
Me personally, I'd probably give it to Braden Worley. You know, he's going to be a junior this year, but...
What positions he play?
Linebacker, right guard.
55, right?
Yeah.
He's a bad dude.
Yeah, he looks pretty tough.
He's pretty tough. He's pretty tough.
Did you guys get a magazine yet?
No.
It's good stuff.
What's the defense look like this season? I know Coach Ozone likes the offense. What's the defense going to look like?
We have more guys back on defense than we do offense. So we have like 6 starters back on the defense, plus kids ready to step in. And there's some spots that we definitely need to work on pretty hard because we lost them in graduation. But all of them can run this year better probably than last year. And they just have to learn their assignments better because they don't have a lot of experience, some of the younger kids.
Coach Olin, how much time do you give your defensive coaches in a typical practice?
Too much.
You knew that was coming.
They get 2 days, and I get whatever's left, and we pack it in half hour, 45 minutes offensively. But they know not to mess up, and they know not to drop balls and things like that. So we catch the ball, we don't make mistakes, we can get off the field faster. So we don't go past 2 hours of practice hardly any time. And they've been in the program for a long time now, so we had a good summer with the younger kids learning what they need to, and a lot of kids got valuable time last year in games, so that's helped them get closer to being a varsity player. So we're excited about our receiving core, our line. I think will be pretty tough. We definitely have weaknesses that we have to overcome, and this 2-a-day period is going to be really important. Danny and Grant are back on the D-line, plus Dave, so we have 3 there. Worley's in the middle, and need a couple outside backers, and then we have 3 or 4 DBs back. So lost 6 or 7 on offense. We lost 3 offensive linemen, 3 wide receivers, and the quarterback. So.
Kendall, how hard is it to learn that offense? Because I know it's probably easier than it looks, but you guys, to me, always seems like you have an answer for everything, whether it's 1 or 2 or high safeties, press coverage, zone, man. It looks complicated, but how difficult is it to learn that?
After your freshman year, I feel like you pretty much know everything. So I felt like it was pretty easy, especially my freshman year being a quarterback helped, and then making the switch to receiver sophomore year. That freshman year just made it a lot easier. So
you feel like you could call the plays yourself if you had to?
I don't know about all that. Coach O's,
Not a freaking chance.
he's got a little more experience than I do with play calling, so.
Coach O, have you ever let a quarterback call any of his plays in your entire career?
Yeah.
Okay.
There'll be times during the games, especially like a 2-minute situation, I'll just, you gotta go and have them call it. But other times, we go into our fast-paced offense, and that's a set script. We're able to manipulate it around so you can't get a read on it. So, but there's been times, a lot of times they don't want to. Give them free rein, and I'll just have them call it in practice. You call them, and they'll turn after a couple, and they're going, you call it. So, I gave you a shot. Don't think I'm going to do it again. Type thing. But Eli and Gage probably need to answer that. How hard's the offense to learn?
I wouldn't say it's too bad. They'll definitely look at you sometimes and be like, all right, so get this, you see our offense, they'll draw up something weird, and it's confusing for a second, but once you get it, you got it. And, I mean, we do the signals, and that took a little bit to learn for a while, but once you get all that done, it's the same thing over and over again.
Can you guys beat Ottawa Hills this year?
Yeah,
I talked to you, I mean, I was beating the Edon drum last year.
Bomber ball.
Bomber ball, I was all fired up after that Whiteford game, and we've got some buddies from Ottawa Hills, and man, oh man, they let us hear it.
They still do.
And they still do.
You got to get them off our backs.
You guys do it? You gonna be able to get it done? I know that's
Earlier in the year.
it's earlier this year. 3, 6, week 6. You guys gonna be able to get it done?
I think so. I think we got a pretty good opportunity to get it done. And
All right, so
win.
we've taken a beating over that. All right, so have our backs when the time comes. Until then, good luck against Edgerton week 1.
Good luck, guys. Have a good year. Thank you so much. Got another raffle winner. I think Ben Kubitz says left from Maumee, so we're going to have to draw again. Sorry, Robbie. We're doing better. Don't forget to get some barbecue out back. Find somebody from Montpelier in there. We'll rig this a little bit. Hayden Sharps. Don't forget to get your prize before you leave. All right, joined now by the Montpelier crew. Coach Andy Robinson. Coach, first of all, introduce who you have with you today and positions they play, please.
Yeah, I got 4 seniors with us today. We got Logan Pontius over here, plays left tackle, defensive tackle for us. Got Jackson Staler here, plays slot receiver for us and a little bit of safety. We got Hayden Sharps here, who plays quarterback, safety for us, and Griffin Cooley, running back, linebacker.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much for coming. I'm trying to get my hand back from Logan here.
You know, he give you a squeeze, did he?
He's got a good one.
Yeah, well, those are some names we've heard over the years. So how many seniors do you guys have in your senior group?
Not many.
6.
Okay, so you guys, though, that are here, you have some experience. Some of you guys have played a lot of football, haven't you?
Yeah.
How's that going to help going into this year? And then how are you guys going to kind of bring some of the younger guys along? Because you guys have a lot of experience between you.
Yeah, I think our biggest thing with having the most, like, with us having so much experience, it's like helps a lot of leadership in different like skill positions. Because I mean, like we have Logan helping out with a lot of leadership, offensive line, defensive line, then like wide receiver, running backs. This helps with this leadership and leading the team to do the right things.
And so like we've been those young guys. We've been their foot, their shoes,
And so, like, knowing what they're going through, we can help them out with that stuff. And we've been through what they've been through for, now is our 4th year. So, any questions, and we've been through what they've been through, so.
And kind of like everybody kind of returned. We lost 2 guys last year, so we're not the only experienced guys. Even the sophomores, they played last year. Everybody's kind of acclimated and ready, so.
Helps slow the game down for us 5-6 guys that have played a lot of football. Slows the game down, makes it a lot easier.
You guys look good. So your off season must have gone well. Talk about your off season a little bit, lifting and things like that.
So off season just starts like December. Do we usually start in December? Yeah, we start off season in December, lift like once a week, and then we have like other stuff that we'll do. We have like lifting during school that we do, and then we have our own separate football lifts and stuff. And then coming out at the end of school, we start like doing other stuff specifically for football. So we get everything acclimated, and you have access to your playbook and everything year round. So try to get freshmen into that as soon as possible.
Yeah, over the winter over the summer we have 3 lifts a week, and those will be in the mornings, like before guys go to work and stuff. We get good numbers of that. A lot of like team camaraderie, getting guys together. Really good. Got a lot of guys going to that stuff.
So if you have guys that should be in the weight room but aren't, what do you guys tell them?
Oh, we're getting some as soon as we get done with that lifting. I mean, we'll text them immediately right after that. No, you need to be here. It's like this year, like in years past, you could probably miss lifting because we only had like 20 guys. But this year, with us having 40 now,
great,
where your spot can be taken and like that if you miss one lift. So I mean, we get on them and we tell them that because their spot's not safe.
Coach Rob, how important is it, talking about those numbers, how important is it to have competition for positions?
Yeah, it's huge for us, and like Hayden just said, we haven't had that in the last couple of years. So we had 21 2 years ago in the playoff year. Last year we were 22, and this year we have 41 guys right now. So we've had a nice jump. We have a really good freshman class. Number-wise, it came out, and there were some sophomores and juniors that I think understood that they've kind of missed the boat the last couple of years, and we've probably got 5 or 6 of those guys who didn't play last year, or maybe haven't played for the last 2 years, come out. And we've talked just about every single day, like, hey, you know, yeah, it's I can't make it mandatory in July, but just understand you don't want to show up in July, you might not have a spot come August. And you know, these guys have been really good about they're there every day. I don't have to worry about these 4. Actually, I don't have to worry about the majority of my seniors. But again, some of those younger guys, especially some of those sophomores that, hey, I got to play as a freshman last year. Well, I only had 20 guys, you know, now we got 40. If you're not going to show up and you're not going to work, we're going to have opportunities for some other guys. And I think it's been really good for us this year. I've seen these guys push the younger guys a little harder, and I've seen them work a little harder too to make sure that they have a spot come August.
What do you guys know about the tradition of Montpelier football? You go back to the early 90s, man, you guys had some teams. You guys know who David Rhodes is?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
They've done their own work.
We hear about him a lot since one of our coaches played with him. He was like coach for him. He was offensive line for him. So we always hear stories about him and all his football journeys that he went through and stuff.
David Rose, Nathan Rose, Mike Baum. You guys probably know.
Careful throwing Bummer in
Mr.
there.
Briggle, right?
Yeah.
Joey Briggle.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, Montpelier, ton of tradition. We talked to, and you guys have done a fantastic job of bringing that back, and Coach Robinson. So we're excited about that and looking forward to watching you guys play this year.
Coach, was that important to you? I know it was, kind of bringing that tradition back, because the Locos have some big-time tradition there in Waynes County.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it was, really important. 2 years ago when we made the playoffs, I think one of the cool things we got to do, and again, they mentioned, but Todd Friend is huge for it. Having him on staff and having a guy that was around and probably what I would consider is probably the best or the heyday of what Montpelier football was. We actually were able to get a bunch of them, the 90s, and there's guys still in town from the 70s teams that were really good too. So allowing them to kind of speak to these guys or making sure that they understand what it means to the town of Montpelier has been really important.
Players, who were some former your teammates, because you got started young here in this Montpelier program, who were some mentors to you guys that are former players that kind of took you under their wing and helped you along in your varsity careers?
I'd probably say Eli Beckler's a big one. Just like he was good O-line, D-line guy, super good on D-line, but just in general, he was a good mentor. He was super good with everybody. He would coach you up no matter what. He was real helpful, I feel like, in getting everybody moving along.
Mine would have been Grant Groll, like my freshman year. Like, although he may not want to play the position he wanted to, he always wanted me to succeed in that position, help me out with reads or whatever I have to do. So he was always there for me to help out and just be there as a mentor for me.
Mine was probably Gavin Zieski my freshman year. He played linebacker, and I spent a lot of time with him outside of football, and he taught me a lot of stuff I knew about high school and sports, and he was a big mentor for me to look up to.
I'd say mine is Nathan Rommel. I spent a lot of time with him in school, out of school. He taught me how to slow the game down and just play at my speed.
I would think that Griff would maybe say his brother Bryce, who was on the last TAC championship team in 2016, and he's on staff with us now, but I guess not.
Guys, one of the words we hear a lot these days is culture, right? And culture, I think, sometimes hard to define, but you know it when you see it. Does that make sense? So talk about, and you guys have done a great job building the culture and changing the culture at Montpelier. How do you do that? What's the key to building the type of championship culture you want to build?
I think it kind of started, I can't remember if we did it before my freshman year, but we started doing little kids flag football and stuff every Saturday after our games and stuff. And especially we saw it, especially that playoff year, after that Saturday morning, the kids would be like, oh, we saw you make this play and stuff. It's I think it starts with coaching up the younger kids as they go, because then that's what they remember of you guys. That's how you build better culture as you go on.
Great.
I think the culture for the older guys, when you're already in high school, it's that discipline. It helps tremendously. You show up to something, you're already going to be around each other almost. That automatically builds your friendships and everything, and that just helps so much. Just being disciplined, being there every day, showing up, and then just being strict. I know I like to be strict. I think just put down, just ready. I don't like to be lenient about stuff, so I like it that way. So,
are you more of a vocal leader, or are you a leader by example, Logan?
I would say both. Yeah. Sometimes a little too much, the vocals, but
more vocal than
maybe a little too physical. But
you got to rein him in, Coach Robbie.
We let him go. It's all right. He does a great job, like he said, with our O-line, D-line, and some of the younger guys. So we'll let him be vocal. We'll let him be physical with the kids, and let them know what's coming for them. So.
Can anybody in the school throw more weight around in the weight room than you?
Not really. We got a good sophomore. Travis. He's a pretty strong guy, but other than that, not really.
That's what I thought. That was a pretty easy question there. Who's the baddest dude on the team? Is that you too?
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
You don't want to go up?
It's split between these two here, I think.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it's split.
Okay.
Give me, and Coach will tell you, take it one game at a time, and you should, right? Antwerp, week 1. But who's an opponent that you love to compete against?
I think especially this year is North Central, because my player, we have that fire against North Central. Because we haven't played them in I don't know how long. Yeah. So then I think us playing North Central this year is really gonna want us to just fire at them.
How about the rest of you? Who do you love to compete against?
I think definitely for me, it's definitely gonna be Edon, because we haven't beat them ever in junior high. We beat them on JV freshman year. We haven't beat them ever. We came up short 2 years ago, lost by a point, and never got the job done. So I think that's one thing. You get that job done, it'll make us feel real good. Get the confidence boost.
Are you scared of Edon, Logan?
I'm not scared of him.
I'm kidding. I know you're not. Who do you love to compete against?
I'd like to say Antwerp week 1. Last year we thought, coming in, we had a great chance to really put up points on them and do all this, and we go out and laid an egg and did not play well at all week 1. So I'd like to see us come out and get a win week 1.
I'd say Edon, obviously they're real close to us, Edgerton, Hilltop. Those guys are real close. We know a lot of those guys, so it almost becomes personal against those guys, and I just always love competing against them, beating them. So.
Coach, last thing from me, new look TAC, added some teams. Give me your thoughts and what you're going to see this season.
Bringing in the Michigan schools is a little bit different dynamic. Luckily, they've played some of the area schools in the last couple of years, so we have some film on them and, have an idea of maybe what they're going to look like a little bit. Whiteford's, they've been a powerhouse up there for a long time, and we've got to see them play film-wise with Edon the last couple of years, so we know how tough they're going to be. I think they're going to be right up at the top. I think you're probably going to have to knock them off if you want a shot to win the league. Summerfield and Erie Mason, you don't have a ton of idea, but I'm sure they're going to be competitive still. I think the whole TAC in general, I think this will be as competitive as everybody is. Even some of the teams that are down at the bottom didn't lose much last year, so we expect them to be competitive. I think, Bob does a great job at Edon, so I expect them to, challenge up at the top. And again, if you want to win a league title, you're going to have to knock Edon off at some point during that.
Looking forward to watching you guys, man.
This season. Yeah, have a great year, guys. Good luck. Welcome back to the Black Swamp Football Kickoff Show presented by the Gerken Companies. Make sure if you have not gotten your raffle ticket to go see Hannah and she can get you hooked up. They got some goodies over there. Is my name in there? I'd like one of those coolers. What about you, Coach?
I want one of the Yeti mugs for my coffee.
Oh, okay. We could use those for our Saturday morning show.
Yeah.
Right? Horizon Rewind? Yeah.
See if she can make that happen.
Yeah. See what happens. Joined now by Otsego head coach Craig Rutherford and his guys. Coach, introduce who you have with you here today first, please.
We got 3 seniors with us. So this is Keegan Hutton, Cole Hannon, and Jackson Vollmer.
Thank you guys so much for making the trip over. We appreciate it. Always looking forward to talking to the Otsego guys.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
How was the summer gone, guys? How's the off season treated you guys?
All those players and stuff. Equal coaching for all the players, also the young guys. Like, he wants everyone getting varsity reps and varsity coaching, so years to come, he's ready to go for more years.
I'd say he's brought good offensive schemes and honestly just puts effort forth and working towards us and improving us athletically.
Just focusing on individuals and focusing on every aspect of the game and every just small detail of how we're going to win. He really emphasizes all of that.
Jackson, he doesn't put the ball in the air, though. He doesn't throw it much. Yeah. You get a few more passes out there.
Honestly, I disagree. I think football's better when we run it.
Okay, all right.
Good boy.
That's how you know he's a tough guy.
Yeah.
So Jackson, he was actually a tight end for us a year ago.
Yeah.
This is how you know we got some special kids. He came to me in the spring. He said, "Coach, what do I got to do to move to tackle?" I said, "We can make that work." He said, "I want to win, and I think this is the best thing for us." So
you don't want to catch the ball, huh?
I do, but we got plenty of people that can catch the ball.
Okay. Who's your best receiver going to be this year?
Toby Powell.
Yeah, I was about to say Toby.
Yeah,
he's like 6'3".
So Toby played a little bit of varsity football for us last year as a freshman. He was our kicker, then he'd go in, sometimes a tight end.
Okay.
And then he played a lot of varsity basketball as well, and our basketball team is pretty good. A couple of these guys were on it. Part of the run that they had. So, yeah, he's talented. We got a couple guys coming out of the backfield, though. I would hope Keegan catches 1 or 2 passes at least this year.
Well, are you gonna throw him some passes? You gonna design some stuff for him, Coach?
We got some things in the works.
Okay,
sure.
All right.
Yeah.
So you went to coach and asked to be moved to tackle.
Yes.
How did your parents feel about that? Because sometimes parents stick their nose in there and they want what's best for their kid and sometimes not what's best for the team. How'd your parents feel about that transition?
My dad realized that we're losing 4 seniors on the offensive line, and then he told me to play offensive line.
I like your dad.
Your dad played football, right?
He did, yeah.
Yeah, I thought so.
At Otsego.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got a few of those guys around.
Yeah.
God, that's awesome. That makes my whole day hearing that.
You all
figured it would.
Did all 3 of you grow up in Otsego?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, all right. What's your earliest memory of Otsego football?
Probably in 7th and 8th grade, we went 0-16 in junior high, and we didn't score a lot. And then I wasn't allowed to play football until 7th grade, and then I got my first touchdown a couple weeks in. So that was pretty exciting to get.
Going to football games, really. It's a big part of our culture and our community, and I think that just going to those games is something that I really remember.
Yeah, there's not a lot to do around Tontagny, like a lot of fun things. So when Friday nights come along, it's a big deal for the community.
Who are some of the players you remember watching as a kid?
Devin Kuhn, Devin Farley, Ken Wallace, Ryan Haroon, a bunch of those old-timers that graduated a while ago. They were fun to watch.
All the guys that used to give me a headache.
Yeah, I guess so.
There's a lot of long nights trying to think of how we'd stop those guys. Joseph Drouin.
Yeah.
He was pretty talented. Yeah.
Trent Leiter, I forgot about him.
Oh, he's pretty good. He had a pretty good day over here one year a few years ago.
Yeah.
Went for about 250 that night.
Not very many people have good days.
No.
Not there, at least.
No.
Speaking of over here, Coach, looking at I know the only thing that matters to you guys right now is Bowser, but week 1. But looking at your 2 and 3, Tinora and Liberty Center, I mean, you guys don't shy away when you're building your non-conference schedule. Talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, we loaded up. And obviously, Tinora was pretty good last year. That was a tough week 2 game. And we going into that, neither of us, I don't think, really understood or knew how good we'd end up being. And they didn't lose They only lost that next one. We don't have to go into that. But then they ran the table their last 7 weeks, and obviously Liberty Center's pretty good. This will be my first time ever being at a game at Liberty Center. All those years, I've never been to a game, never matched up in the playoffs or anything. So I know it's different, but our guys are looking forward to the challenge, and that's what they want. They know if you're going to be the best, at some point you got to beat the best, and they're the standard right now. So we're looking forward to that matchup.
That's awesome.
Strength-wise for this year's team, Coach, what will be your strengths? Offense, defensively, special teams. Take us through that.
My hope is that our depth is going to be a strength for us. They kind of mentioned it already. We've done a better job this year and any other time that I've coached of making sure that we get a lot of guys reps and making sure that we're prepared. I don't know if it's luck or just things haven't always matched up, but the last few years I've been a part of teams that have run into some injuries and maybe didn't have enough depth to overcome those in some of the games. And so we're trying to make sure that we do things to keep our guys healthy and then also have enough guys that can go in there. So we've been rotating in a bunch of guys offensively and defensively. I don't think that going into a game maybe ever will be the biggest team on the field. A lot of the time we're going to be the smaller of the two teams, so we're going to have to make up with that with quickness and toughness and being able to rotate a lot of players in.
What are your guys' goals for the season? Maybe team goals, which are most important, right? But maybe even some individual goals that you have for yourself.
Team goals, I want to go further in the playoffs. I'm sick of getting first rounded. I hate losing, so I want to have a good season, like in the league, get further down the playoffs and have a chance for maybe an NBC title.
Yeah, I'm tired of hearing that we're almost there. We're almost a good team, but I'm ready to be a good team this year. I want to go far.
I want to compete for a league championship.
What are the keys to getting that done? And you can't say, just got to work hard. A lot of people work hard and don't get it done. Give me something other than that. What's going to be the key to winning that championship?
That's actually something that our coach mentions a lot. Like, everyone shows up to practice, and that practice, most teams will work hard, so we got to go above and beyond that and just give effort whenever we can and doing all the little things right.
I think mental toughness will be a big part of it. You're going to get hurt, you're going to get banged up a lot on the field, so staying mentally strong and tough will force you through the rest of the game and hopefully the rest of the season.
Mentally strong, definitely. We're going to have to be physical, of course, but if we're not mentally strong, we can't win football games.
Who's going to be the biggest hurdle in the NBC for you guys this season? And Coach, you can chime in there too.
That's a great question. I really think the league is as deep from top to bottom as it's ever been. And you look at some of the teams, maybe you'll say they've lost some skill position players, and who's going to step up for those roles? Eastwood and Oak Harbor, they have good senior classes. But I think they've got more classes coming where they'll be able to piece it together. I think Maumee will be really strong. And then the rest of us that were maybe hanging out at the bottom, I think all of us shot to be significantly better going into this year. So to answer your question, I don't know if there is a great answer. I think that if you're just a football fan and you're looking for games, the NBC games are going to be a place to go week in and week out. I think a lot of them are going to be good, close games, and you're going to see a lot of competition.
Players who are some big hurdles in the NBC to get to where you want to be?
For sure, definitely want to beat Eastwood. They beat us last year. We were up all the way till halftime, and then halftime they took us away. Eastwood, Genoa, I want to beat them. That came down to the last couple of minutes last year. And Maumee, those three really. I just want to beat them really bad.
Yeah, definitely Eastwood. We got Rutherford right here, so it would be really cool to beat Eastwood with him.
Got to be Eastwood.
Okay. Who's the baddest, toughest dude on this year's team? Who do I not want to mess with?
On our team?
Yeah.
Probably Chris Kazmaier.
Chris Kazmaier.
Yeah,
okay.
and he went in there. He had one game where he played fullback. We kind of changed some things around. Keegan was playing halfback, and we were running him the ball and some buck sweeps and things, and we were running Kazmaier up the middle. and then he had a fluke calf injury and was out almost the rest of the year. But I think that if he gets going, yeah.
Okay.
I wouldn't want to stand in his way.
Okay. You wouldn't even stand in his way back, even in your heyday, Coach?
I never played defense. No, you have to talk to my
right.
dad. He wouldn't put me on the field there.
You players agree? Kazmeyer's the dude?
Oh, yeah, he's hard-nosed.
Yeah, he's a tank, yeah.
I don't like wooden bags for Chris at practice.
Nice.
Oh, almost there time-wise. Coach Rutherford, I was going to ask you where you start when you're installing your offense on day one. What's the number one thing, the whole foundation of what you try to install? What do you do day one? Is it splits? Is it the trap play? What is it?
We spend a lot of time early on making sure that we're lined up correctly. Because especially when you have smaller guys on the offensive line, you get a little bit of depth off the line, make sure you can come off the ball hard. And then making sure if our splits get too tight, then those holes can constrict pretty quickly. So we do spend some time on splits. I would say even more so this year, we've spent more time on first step and then second step. If you've ever coached offensive line, you know how important those two things are. And even with the backs, I would say when we watch film, and Keegan, I'll hold Keegan accountable. Yeah, he knows. Yeah, I'm hard on Keegan, but there's a reason for that. If that first step isn't exactly where it needs to be, then we watch and the timing falls apart. So we do spend a lot of time on that.
Awesome.
Outstanding. We'll see you guys week 3 right here at Rex Lindgren Stadium.
You be at that game?
We're going to be there.
There you go.
Yeah.
We hope it's a good one.
Yeah.
We'll be ready to go.
Love it. Love it. Greg, do we know who the food is going to be week 3 here?
Yeah.
We'll get it for the Otsego folks watching. Stop in here, American Freedom Energy. Right side of the road before you get into town. You can't miss it.
It is the Queso Kitchen out of Toledo.
Okay. Queso Kitchen out of Toledo. Outstanding.
Can we get some of that sent down to the visitors' locker room before then?
Greg Bainhop's the guy to talk to.
He'll take care of us?
And the Otsego fans will be welcome to stop in.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. 2 great football communities. Thank you guys so much for making the
Thanks
trip
for having us out.
We'll see you guys in week 3. Thanks. Good luck. We finally got Coach Schaefer to make an appearance for our kickoff show. I'm pretty honored.
I'm honored. I'm always honored in his presence, but he's had a lot going on in his personal and family life the last couple years.
Let it slide.
All right.
Usually we have to do with Trey Roney,
Yeah.
Coach Coles 1 year, maybe 2 years, but we got the big guy, the boss, this year. Andy Schaefer, Columbus Grove. First, Coach, introduce who you have with you here today and the positions they play.
Yeah, right now I have a quarterback.
Because you guys have some holes to fill, right? You guys graduated some dudes.
Yeah, we lost a lot of guys, but I'd say it's going pretty well. Just pushing the younger guys mainly because we need to bring them up and get them stronger for the season.
Yeah, I agree. I believe I think it's going really well. I feel like everyone's working hard, pushing each other. It's never really, I feel like it hasn't been about anyone himself. I feel like everyone takes it as it's the whole team.
Coach Schaefer, you happy? Landon, go ahead, off season.
I think it's just fun to watch the new guys step in and learn the new because they haven't done it because we've had some dudes come on the offensive line.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest questions, obviously, our team has is the offensive line. We've lost 4 of them. And I think, when we lift and condition and stuff, we have our line together lifting and then skill lift separately. So these guys don't get to see the line like I do. And I think that they've really done a good job of pushing each other. I don't usually tell them that. I usually tell them the opposite. But I guess with you guys, I can tell the truth. I thought they've done a good job of really pushing each other this year and, kind of holding each other accountable and whatnot.
Players, how are you going to replace Trenton Barraza? all-time leading rusher in Grove football history. How are you going to replace that guy? Who's going to step up?
It's going to be tough, but I mean, with the right guys and just we come together, I feel like, okay, he's going to be tough to replace, obviously, but like, I don't know, I feel like the right guys, we got.
You don't seem too concerned.
Little brother, I don't know what to tell him.
You guys got stuff to add?
I think we obviously won't have the explosive plays, but if we get 3 to 4 yards down, then we'd be just fine.
Guys, I want you to, Columbus Grove is one of our favorite schools to cover. Obviously, we have a great relationship with Coach Schaefer, but we just love the style you guys play, the grit and tenacity you guys play with. Columbus Grove is a great football town. I mean, they come out to Clymer Stadium. They love it, too. What's the key? I mean, I look at your guys' schedule from last year, all W's until, obviously, the Marion local game. What's the key year after year after year to keeping that tradition alive at Columbus Grove? Because you guys make it look easy sometimes.
I believe it's a standard there, and I think it comes down to the coaches creating good discipline and knowing what the standard is, because any loss in the regular season is it's not a great year.
Talk about the standard. What's the standard at Columbus Grove?
Just do your job, and if you don't do your job, then you're going to let like the whole town down pretty much. That's, I would say, one of the biggest things, and your team, I don't know, you just feel like you're letting everybody down if you don't do your job, and we're one big family pretty much over here in Grove. And it takes a lot, like, just do your job pretty much at the end of the day.
Is that a lot of pressure, feeling like you're letting the whole town down, or you love it, you thrive on it?
I'd say I thrive on it, because when you do your job, it feels pretty amazing, so the whole town's there to support you, so.
You guys have anything to add?
I 100% agree on what he just said.
Yeah, it's a different place. You know, I'm not originally from Grove, and I moved in, and I heard about Grove from afar, but until you actually experience and you realize exactly, that was a perfect answer, because like the times that we have lost, I mean, it wrecks you. I mean, you've literally felt like you've left, grandma down the street that doesn't even, goes to every game anyways, down. I mean, it's an amazing place that kind of holds you accountable. And it definitely pushes you. And I would agree, I think it pushes us to thrive on it. I mean, I think we enjoy that.
Losing a big senior class, maybe the expectations from people like us are not as high. How do you still keep that accountability and still, you guys are still wanting to go 16-0 or 15-0, whatever it is, Coach. How do you keep that mindset in your program?
I mean, you guys asked me the same questions when we asked Blake Reynolds, or we lost Blake Reynolds. He asked me the same questions when we lost Colin Metzger. He asked me the same question when we lost A.J. Schaefer, Ted Cook. So, yeah, same question. Yes, we lost Trent Barraza. Sorry, the standard's the standard. So we don't flinch from it.
Yeah. Players, anything to add to that?
I think last year we developed that next man up, what Schaefer always says. We've learned, like, we're going to lose a guy, but there's always this next guy up.
I would have to agree with what Bess just said, because last year we had a pretty big talk after he got hurt, and then our other quarterback got hurt, and then we had our 8th string quarterback out there, and we're just like, hey, next man up, keep going, still winning games, so surviving.
Lynn, describe that, missing all those weeks and seeing your guys out there playing and you couldn't play. What was the disappointment like for you?
You learn the value, the time you have with the guys, just having fun during summer workouts, because you never know when your last time it's going to be playing with a Trent Barraza or a Kylan Mays.
Coaches talk about that stuff all the time, right? Play every down like it's your last. Yeah. Well, for you it was, right? So that's something you can pass on to younger kids and say, hey, I've lived this. The nice thing for you is you've got another year left, right? So.
Strength-wise, what do you like about this year's team, Coach Schaefer?
Definitely our skill. our line's not tested yet, and until we actually have pads on, we can't even really talk about them. It's make-believe football this time of year, as far as I'm concerned. So, but the skill has definitely proved themselves. 7-on-7s, we've looked fairly sharp. Other than one time, these guys know about that, but I think that's going to make us better. But we pretty much have all of our skill back, other than our one running back that you guys know of. No, we'll be all right. We'll be good. Defensive backs too. We lost. I thought Grant Eversole was definitely a force there in the defensive backfield, but I think that you guys are going to be real impressed with a sophomore that's stepping into his place by the name of Alex Meyer. That's doing a really good job, and I think he's going to fill in with the rest of these guys, the defensive back.
Depth-wise on the line, are you okay there? It's a question to be answered,
I'll
Coach.
tell you August 1st at about midnight. Text me and I'll let you know.
Okay.
Guys, I want you to talk about. I know Bluffton's always a big game, right? That's later. But one of the great rivalries that I don't think that, unless you're from Putnam County, maybe people don't understand it, but Columbus Grove Pandora Gilboa is a heck of a rivalry. You guys have had some great games over the years. Talk about the PG rivalry a little bit. What's that mean to you? How important is it?
It's always every huddle, everything in the summer is always beat Pandora, and right when that last snap of football for the seniors last year, whatever, is just us now saying beat Pandora, beat Pandora, and it's always going to beat Pandora, beat Bluffton, all those rivals, but it's always a big game, and it's always week one, kind of show what we got, and just got to test us pretty much. But yeah, they're a good team, and they're nothing to just pass on.
I agree. It's just something you look forward for in the entire summer.
We all know each other from Pandora and Grove, so it's fun to just after when we beat them, we're like, hey, we beat you, and talk some crap. So it's fun playing against them.
You like that game on a Thursday night?
I was just going to say, I think you look at that rivalry and you say, how can you make it bigger? And I think we were able to make it bigger by putting it on a Thursday because it just draws a bigger crowd, and it's one day earlier, which doesn't sound like much, but it really is kind of cool to play that game on a Thursday night.
Do you change your week? How is that week handled, Coach, since it's a day earlier, and then the week after that, because you have kind of an extra day too?
We don't really change it too much just because you have the entire summer preparing for one team. I don't know if we had a Thursday in the middle of the season, I think that would be really different, but for the most part we don't change much. But the week after, really, I think we're a little bit more fresh because we get that extra day to heal, and obviously we need it playing a good Liberty-Benton team this year.
Yeah. Touch on the playoffs a little bit. We go down to 12. All goes the way you want it. You would have a bye that first week of the playoffs. You like that, or to be determined once you experience?
We had that the COVID year. We took the bye, and so I gave the kids Friday, Saturday, Sunday off, and I went with my family to our lake, and we got away. So I'm sure there's some coaches out there that overanalyze everything, but for me, it was just our rest. And for the kids, they said, wow, it was so nice just to have a night off. And they came back, and they were more hungry for that first game against Ottawa Hills, who we played that year. But, I think these kids spend so much time in football that they need a rest. So I think it's huge. It's something that we'll be definitely fighting for.
We're almost out of time, but the last thing I want to hear from the players, what are you most excited about going into 2025?
I would have to say just be with the guys one last time, have fun with the family. It's one of those things that football seasons always look forward to. It's going to suck, not being with the guys.
I kind of nudge off him and say walking on right when you get before the game, walking on the field and fans are cheering, the lights are going crazy. It's pretty good feeling, and just being with the guys and being with our whole town, pretty much our whole family, is just awesome feeling.
Landon, how special is your senior year, especially coming off the injury last year? How big is this for you?
I haven't done it since week 2, 3, and so it's gonna be special, but also kind of nerve-wracking because last time I played, I got injured, but it's gonna be fun playing with these guys. being back with them.
Coach Schaefer, one final question for you. In this modern era we live in with technology and everything, is there any way that coaches use Chat GPT or anything like that? Any AI stuff? Have you ever heard of it?
Yes, we've heard of it. No. I mean, I don't think we really use it in football much, but good question. That came from somewhere.
Yeah, it did.
I didn't.
No, that was just something I had written down to ask
you.
you.
He has it right there on his sheet.
One of these coaches must have said something.
Thank you guys so much. We're going to see you. We're going to see you week 2, Liberty-Benton guys at Climber Stadium. Thanks so much. Good luck. By the Gerken Companies, joined now by Josh Linke and St. Francis, and what a great year the Knights had a year ago. Every Saturday morning we were recapping their game, and we're kind of in awe.
We jumped on that bandwagon, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
And this guy's one of the reasons. Coach Josh Linke's an easy guy to rally behind. You guys know you're lucky to have this cat, right?
Yeah.
All right, I figured you did.
Coach, introduce who you have with you here, with your players,
We got
please.
4 seniors here: Jaden Berry, Deion Banks, Jaden Houston, Jermaine Pohl.
Thank you guys so much for stopping out. You guys are looking good. I may need a couple of these shirts. And I like that.
You like these?
That look nice.
I like that build on Bancroft there.
Yeah, no, that's good.
That's the one I want.
Athletics this year. We
That
had a
is
great year all
nice.
around.
That is nice. All right, big bounce back year a year ago. How do you keep it going, guys?
Just continue to do what got them there. Hard work. I mean, these guys have been through a lot, and I think that was well chronicled throughout the area. And they didn't complain. We had great senior leadership last year, so I think hopefully these guys have kind of learned from that senior class last year. Of the class that probably could have just said, "Here we go again" with another new coach. That class bared down, and they decided that they want to change the outcome of this program. So now it's these guys' job to just continue that. So we talked a lot about just not being a one-off. We've talked a lot about the work that's got them there, but now it's twofold. You got to do even more than what you did to get there, because now there's a target on the back now. We're not going to creep up on anybody anymore. So these guys have done a good job so far in the off season and camp. Keeping that alive, and I think we've got some really good senior leadership in order to make sure the program continues to go in the right direction.
Jermaine, you going to keep it rolling this year, big guy?
Oh yeah, we got to. We can't let off the gas. So.
All right. All right. What can we expect out of you this season, senior year? What are you going to bring to the field?
Honestly, since it's my last year, I'm gonna bring out everything I got. I've been playing with these guys since really 8th grade, 7th grade, and we've been through it all together. Whether it's wins, loss, fights, or just being happy together. So I think we all got to just put our best foot forward and go out with a bang.
How do you keep it rolling, guys?
I think we just keep doing what we do every day. We wake up, go in, work hard, go to practice, and just have each other's backs, live by the brotherhood.
Holding each other accountable, definitely. That plays a big part in the program. Definitely plays a big part in how we flip the program so fast. Is holding each other accountable. So how we gonna keep it going? It's the same way we got it rolling. Just keeping each other accountable and holding our heads down and just keep working.
I would say by not overcomplicating things and winning each day.
Okay. Can anybody out-tough Jermaine on this football program? Are you the baddest dude?
Ask Banks that one.
Got her. We was here last year. We had the same conversation.
The same conversation led to everybody saying me. I'm the best.
It's Banks, man. Come out and see practice. We got tough Tuesdays. It'll be entertaining.
You guys going to go head-to-head?
Of course.
You're not scared of him?
No. Iron sharpened iron.
He had a little hesitation in there, so I don't know.
What do you weigh and what does he weigh?
I weigh 282 right now.
Right now I'm weighing in at 235.
You guys okay with Lynn and I coming out to watch practice?
100%.
It's a deal.
Maybe we'll have to have I don't know, cheeseburgers or something on the winner.
I would do it.
Or whatever you guys, cheeseburgers, hot dogs, bratwurst.
Brats sound good, yeah.
Brats, I'm going brats. I say hamburgers.
Hamburgers, all right. We may have to make that happen on a Tuesday.
A Tuesday.
Tough Tuesday.
Come on,
Tough Tuesday. Why is it called Tough Tuesday?
Tuesdays are tough.
Why?
Yeah, every day, all day, nothing but physicality.
All right. I like that.
What I want to know from you guys, of all the options you have up around the Toledo area, you could go to school anywhere you want to, right? Why St. Francis?
For me, I had an option to go to St. Francis or Central, and honestly, I wanted to kind of make a name for myself and build my own legacy at St. Francis, really. With Central being a really good school and a powerhouse, I just wanted to recreate that and make that a big thing at St. Francis when I first stepped foot into that building. And, I always wanted to change, and that's where we are now, and it takes a lot of time and effort to put in it, so that's why I chose St. Francis.
It's a great answer. Guys, why St. Francis?
So I was basically in the same boat as Jermaine. Coming from my middle school, I was looking for a place where I could compete at a high level, and I always knew Central was a powerhouse in the Toledo area, and they have been for years. But after shadowing at St. Francis my 8th grade year, I felt like it was a place where I could grow and develop, not only as an athlete, but as a man. So it was all the right spots. It was where I wanted to be, and even though we had some tough years, we have Coach Linky now who's turned everything around, and it's getting fun. I'd watch out for Bancroft these next coming years.
Great answer.
For me, I chose St. Francis. It was, honestly, I had an influence. I had a brother at Central who was playing football, and then I had a big brother at St. Francis. I was right at Jesuit. So I chose St. Francis because my big brother went there, and then I had shadowed, and my decision ultimately came from just like feeling so welcome when I got there. It was such a nice environment. The staff was nice when I got there, and it just felt different. So being there definitely paid off. Being there, I've been able to influence the program, change the program around in my 4 years of high school. So I feel like my choice was good, and that's why I chose St. Francis.
Great.
I would say why St. Francis is because we have the best academic program in the city. That's no question, no doubt about it. And outside of that, this is a brotherhood. Like me, Jermaine, Jaden, and Dion, we do everything together. Like from playing the game, going out to eat, weightlifting, film study, anything you think, we do it together.
Arguing,
fighting, debating.
Now, you said you guys go out to eat. This is going to be a tough question. This is the stuff I care about. Some things are more important than football, but you guys have a lot of options in the Toledo area. Where's your favorite place to go eat if you guys are going out together?
B-Dubs.
That's so
That's pretty easy. That's an easy
That's
out.
a spot, especially after games.
But why?
It's only thing open. It's open, so we go.
I think either B-Dubs or Waffle House. Yeah.
You guys do some damage when you roll into B-Dubs?
Oh, yeah.
Who's the best eater on the team?
Yeah, those two down there.
We may have to have another competition here. All right, boys. Week 9, you go to Cherry Street. Do you guys even know what the Irish Night is? You haven't had it in forever. 20 plus years. You know what it is?
We know what it is, and we coming to get it.
Okay. This is the year.
This is the year, and we gonna.
I know you're focused on weight, but week 9, I want to know. Gallagher Stadium.
It's gonna be a show.
All right.
We showed y'all in a year. We flipped the program. We had the game in the first half. We let it go, and we're gonna improve in that. Where we was weak last year in the game, we're gonna improve on it on this year, and it's gonna be a show just like you had last year. And I hope that the city come out and enjoy the game and witness history.
We might have to go to that one.
Week 9.
If you're not there, you're in the wrong spot.
I love it.
I like it. Coach, you coached at both places. Describe that rivalry, and obviously Central has had the upper hand for a long time. How do you get that Irish Night back?
I think just taking things day by day, like these guys have been doing. Well documented. The game we were in last year, we're in a 7-7 game with 10 minutes to go, and we had some things not go our way, and I think that's kind of been the biggest piece of this, moving forward is when we are in those tough games. Is we've got the program back to a spot where we're winning and we're competitive, but now it's winning big games and winning tough games. And I think when you talk about that rivalry, I mean, it's been a long time since the Irish Night has been back on Bancroft. So and it's not just going to happen overnight. We can't just wish it to happen. We've got to go take it and go prove that we belong in a game like that and we can finish a game like that. So for these guys, I think you want to make sure they know the history of it. But I also think too that the unique thing is that none of these guys were alive the last time the Irish Night was at St. Francis. And so both programs and both schools take it very seriously. But you have to prove to get to that point. You have to the work you put ahead of that has to allow you to get to that point and be in the game like that. You can't just wish to be Central. You got to go do it. So, Coach Dempsey's done a great job over there. They've all done a great job. But I think our guys are hungry. And I think the biggest thing that we learned last year, I think, for programs in prior years in that game, there was probably a little bit of timidness, some scaredness going on when you roll over to Cherry Street. I don't think that this group has that. These guys know where they were at last year in that game, and now we just got to go finish.
Has it been more mental than physical in your mind?
I think so. I think when you talk about the physicality of that game, you talk about just types of players, we matched up very similarly. We've got good-looking dudes just like they got good-looking dudes. So I think at that point it's more just a mental hurdle. More than anything. When you haven't done something in 20-plus years, it's hard to just change it. But it's more of a day-by-day thing, and the stuff that we do day by day that leads to that Week 9 can help us when we get to that point. We're on in the fourth quarter, it's a 7-7 game, and we've got to have a drive or we've got to have a stop or whatever it may be.
I'm going to make a deal with you guys right now. I'm going to go on the record right now. July 27th, if you guys have 7 wins by Week 9, we're coming to broadcast that game.
See you there then.
7, you have to have 7.
We're not messing around.
You're going to have to be 7-1.
We can do that.
You'll be there.
We'll be there.
You'll be there.
Right. He's on record right there.
I love it. I like his
the confidence.
mentality. Coach Linkier, is it okay if we come by and take in a tough Tuesday?
Yep, absolutely.
We won't share any trade
Yeah.
secrets.
You guys are welcome anytime.
Yeah, we're going to do that.
I would love it. I'm looking forward to seeing what you guys do for an encore this year. Four great young men, well-spoken.
Yes.
Great representatives of St. Francis.
Keep rolling, guys. We'll see you Week 9.
Thanks, guys.
Yes, sir. Good luck. Appreciate it, Coach. All right, welcome back to the Black Swamp Football Kickoff Show presented by the Gerken Companies. Make sure if you've not got your raffle ticket to go see Hannah. She's got them. She's got some goodies over there for you if your name is drawn as well. Joined now by the Anthony Wayne guys, Coach Brungard and his crew. Coach, thank you so much for coming out. Introduce who you have with you here today.
Yeah, thanks for having us. This is Braden Cole, Cam Miller, Mason Taylor, and Jathan Volts.
Outstanding. What can we expect from the Generals this season, guys?
I think it's to be determined from these guys over here. It's the biggest thing when a large senior class leaves. That next senior class has to rise into that leadership role, and we start tomorrow morning with our 2-a-days. So, this is. I was joking with a player walking off the field the other day. I've got Christmas music in my head that it's the most team. Yep.
Guys, how has the off-season gone? Weight room, speed and agility, strength conditioning, how's that gone?
Going great. I think everyone's getting prepared, ready for the season. Like we always do. We're always taking it pretty serious over the winter time into the spring, getting ready to go. And then, we don't lay off during the summer. We get ready for that speed and conditioning wise, get ready for the season. So.
Yeah, like Jason said, we take it very seriously. We also like bonding a lot. We use this as an opportunity to kind of bond and like become a team. Weight room's always fun because we have music blasting, we're lifting heavy weights, yelling, having fun. I mean, it's the best time of the year. Football is the best time of the year.
Definitely a lot of weight room. We lift just about every day before we go out and practice, but I think it's a good thing for us because obviously physically get stronger, and then it kind of wakes us up in the morning with all the weight slamming and yelling, so helps us start practice fast.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with all of them. Weight room wise, obviously, I think that's really the foundation of our team. It starts in there. Secondly, I think our locker room is great. We just moved in last week. But I would say overall, as a team, I think our camaraderie is there. I think we're kind of coming together. It feels like a family.
Will you guys be playing college football during two-a-day breaks this year? You guys have tournaments and stuff? What team are you going to play with?
The Ohio State Buckeyes.
I don't think you can really play with Ohio State because it's a little overpowered. So
I agree with that.
I feel like usually we'll just do like random teams, and whoever you get, you got to just deal with it.
I like playing with the worst of the two teams. I pride myself as being a very good NCAA football team.
Okay. You have a team?
Yeah, I like to make it tough on myself. I'll go to Kansas State Golden Flashes.
Okay. Who's best? What do you guys call it on the sticks, right? Is that what you call it now? Who's the top dog?
Mason's pretty good, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, Mason. We got a couple student assistants that can hold their own too. So we like playing the student assistants.
Coach Brungard, you get on the controllers ever?
Not one time, but I'll put whoever the best is in their place. So Mason, we can play tomorrow or Tuesday. Oh, it's easy.
What will the odds be? Will you beat him by 50?
Coach Brungard is just going to run the ball. So.
Who's your team, Who's your team, Coach? Army, Navy?
Penn State.
Penn State.
We are all day long. Yeah.
Could you
This is the year, by the way.
Could you beat him with the Buckeyes, you think?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm horrible at college football.
Oh, you are?
I'm terrible. I don't play video games.
Oh, okay. All right.
Hey, one of my former players is on staff this year, Zach Rosebrook. How's Zach doing?
Zach's awesome. I feel like when I went to hire Zach and I reached out to you, I feel like I just kept getting the same report. Just a phenomenal young man. Builds great relationships with kids. He came to us from the University of Findlay. You can tell immediately how well he was coached there too. So he's one of those kids that carries a lot of pride from Napoleon. He just does everything the right way. So it's been great having him on staff.
That's great.
We rolled over to Anthony Wayne last year, Robbie Myers and I, for the Rock Solid Performance Award. I think you guys had a dance competition. I think Braden, you won that night. You're the top dancer, right?
It sounds about right, yeah.
Okay, all right. Nobody else can challenge you?
No.
So you're going to still hold that distinction another year?
Most likely, yes.
All right. Who's the toughest dude on this year's team?
All of us.
Yeah.
I'd say we're all pretty tough.
Sorry, Jason. Not gonna lie.
Okay.
I'd say the whole team. I'd say we're all ready to dig our heels.
There's not anybody that you're scared of to go up against in practice? Not one dude?
I don't think we're scared of each other. I think we just want to make each other better. I think that's what our toughness is.
That's a good answer.
That's a great answer.
Any other team, we're going to dig our heels in and we're going to fight to that. And so I think that's our whole team.
Okay.
Iron sharpens iron.
Love it. I love it.
Coach, you guys, will this be your last year playing Napoleon? The way the league set, you'll continue to play them?
Yeah, we had a meeting late spring, just going through some of the changes, adding Liberty-Benton. So we're going back to, as a league, you'll play 2 crossover games.
Gotcha.
The crossovers are determined by where you are size-wise on the opposite side.
Gotcha.
So we will still play Napoleon, we'll still play BG, but we won't play Liberty-Benton.
Gotcha.
So Liberty-Benton's at that bottom size-wise. I think we're 2 steps on the other
Okay.
side up. So, no, we'll continue to play Napoleon. We tried to pass, I don't know if you want to call it a bylaw, that if both teams agreed not to play each other, they could schedule another non-conference game. But the reality is it's so tough to schedule a non-conference game.
Yeah.
We still have a week 1 opening, obviously not this fall, but the following, where we've put out, RAD and I have put out several emails trying to find someone to play. I think right now the only team that matches up with us potentially is Pickerington North. So our drives to Columbus continue. So when you're talking about Napoleon being potentially week 4, it makes it even harder, like who has an open week 4. Because I know we've even had with the City League, we both have open week 5, NLL and City League, and like we play Lima Senior this year. So it's difficult to fill in those kind of mid-season non-conference games. So it'll just be eliminating that 12th team that comes in. It'll be 2 crossovers.
Gotcha.
So we'll still play Napoleon every year.
Gotcha. Very good.
Players, what does it mean to strap on the Anthony Wayne jersey for you guys?
For me personally, on Friday nights when I put that jersey on, I know that I'm not just representing me and my guys, but I have the community that I'm representing. So I think that just adds an extra level of like 100%, 105%, because ultimately I didn't think we'd be who we are without our community behind us.
Yeah, I would say there's definitely a standard of excellence at Anthony Wayne. Before we go out, we always have a huddle, and Coach Brungard reminds us that we're not just representing ourselves, but the logo and the generals on the front of your jersey. And I think it also helps when you walk out and you look around Shaller Stadium and it's top to bottom and everything's just rocking. It makes it a really good environment to play in.
I like that shirt.
I do too. A little bit weathered, a little old school look.
Old school. I like that.
Yeah, kind of a mix of what both these guys just said. We play for the name on the front of our jersey, not the back. We're the generals. We play for our community because they're always supporting us. Like off season, in season, they're always there supporting us. That's a huge part of our football team, as well as the youth, the young guys playing football. I mean, they look up to us a lot, and I guess setting a standard for them is huge for us because they're the next coming of this Anthony Wayne football team.
I'd say kind of like paving our own legacy. Obviously, in the past decade or so, Anthony Wayne has been, a great spot to come play football. And even before that, like, Anthony Wayne has created like a history of, being a good football program, tough-nosed, hard-nosed football. I think just when you put that jersey on, kind of continuing that, setting the standard, and always wanting to do better than the next team that was before you. So that's why I got the jersey.
Are there some former players you guys have looked up to?
I know for sure when I was younger, Evan Brown, watching him play quarterback, I thought he was the coolest person ever. So that's mine, I'd say for sure.
For me, I always looked up to Jack Bainfeld. He was just kind of a hard-nosed, scary guy, someone that you wouldn't want to stand in front of.
I'll probably get made fun of for this one, but mine's Bryce Boyer.
He's our tight ends coach right now, former player. That's funny.
Yeah, mine's Joe Caswell. Always love watching Joe go play ball. Watch him in the locker room. Always locked in, so he was a fun player to watch.
You'd like to have some of those guys back, huh, Coach Brungard?
Yeah, that's what, it doesn't matter what class that comes through. There's always these special moments throughout the summer. Like these guys just got done. We did like a youth camp with our 3rd through 6th graders for 2 weeks. We volunteered our time with them, and then we just did 3 junior high practices with our varsity kids, ran all 3 junior high practices. We just had Victory Day on Monday where we had students with disabilities come out. We had our moms practice. And then yesterday we did Serve Day where we went out and served in the community, like scrubbing fences, etc. So for these guys, not just the players, but when they talk about community top to bottom, I feel like it's important to have that identity of, we are all in this together, and that's what makes our school unique. When I came to Anthony Wayne, it's Waterville, Monclova, it's White House. It's 3 different communities really that come together, because even when people come out, they're like, where is Anthony Wayne? Well, the only Anthony Wayne is at the high school. And it's just a great representation of all the communities that come together to make us one.
Outstanding. It's good
That's
stuff.
great. Look forward to seeing what you guys can do for an encore, because you guys have set the bar really, really high at AW. So looking forward to see if you can meet the standard. Good luck.
Good luck this season, guys.
Thanks.
Have a good year.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the Black Swamp Football Kickoff Show presented by the Gerken Companies. Anybody new in here, grab a raffle ticket from Hannah Robbie over there. They still have some goodies over there, football magazines. Our preseason preview is inside if you haven't grabbed one, and joined now by Dirk Connor and Perrysburg. Coach, thank you so much for coming out along with your guys. Introduce who you have with you here today for us, please.
Yes, I got Jonathan Butterfield, who is our lone returning starter and senior on defense, and then J.D. Zeeb, who's a returning starter at wide receiver, both seniors and good leaders for us.
Outstanding. Thank you guys for coming out. Appreciate it.
Got some big shoes to fill, Coach. How many seniors do you have on the roster?
You know what? I don't know the exact number, but it's smaller than what we're accustomed to. 13 to 15, somewhere in that range right there. And so it's a smaller group, but it's program kids. It's kids that have put in the time, and it's a quality group of kids. And we've got a really good group of juniors and sophomores behind them. So we're excited about the product we'll put on the field this year.
So give me a couple of your priorities as you enter summer camp, as far as building the foundation. Hey, we've got to take care of this, and this.
I could go to positions and stuff like that, but more importantly, we got to play physical football. We got to make sure we're physical and that we're doing things in that manner early on, and we're establishing what that needs to look like to play at the level that we want to play at. From a position standpoint, I could go through the whole list. Offensive line, trying to figure out the last couple pieces there, and then obviously the depth, which I think every school in Northwest Ohio is probably saying offensive line depth. Defensive tackle-wise, trying to figure out kind of what that's going to look like for us. Really other than that, we feel good about. A lot of that is depth and figuring out what the back pieces are. But it's going to be fun. We've got a lot of competition, a lot of spots that, Tory, you've done this a long time. You usually go in and who 7 starters are going to be on both sides of the ball. And we're probably at a point where, we may know 5, 6, but we've got some good position battles coming up, and it's going to be fun over the first couple weeks of practice, just really focusing on us and figuring us out and make sure we're laying the right foundation and how we do that while we're going about doing that.
Dirk, can you coach and teach toughness and physicality, or is that just something they have or they don't have?
No, I think you can establish it. I don't know. I mean, you can point it out, and you got to point it out, but our kids know if they're not that, they're not playing. So we'll find the next guy that will.
In that same vein, who's the toughest dude on this year's team, guys?
I would either say Reed Gerken kills it on the O-line, and Jonathan kills it at linebacker. So
a lot. I mean, I like the 11 piece. I'm the worst interview ever, and you know that. I don't want to single out guys. I don't. We're going to be different. You always play 2 every year. One of the questions you always get asked, how are you going to replace? We're not trying to replace anybody. We're trying to find the 11 best pieces we have and then figure out what do we do with those 11 pieces. And I think it's going to look slightly different from us than what it maybe has in the past. The last several years, or really since I've been at Perrysburg, we got a quarterback that slings it all over. And, this year I think Brady Maxwell, who's going to be our quarterback, he can definitely throw it, but he's a tremendous athlete. And we're going to be able to use his legs more than what we've maybe used the guy's legs in the past. And I'm excited about getting that part of the game, but then I'm also scared of it because I have no idea who our backup quarterback's going to be right now. And so I think it's going to be a little bit different dynamic. One of the things we're kind of committed to is we've got to be able to use all 53 and a third wide. We've been we've been good at running. We've been pretty solid at passing, but teams haven't had to respect the alleys on a lot of different things for us, and we've got to make sure that we make teams defend that as well. And so it's work in progress. I'll let you know exactly what that's going to look like, but we're excited about the pieces we have to
Players,
put together.
Give me a better answer than that. What are going to be your strengths this season?
I think we're really athletic on the offensive side of the ball. We got a lot of speed, and we got our running back, Nico. He runs straight through the tackles, but then we have a lot of dynamic receivers who can get outside and move and break tackles. And then our quarterback, this year he's quick, and he'll make a lot of things happen. We'll make a lot more explosive plays this year, I think. So it'll be exciting.
I think on the defensive side of the ball, we have a lot of new athletes, and I've been trying to grow them and build their confidence because I know coming in, that was one of the hardest parts for me, going against St. Francis week 1, big team. And the hardest part was confidence, just learning where I'm going to be. So building up these dudes and get everybody excited and everything like that really is going to help us and give these players that confidence they need to fight and put in that work.
Are you vocal guys as leaders, or are you more lead by example?
I would say I'm lead by example, but I definitely do my fair share of talking and getting guys going. So I'm definitely kind of split right down the middle. But
I'm definitely split down the middle too. I think I can be quiet and just show everybody how to do it, but I can also really lead and teach everybody and get everybody excited.
Who's the most vocal guy on your team? Sometimes you just want to, just be quiet.
One of the loud guys on the team is a lineman in our grade. I would say Cruz he's definitely kind of the animal. He'll get everyone going.
Okay.
And then
I would say Brady Maxwell. He's a leader. He's going to take charge and he's going to take the boys to fight.
Coach Connor, a few years, I don't even, how long has the NLL been split into the Buckeye Cardinal? 3, 4 years?
This is the third year, I believe, right?
Is it?
It's third year.
So 3 years into that, do you have any thoughts on, do you like it, not like it? Could it be improved? Do we need more teams? I mean, how do you feel about the split like that?
I'm fine with it. I think the right schools are together. How's that for an answer? And, you know.
It's a good answer.
In our geographic area where we're at, it's going to be hard for certain schools to pull in, you know, schools with the same number of students that have kids from their zip code that go to that school, I guess, if that's one way to word it. And so I think the right group of teams are grouped together, and we're doing it the best way that we can do it. And honestly, I think I don't think it's a bad thing, and I think, you know, there hasn't been as much parity towards the top, and I'm gonna get my mouth in trouble with saying this, but there's a couple teams need to do better. Like, you know,
without a doubt,
get better.
Yeah.
But I like the formula. I think the right groups of teams are together, and you know, we enjoy competing in that league.
Give us some insight on the NLL this season in the Buckeye division. What are you going to see?
I have no idea, man.
You do too. You know.
What have you been doing all off season, Dirk?
And this is the truth. Like, we worry about us. Like, don't worry about us. But I will give you a little on that. There's a lot of turnover. I mean, a lot of turnover, especially you take the top, us, Anthony Wayne, Whitmer, Finley have been the top four, and there's no secret about that. I mean, if you take every face of those 4 programs that I just mentioned from the last couple of years, they're not here. Like, and so it's different. It's just a lot of turnover, and so I really, you know, without playing coach on you and not trying to be coy, I don't know as much about those teams as I have in the past, because it's new faces that are kind of occupying the important positions and the guys that are going to be carrying the load on Friday night. But I'm excited to see. Like, I'm looking forward to finding out and kind of seeing for myself the question that you just asked. Mm-hmm. What are these teams? What are they made of here?
Yeah. Thoughts on the new playoff format? 12 teams in the bye.
Improvement. Definitely, I'm 100% for it. I'm like a couple other coaches I know have set up here. I'd love to go back to 8 because it meant something. We even changed our playoff wall in our locker room from, you know, playoff appearances to playoff wins, because everybody gets in now, and I'm not a fan of everybody gets a trophy society. I think we've gone the wrong direction with that. Not to preach, but it's the truth. And so it's a step in the right direction. And I can also say, like, going back to like my time at Bowling Green, I was never in favor of a bye. Being at a bigger school with more depth and things of that nature, and the last few years, especially with, if you look at how our weeks 9 and 10 set up, like this year we're rolling along, and then we play Anthony Wayne Whitmer weeks 9 and 10. It would have been nice to have a few days to bounce back from that. And so our goal is going to be, let's be top 4 and let's get a bye. And, you know, first time ever in my life, I'd be kind of excited if we got that bye to give us a chance to get healthy and get our legs back underneath of us at that stretch of the season.
Guys, we know that the only thing that matters right now is Bowling Green week 1, right? And you take it day by day, right?
Yep. Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there a team, because we all had them, if you played football, you had certain schools that you loved playing, right? And who is it on your schedule that you really look forward to playing against every year?
I'm excited to play Anthony Wayne again because we haven't beat them in the last 2 years, but I think this year is going to be a year that we're definitely going to put a fight, and I think we can take it this year.
It's okay, you can say it.
And then I'm excited to play Olentangy this year. I know a couple guys from baseball out there, and I think it'll be a great experience, and we're going out there, so it'll be fun.
Definitely for me, it's going to be Anthony Wayne. I grew up and I played Anthony Wayne youth football. I know like the whole roster through 7th to junior year, haven't beat them. So this is definitely the year, and I need to get that win to finish off the career in high school.
So what's it going to take for you guys to take that next step and finally knock them off? And you can't say we got to work hard every day. Most teams work hard, right? It's going to take a little more than that. What's key?
Yeah, I think we have a tight senior class this year. Like, we might not have that big of a class, but most of the guys are like important pieces this year, and we've been through it, and we've been at everything every day. And then we have a really good junior class this year coming up that I think is going to make a big difference. And they've won their whole way up, and I think they'll do a great job, and we'll see how it goes.
Outstanding.
It's going to take dogs, really. It comes down to that. It comes down to who wants to play football. And there's going to be guys like last year beat out spots. They're strongest people you've ever seen, fast people you've ever seen, but they don't want to go hit. So it's going to take those guys that are willing to go in there and hit and play the game and want to live and want to love that game and beat the other team, and that's what it's going to take.
Why do you guys love football so much?
I didn't start till 8th grade, but I got going, and I've just loved like I don't even know the work of it, like the hard work and like the struggle, like if that makes sense. Like
you like the grind, huh?
Yeah, like I feel like I've been a baseball player my whole life, and there's nothing like showing up at workouts at 6 a.m. the entire year and stuff like that. Like some people get to wake up late and eat breakfast, but we're just at the weight room grinding every day. It's just hard.
Yeah, there's no sport like it. I've played multiple sports in my life, but really football is like the one where you really got to be ready and you got to be mentally there for every single thing you do. And I think that being from Perrysburg and like such a tight community, growing up, and it's that full effect where I remember standing there and giving the football players high fives when I was like in 3rd grade, and now I'm the football player going back, and you just think about that and you think about the fans that come out, and it's just unlike any other sport.
Outstanding. Thank you guys so much. Well spoken. Good job. Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you guys.
Coach, thank you. Good luck. All right, welcome back to the Black Swamp Football Kickoff Show presented by the Gerken Companies. Anybody new in here, maybe the Defiance and Tinora guys, make sure you get your raffle ticket. There's some goodies over there, our football magazines for sale inside there. Joined now by veteran Patrick Henry, head coach Bill Inselman, and the Patriots coach. Thank you guys so much for stopping over. Introduce who you have with you here today and positions they play.
Okay, Lynn and Tory, we've got Cal Schrader. He was a starting safety for us last year. We contemplated in the offseason maybe trying him at quarterback, but he was an excellent runner last year. We decided to keep him an offensive running back. Next, we have Adrian Delgado. He's the all-league strong guard, and we're hoping to play him a lot more at the defensive interior. Then we have Grant Smith, who's an okay defensive end, and we moved him to offensive tackle this year. You know, we had him at running back a little bit last year, but we kind of want to keep him fresh on defense, maybe make a couple more tackles for us.
71 this year, Grant. Why 71? Is there a reason behind it?
It kind of like runs in the family, and my uncle wore it when he played. And
all right, you like the switch to playing tackle instead of getting the ball a little bit this season, or are you still trying to?
I'll just do whatever I'm told, pretty much.
Okay, all right, good answer. That's a good answer. You got them trained well, Coach.
It comes from their house, trust me.
Cal, going to keep you at running back. How do you feel about that? I know you're going to say the right thing. Would you rather be a quarterback, or are you good with being a running back?
I like the running back position a lot. I mean, that's what I did all in midgets, and I like the position a lot. So.
Well, you did a nice job when I saw you play there last year, I'll tell you that.
Thank you.
Strength-wise for this season, Coach, I know you lost some talented seniors. Strength-wise, what do you like from this 2025 team?
Well, you know, it always starts with defense, right? And I think any coach, when you have your entire secondary back, we got Reed Krager and Kiefer Holloway at corners and Grant Schwab and Cal at safety. When you have 4 DBs returning starting, that's a great start. Got Akevian Kreider, first team All-League in the middle. Then we got Trent Johnson and Grant at defensive ends returning, and AD at interior. So we've got 8, really, I think kids with a lot of experience back in defense. Offensively, we like our offensive line, and we like our receiving core. So those are two good things right there to build around, an athletic offensive line and a good experienced defense.
You guys came to our prospect camp, a lot of your linemen, boy, got some good-looking kids up there.
Yeah, we do. They're athletic, they're strong and big, and, every team lifts hard, like you said.
Got to step up and be a leader this year. You know that, right? How are you guys going to lead this team? What are the keys?
I think being vocal is a big thing. Just when your team's doing bad, you got to be able to lift everybody up and still be a leader, even though things aren't going your way. That's probably the biggest thing, being vocal.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pick up on what Cal said. You gotta be more vocal. Me, Grant, Trent, and Akivian are pretty quiet guys. And we get stuff done, but we gotta get comfortable with the uncomfortable and speak up a little bit more and encourage others and our teammates.
That's one thing, and then leading by example too. Always do the right thing and act smart. Don't do anything stupid, and yeah.
What are some leadership qualities you learned from last year's seniors?
Just putting in the work, like all the time. Never flipping that switch to being like, all right, I'm just going to take one play off or whatever. Every single play, you got to give 110%.
Very good. Grant, you agree?
Yeah, pretty much.
Who's your most vocal leader on this year's team, would you guys say?
I don't know. All of us are not really loud, but I guess I'll take the crown on most.
I was going to say, Cal, I thought you were probably one of them.
Yeah, me and Grant Schwab are kind of like upbeat guys, so, and we run the back half of the defense, so we have to be able to talk to each other all the time, so.
Coach, you've coached many years. What makes a great leader? What has been the makeup of some of your great leaders on these Patrick Henry teams?
You got different types of leaders, right? You've got your lead by example, which I think this year's senior class, I think you can tell from their answers, they are great leaders by example and the way they treat underclassmen. And that just means a lot, I think, to camaraderie on a team. But secondly, you got to have that vocal leader who, when things start going bad or kids are getting quiet, tough practice, tough part of the game, they step up and become leaders. I think that's going to be a big challenge for this group of seniors. Who's going to step up and be that vocal leader? They're great kids, lead by example, but as far as being vocal, when the coaches are on the sideline, right, during the game, that's going to be something we're going to have to see, and I know they'll do that for us.
Well, I know they treat the underclassmen well. I'm always picking my nephew's brains about these guys. How does Grant Smith treat the underclassmen? How does Adrian Delgado, how does Cal Schrader treat the underclassmen? Because I think that's super important, you know what I mean? And they always say they're great. They treat us great, so kudos to you guys for that. Coach, you've been doing this a long time, right? And every year you got to have the batteries recharged. You got to be ready to go. What has you excited about 2025?
I think it's the work ethic and the camaraderie of this team. Standing in the weight room and just watching them work and the way they interact with each other, Tory, is refreshing. Adrian Delgado is a great example. Grant, same way, a lot of seniors, they walk around from station to station, encourage kids, tell them great job, and then when they get up, all the kids are watching what they're doing. So we got great senior leadership by example and camaraderie. And when you got a team that gets along well and treats each other well, that goes a long way at the end of the day.
Does that come from parenting, or where does special leaders like that, what creates that?
I think that parenting is very important in that, but I also think it's what you encourage in your locker room, what you encourage on the field, in the weight room. And that's something we've done, and we tried to culture. And once you get that going, right? Mm-hmm. Think about it. If you're a freshman or sophomore, and you got these big kids, and they're treating you with respect, and showing a great role model example, then how are you going to treat the kids when you get up there the same way? At the same time, I've talked to coaches in some other areas. If you've got kids that are bullies, the younger kids, you know what they're going to do when they get up there too. So it's something I think you have to foster, but at the same time, parenting is very important. It makes our job a lot easier.
Players, where did you learn that leadership from? Is it your parents, family, teammates? Where did it come from for you guys?
I would say it's a mixture. Yeah, my parents have always taught me to be vocal and, voice your opinion, because if you don't, then your opinion will never get out there. But also, the seniors these past few years have been very good on respecting us and being good teammates as well.
I would also say teammates from past years, especially the 22 class with George, Huey, and LJ. They treated me like a little brother, especially George, because I'm related to him, and just looking up to him, respecting us, and making us feel valued.
I'd say family, and then like past teammates and stuff too.
I want to start with Grant for this question. I want to hear from all of you. Grant, I remember your freshman year, you guys are playing at Swanton, and he changed his number, okay? And so Coach Ben George came up and said, hey, Grant Smith, freshman, he's going to be wearing this number tonight. And I'm thinking to myself, it doesn't matter, he's only a freshman. We're not going to probably be talking about him until we did, and that was kind of where it started for me. Grant, you've had a tremendous career. I love the way you carry yourself, very humble. But you can always improve, right? So as much success as you've had, what can you do even a little bit better this year?
I'd say my handwork can get better, and then
See, it's hard because you do so many things well, right?
yeah, I'd say like my feet work too. Be more in shape, last longer in the game.
Good. Adrian, what can you do a little bit better this year?
Probably pass blocking a little bit, or run blocking. Practicing with this guy or Trent on pass blocking. It's pretty hard because Grant's obviously Grant, and Trent's just big and strong. So just getting to compete with those guys, making myself better at that. And also Jude Hudson, and being a bigger guy. So it's going to be quite hard to push them forward and stuff.
Very good. Cal, what can you do better?
I'm going to have to say my vision this year. Just being a running back, like being able to hit the hole and like see the next level of defenders is really going to help boost my play. And also, I would say being that vocal leader, I need to be even louder than I already am.
Very good.
Adrian, who is the toughest dude on this year's team? Who's the meanest, baddest dude? Is it Grant?
No, not even close. It's me.
Grant, you have anything to add?
No.
He's humble.
Yeah. Cal, who's the toughest dude in your opinion? We need to.
I'm gonna have to go with Adrian Delgado too.
Okay.
Yeah, he's pretty tough guy.
Let me ask you this: if you lock, I know how important the George family has been, but you take Coach Ben George, all right, Coach Aaron George, and then Luke George. You lock those three in a room, and only one of them's coming out. Who's walking out?
What about Bob? We're not.
He's not. He's too old.
He's not in discussion.
Aaron, Ben, and Luke. You lock them in a room. Who's the one walking out of there?
I'm taking Coach Luke 7 days out of the week.
Also taking Coach Luke. The other one's kind of out of shape.
I actually knew that was going to be the answer. I knew you guys were going to say Luke.
Who's your favorite coach?
Got to pick one.
You got to pick one. You got some good ones.
Not counting Coach I, assistant coach.
I'll go Ben George. He's kind of a chill guy, but he can get serious when the time needs to be, and yeah, he's kind of fun to be around too during individuals. So
I would have to say Coach Bob George. He's a great guy, great person to be around with, and he'll get on you if you're not doing something right. So I like that.
I'll probably say Coach Rich or Coach Luke. Can't really choose.
Okay.
Coach I, last thing here. Talk about the NWAL a little bit, how things might shake out. We know Liberty Center, right's the team to beat, but where do you guys stack up?
Well, I think, Liberty, with what they've got going, reminds me of what we had in that great run earlier. And Casey's great coach, great talent. The kids believe in the program there. So after them, you've got, I think, 3 good competitive teams in ourselves, Archbold and Delta with Coach Vickers back. Be a second year, those kids getting back in that program. Those are 3 good schools. Evergreen's going to be solid, Wauseon as well. So it'll be I think it'll be a more competitive league from top to bottom than last year. But I see ourselves as definitely in the top tier of that league, without a doubt.
Players, what will it take to come over here this year and get a W?
Just 100% effort every single play and knowing what we're doing every single play. We can't have any mix-ups. We need to be focused from when we get off the bus till the final buzzer sounds. And we need to be physical. We need to be able to tackle, even though they might be bigger than us, some of the guys, we need to be able to tackle on every single level of the defense.
I'd say communication as well, and being there together, and be physical with them. They can be physical back, but we want to hit them harder, and we want to get it this year.
Pretty much what they said, and playing as a team, one unit.
Sounds good. Thank you guys so much. Good luck. We'll see you a couple times, I'm sure, this season.
Okay, thank you very much.
Good luck, guys. Thank you.
Good luck. Thank you. All right, welcome back here to the Black Swamp Football Kickoff Show presented by the Gerken Companies, joined now by Eric Becker and the Tinora crew. Guys, thank you so much for coming out. Appreciate it. Introduce who you have with you here today, Coach, first.
I brought with me Owen Farrell, junior quarterback, Dylan Shively, senior wide receiver, defensive back, Abram Jimenez, senior running back, outside linebacker, defensive end.
What do you really like about this year's group, Coach, first of all?
How carefree they are. They don't let the stress of the day-to-day stuff get to them, but they know when to put in the work. It's not goof off. They're just relaxed. They take the coaching. We don't have a lot of seniors. We only have 7 seniors this year. They've been a small class since they were freshmen. They're tight-knit, and they put in the work.
What are your numbers like overall?
I think we're sitting right around 40. It's down. We knew it was going to be down going into this year. Senior class, there's 7. Junior class, there's like 10. So those were 2 small classes historically coming. Good news is sophomore class, freshman class, were decent-sized classes coming in. They're football first boys. So numbers look really good in junior high. We kind of switched up our Little League program. I know it's been about 30, 40 years of running tackle football. We've gone away from tackle football. We're now doing what Archbold does in the tackle bar. So try and take out some of that contact in the young kids. Parents, and it's noted, take some of that head trauma away. The longer you can keep kids from hitting, contact, let them get into high school. We put all the boys this year into guardian caps at all times except for games. And if they choose to wear them in a game, they'll wear them in a game. So we're trying to put the kids' safety forefront, protect them a little bit, hopefully ease some concerns of parents of letting their kids play football and let those numbers organically come back.
Has the community helped you out with the funding of those guardian caps, Coach?
Yeah, it was all donated money.
Wow. Because those aren't cheap.
No, they're not. We worked through BSN with Jim Gares, the Moose Lodge, the Eagles, and the Defiance Area Foundation all donated towards the program to help us secure those.
Wow. Outstanding.
I'd like to hear from you, Coach Becker, and the players with you. No one, in my opinion, in Northwest Ohio got hotter than the Tinora Rams after, and you guys have always played a rugged non-conference schedule. That's no secret. But being able to bounce back from that and then string together just win after win after win after win, how were you able to keep everything together, keep that ship afloat after a tough start to the season? What were the keys?
You know, it's to a credit of the senior class last year. That was one of the first classes that we had. Those kids went through a ton of adversity early. Now, they had seen the year before all the adversity that we had went through personally, and I think it helped them build as humans in that transfer to the football field. Those kids would not give up the entire game. Even Liberty, Otsego, Archbold, if we come out, we score another touchdown, get a field goal accounted for us against Archbold, 5 points separated us from being 7-3 and 9-1. Now, on the other end, we have a last-minute touchdown against Paulding that you guys covered that got us on the other side of that. So, you know, it was the resiliency in the kids. And as a coach, you always preach that into them. Don't give up till the clock hits 0. That crew took it to heart and really put it on the field, and we couldn't have been prouder than them guys. All three of these guys were starters on that team. So, you know, hopefully it carries through to this year.
Players, couple of smaller upper classes, how do you continue the tradition that has been set forth by the guys before you of the Tinora program?
Definitely strong senior classes above us, strong upperclassmen that set the example, and we just have to follow that, keep the tradition going.
I think that we just have to have great leadership and have people that are willing to follow that great leadership.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with my two teammates. We just got to keep that great leadership in count with vocal leaders and leaders by example, and just set the tone for the younger generation grades.
Who are some guys you've learned from as far as leadership, some guys you looked up to in the past?
Last year we had Alex Alblin, definitely a great vocal leader, but it was some of the guys that weren't as vocal but more quiet and just lead by example, like Alex Olmeyer, like Cooper Farrell, just some guys that, you know, you really learn by watching them, not just hearing them all the time.
I would really agree with Alex Olmeyer. Is just so willing to just do what it takes to win.
Yeah, I agree. Alex Olmeyer is one of those guys that's a great leader by example, but one of the more quiet types. And then another good one from our sophomore year would probably be Joey Guy Sr., that really good guy for vocal and leader by example.
Define leadership for us. What do you think leadership is?
I think it's definitely being vocal, definitely willing to take a stand and hold people accountable, but definitely leading by example too. If you're vocal and you're not leading by example in your actions, then there's no point in being vocal or trying to be a leader. So you definitely have to lead in your actions and be vocal too.
Yeah, I agree. I think like going and be able to make a play and have just that lead on to other people, just following what you're doing, be able to, yeah.
I think it's like having that mentality, like when all your teammates and everyone are down, you got to take all that weight and just put it on yourself and carry everyone.
Coach, do you think you can create a leader, or are you born a leader? Take me through that. You played the game, you've coached for a while. What makes a leader in your mind?
Leaders aren't born. There's no person has ever been born and just come out a great leader. You have to take a little bit from every person you've been around, myself included. I look back to the guys that coached me in Pee Wee when I first started playing in Bob Smith, and then when I got into junior high, Arnie Hardy was one of our junior high coaches, in Keith Klein, and then when I got into high school, Coach Anderson and his staff. I'd say about 80% of our staff when I was in school were ex-military, and then they were all football coaches. So taking a little bit from every person, building that up, seeing the good that they do, seeing what you didn't like that you wanted to change, and then just having the ability to have people follow you. Don't talk down to people, just do the right thing. Lead by example. The words will come. If you're not a verbal leader when you're younger, hopefully by the time you're senior and Dylan and Abe, now I'm asking you to stand up. Now I'm asking you to be that vocal guy. So it's kind of how we break it through them.
Good stuff. Thank you, Coach.
Coach, talk about the Green Meadows Conference a little bit.
I think it's going to be a lot like last year. I know when I sat here a year ago and told you, it's going to be, you're not going to have a Friday night off. The three top teams have to replace lines, both sides of the ball, offensively, defensively. Us, Fairview, Paulding have a lot of big guys up front we have to replace. Ayersville going back to the wing tee, heavy tee backfield, double tight. They played a lot of guys young last year, so they got a lot of game experience. And there's one thing as a coach that you cannot replace is live game experience, being able to teach in the game. So they're going to take a step forward. Edgerton, I know they're down on numbers, but they still got weapons there. Hicksville, Antwerp, they're going to probably be in that same boat where they're scrapping and fighting, but you're not going to have an easy Friday night. You're going to have to go out there, play 4 quarters. In the way it looks right now, whoever can get that front 5 developed first is going to be farther ahead as the season goes on.
You were a lineman back in your day. Are there any ways to help that offensive line along or defensive line along in your mind from a coaching standpoint?
Yeah, fortunately, unfortunately, I get that duty again this year. I took it back over. Our O-line, D-line coaches aren't coaching this year because of work commitment. So I kind of went back and simplified things, simplified steps. Like, what can we do to make it easiest for you guys to succeed? Is it taking the kick step out? Is it just, let's go back to downhill blocking, easy steps? So simplifying it for the younger guys to learn. Right now, I think we're going to have 1 senior on the offensive line, maybe 2, and they're going to be younger guys. So we know we're going to have to take some lumps early, and unfortunately, those first 3 games aren't games you want to take lumps in, but it's going to set them up for success in the future.
Guys, I want to hear from the players here as we're running out of time. What are you most excited for this coming season?
I'm just ready to get under the lights again, and I don't really care who we play. We're just going to play our best and put our best players on the field and try to win every game.
I would say I'm really excited for Archbold, Otsego, and although they're not league games, it's just so close last year, and it's just I really want those back.
Same here with Archbold, just getting that win back from last year after it was kind of taken for us. I just want to go back since it's home this year, just get that win on our home field.
You guys like playing that tough non-conference schedule? Coach, you can chime in too, and I like the players' opinion as well.
I'll let you guys answer first.
Yeah, definitely love it.
You like to play the better teams?
Yeah, definitely makes it more fun once you get to the end of the season and you feel more experience going into the playoffs. And just have that experience in the middle of the season.
Yeah, I agree. I think closer games, although blowouts are nice, closer games are more fun, and it also gets us ready for our league games.
Yeah, I agree. It toughens us up a little bit and gives us that look of how it would look later in the playoffs if we ever make it that far. So it just toughens us up and gets us ready.
I know you and I have had discussions about this non-conference schedule at length and equating to the playoffs. We've always set that schedule to make the playoffs, be a top 8 seed, always have the potential, if the wins and everything falls right on Friday nights, to be a top 4 and host. And when the when the playoffs went to 16 teams, we never changed our philosophy. I know some people did. That was one thing we didn't want to do. If you can go in those first 3 weeks and compete, and if you can come out of them 2-3, 3-3, that you look at the history of the school, you go 3-0 those first 3 weeks, that's a really, really good team, and it should make a really good playoff push.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you for having us.
Looking forward to following you guys again this year. Thank you, guys. Thank you, brother.
In this profession, you just worry about really becoming the best assistant coach and helping develop the young guys. And, I'm not going to lie, it's probably about 10 years ago, you start thinking I might want to be the head coach, but I was very happy what I was doing. I was never allowed in the box. I think I got put up in the box once under Jerry, and I was special teams. We had like 5 guys go down, and Jerry fired me about 6 times that day. And then when I came back, I talked to Travis and Clay, and I went up in the box, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. But when the opportunity came, I talked it over with my wife, the boss, to make sure. And I told everybody, we've been married 24 years in August, and this is probably the happiest she's ever been because I'm never at home. Our daughters are gone. I have 2 daughters that go to Ohio State, and it's for her, I think it might be the happiest time of her life right now. But I'm excited. I spoke to the alumni. We had the golf alumni, and I told them I was in the back room. I wasn't allowed to say anything to anybody for like a week, and that was real hard. Being a teacher, it's real hard not to say a secret. Jerry told me, don't even tell your wife, and I was like, well, I'm going to have to tell her, because if not, I'm going to get in trouble. But the first thought that came to my mind was just how grateful I was to have the opportunity to represent. I don't quote me, but Jerry and I might be like the first alumni to coach. And when I got that, I thought of just the tremendous opportunity that I have leading these fine young men next to me and really representing all the past and the present football players that played at Defiance and all the coaches. And, grateful it's probably the first word I think of. And then obviously excited.
Yeah.
So I'm ready. We had to bring our enforcements. Anytime you Defiance guy and you come to Henry County, you better have
Introduce who you got with you today, Coach, please.
I've got Matthew Walters, who's going to be one of our senior captains. Goose Hinojosa, senior captain. We've got Tyler Doden-Kiesling, TDK, senior captain. Jordan Wright, senior captain. Kelton Gibbs, senior captain. And then our junior captain there is Chase Comiso.
Hands down the best haircut of the day.
Yeah, Goose.
Yeah, he beats us.
But is he mean? Is he tough?
I'll tell you, I'll give Goose, he is probably he's a high energy, high motor guy, and the mohawk fits him. It better, because if not, I'm sure that I learned from the best at sarcasm, so that's probably it's probably gonna come out if he's not up to par.
Any of you guys scared of Goose out on the practice field? No? So he's not the toughest dude on the Defiance football team this year.
I told him.
Who's the toughest dude?
I told them.
There's not one single tough dude.
Okay, all right.
I told them they were not allowed to say anything stupid today.
They're off to a good start.
Well, Coach, I heard about all the losses. You guys lose some great seniors from last year, some tremendous seniors. But I look at this crew you brought with you today. There's some good-looking dudes. The cupboard's not bare, am I right?
Yeah, the cupboard's not. No, it's not. It's not bare. I mean, anytime you lose, I think we lost 18 starters, and a lot of those guys, it was 3 years. Joey, Abel and all those guys. That's 3 years of experience, obviously. You know, you can't replace a quarterback like Brez with all that experience, but, you know, these guys have put in the work. We've been going, you know, when I found out I got the job, we've been going hard since really January. We're at about, you know, 58 guys, you know, and we've been going Monday, Tuesdays, Thursday, Fridays. A lot of them I coached in track as well. But I'm real pleased with their attitude and their effort, and we know we've got an uphill climb, but, you know, we're Defiance. We wouldn't want any other way.
It's
You know,
it's 125 years, guys. There's been some greats in the past. You had a Heisman Trophy winner.
Yeah, Don Miller from Don Miller,
one of the
Gene-
Four Horsemen. Yeah,
Gene Derricott played at Michigan, is the first African-American to score a touchdown in a Rose Bowl.
There's
with
some-
Tuskegee. Yeah,
there's some tradition here, guys. What does it mean to be on Team 125?
It just means that we just got to continue to represent and like continue to make Defiance football like what it's been for the past 125 years.
It's just exciting to build onto a great legacy like Defiance has. So it's a real good opportunity.
Just grateful to continue playing football for a great program.
Like Tyler said, just grateful. Take it all in.
Grateful to keep playing and keep the tradition going.
I think we got something to prove.
You know, we were at Buckenmeyer Stadium there in Napoleon week 1 last year in a back and forth game, and you guys came up short. What's going to be the key? You guys are home this year in that game, right? What's going to be the key to getting the River Rock back this year?
Just being consistent, just not getting too high, not getting too low, just playing our game and just giving it a full 48 minutes.
Hard work, dedication, and an even flow.
Keeping our foot on the gas and not stopping, even when we're up by however much, just not stopping, continuing to score those points.
Playing all 4 quarters, not stopping after halftime and stopping after the first quarter, just keeping our foot on the gas.
Leaving everything on the field.
I think we got to outwork and out-hit everybody and keep playing until the clock hits 0.
You said you have something to prove this year. What is it?
We came down with a hard loss last year against Napoleon, and I just think that we got a lot of work to do, and we've been putting in a lot of effort this summer in practice.
What's it like playing for Coach Rittenauer? I know he's been around the program, but I've known this guy a long time. I love him. What's it like playing for him? He's kind of a crazy dude, right? What's it like? How has it been? Have you enjoyed it so far?
Definitely enjoyed it. He's like a player's coach. He's basically one of us, if you think about it. He's lifting, bumping us up, just basically reliving his dreams.
You can be honest if you don't like playing for him.
I drove them all, so
I love playing for Coach Rittenauer. It's been a great time so far, so I just want to keep it going with him.
I love playing for him. He makes us go as hard as we can. Just him putting out, giving him all that he's got makes me want to give him all that I got. So I just want to play the best for him.
The conditioning's iffy, but other than that, I love playing for Coach Ritt. It's kind of sucks that it's my last year playing, but I love playing for Coach Ritt.
You never know what to expect from him. Could be mad, could be happy, you never know.
I love it, honestly. I think he's bringing back some of what Coach Jerry Beauty brought, and I love it.
You said the conditioning's iffy. What does that mean?
It's pretty bad some days, I'd say. It's not really that fun, but.
Is your conditioning worse than Coach Beauty's back in your day? Because you played for Coach Beauty.
Well, I mean, not to get anybody thrown in prison, but some of the stuff that we did we brought back some of the STPs. We brought back some of the plate lifts, the plate runs. We did a lot of sprint-based training, but we might have done a perimeter run or two, which was Jerry Beauty Classic. And the last SDP, they had the introduction to what Jerry always called continuous 110s, where it's basically just a continuous run around the track. You get like 15 seconds of a break, but basically you break them up. And the funny thing is, I got a lot of guys. One of the things that I wanted to get Defiance guys on the staff. You know, you look at successful programs, especially, you know, the place that we're at right now, Liberty Center, and you know, those guys, you got to have guys that know what it takes. to play football. Where it's, every school's different. And when I started out with the staff, I wanted to get as many Defiance guys that I wanted, because I think it takes somebody special. And those guys all know what the program was like. And the funny thing is, as we're going through these SDPs, they're coming up to me during the SDP and saying, hey, you remember when you guys did this to us, or when we did this? And I'm like, oh yeah, that was a good one. So we had some plate lifts, we had chains running on the stadium, we had tire flips, we had as old school as you can get in today's new school. We tried to go back to that, and I think kids need that. So it's a tough sport, and I tell them all the time, not everybody can do this. We were done at 10:30 usually every day, and I told them, you've done more work today than 90% of the kids that go to Defiance High School, and they're just going to play, NCAA or something. And it's a tough sport, and it gets tougher every year.
You guys play NCAA?
Yeah. Only after we get done, though.
Who's the top dog? Oh.
I beat him by 70 the other day.
Who'd you play with, though?
State.
You're disqualified. Who'd you play with?
Penn State.
Well, pretty even there.
You can't help him.
You get on the sticks? You get on the controller, Coach?
I'll tell you what, this is going to age me. I might have played the first NCAA game, and I might have had Madden 92.
That was probably the Bill Walsh.
Oh, it was good. I mean, you could be. I remember Bo Jackson at Tecmo Bowl, where he was illegal. You go up, right, and you couldn't catch him. It was awesome. But yeah, I might have played a long time ago.
You don't want to challenge him now?
No, God, no. No way. They got like left stick, right. They got all this. No. We just hit chuck and duck passing. I never figured out how to pass. I just run the ball.
One last thing before we let you guys go. Who's the best at the continuous? What do you call it? The continuous 110. Who's the top? Who's the top?
As much as he hated it, Jordy did pretty good at it the other day.
You did? Okay.
I've been trying to get him out for track, and he's been avoiding me for 4 years. Now he says he's finally going to do it, but no. I've been really happy with their effort and their attitude. It's tough. It's all these guys here that are here today. It's a tough sport, especially they're all happy with all of us coaches until about about the fourth day of 2-day, when you don't even know what day it is. You're just walking in like, oh God, is it an offense? It takes something special in today, and I applaud all the guys that play this, and it takes something special to coach it too. It's a long season, but once the season gets going, it flies, and it's an honor to have the opportunity to coach these guys. And like I said, it's going to be. I'm excited. It's opening up with Napoleon is always fun. You know that. I mean, we've known each other for a long time, and it's going to be quite the battle. And like I said, we're going to focus on one play, one life, and just take it. Just don't focus on it. It sounds cheesy, but you got to focus on the process, and the outcome will take care of itself.
Outstanding. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you for having us.
Good luck this season.
Good luck, guys.
We'll see you in 3 weeks.
Yes, sir.
Coach Carter, Ottawa Hills, good to see you, my man.
Good to see you too, man. Can you guys hear us good enough? You good?
Yep, they're all good. Yep. Welcome back to the Black Swamp Football Kickoff Show presented by the Gerken Companies. If you just got here, go back there and get signed up for a raffle ticket. Hannah's got those back there for you, and you can win some goodies. Brandon Carter, Ottawa Hills, and his crew here. Coach, thank you so much. Always good to see you, my man.
Absolutely. Glad to be here. Thank you for having us out.
Yep. Kind of a new look team this year. You graduated a lot, Coach. What's in store for the Green Bears in 2025?
Well, I mean, the standard is a standard for us. So, and I know it sounds cliche, but our goal is always to win the league title and make a playoff run. So we just got to make sure we get these guys to where we need them to be. First thing is learning how to practice and practice the right way, practice at an elite level, and that's where we'll get to. So each day by day, we just stacking good days, and then we'll get there.
How you guys going to stay on top of the tack?
I think leadership is very important. We need some good leaders on the team, especially losing a lot of seniors. I think we have a couple guys that are stepping up as leaders and are leading by example more than with their words, and that's very important. And I think that is going to be huge to keeping our standard.
Before you guys go any further, introduce yourselves, please.
I'm Jason Neuendorf. I am a senior. I will be the Mike linebacker and left tackle.
And I'm Trace Douglas. I'll be a senior, and I'll be the safety and wide receiver.
I'm Cole Coy. I'm a sophomore, and I'll be the QB. I'm Ian Dunsmore, a senior running back and outside linebacker.
Outstanding. The other three, how do you stay on top of the tack this season? What's it going to take?
I think a lot of hard work, focus. Got to make sure that we're game planning well and just working hard.
Keep stacking days during practice. Stay focused, and we know what our end goal is going to be. Just doing the little things right, like they said during practice, whether it takes a little extra burst, maybe 5-10 more yards to reach the end zone, just keep on stacking those good days and we'll be just fine.
Coach Carter, talk about the offseason a little bit, strength and conditioning and all those things that go along with it. How do you feel about that?
Good. I mean, we always put them through a pretty strenuous summer conditioning program, and I turn the heat up on these guys, probably 10 or 15 degrees hotter than it had been the past couple of years, just because we knew we were losing so many guys, and guys were going to be coming into different positions. So it was just a matter of, we really got to, our motto this year is execute with excellence. We got to make sure that each play, every rep, every play, we got to do what we're doing each play, stacking good play on top of good play, and then we'll have success.
Has he made it harder on you guys the last couple of years?
For sure. Yeah, I'd say so.
Definitely a lot harder than the year before. We do tire flips every Wednesday, and we got up to 100 yards this year for no reason either. Last year it was 40 yards, 50 yards, and then this year he sprung 100 yards on us, and
It's just endless with him this year, huh? He's never satisfied?
Right.
For no reason, he said.
No reason.
It was hard. We'll be better for it.
What do you hate the most about this offseason?
The running. Running is always the hardest. This kid loves the running, but that's because he's good at it.
I wouldn't say I love it.
He's something else. He can run faster than the wind. This kid can't, though.
No.
More of a pocket passer?
Yeah,
Are you?
definitely. Yeah, it sucks pretty bad, but it helps with the stamina and just getting faster, getting stronger in those late games.
Who's in the best shape on the team right now?
His name is Joe Davis. He is a very well-rounded athlete. He can run real well, and he's a big boy. And for his size, he can run real well, and he's real strong.
There's an inside joke we don't know about.
Yeah, I feel like they're getting something by us here, Coach. Let's see if there's a Joe Davis.
There isn't.
He was sick all last year.
If you guys are letting a lineman outwork you, I'm disappointed.
Man, I am a lineman.
Take that person.
Yeah.
What's it like playing for this guy?
I mean, the expectation is set. He's never satisfied, and he pushes us all to be better than we all thought we could be. And it helps a lot. We notice it.
Yeah, I would say he helps a lot, and he makes you feel like he teaches you, and then it feels like you really know what you're doing.
During practice, he kind of breaks down things, especially me as a QB. He lets me see plays and different defenses, so it really helps me in game. I'd say he's a really good players coach. He'll bust your tail when he has to, but he'll help you understand it when it all calms down. So he's just really good, well-rounded coach.
Coach Carter, touch on your coaching staff for a moment. Were you able to have some continuity? You got some guys returning, or do you have some new faces on staff?
We got a couple new faces. For the most part, his dad, Greg Neuendorf, he's still there. That's my right-hand man. Brian George and Scott Anderson, they left. Scott, his son, graduated. He's going to play ball in Minnesota, so he's he's kind of taking the year off to be with him and make sure that he can kind of focus on him. And Brian, his wife, was the assistant principal at our school, and she got a job at Upper Arlington, so he's going to be coaching down at Upper Arlington this year.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so we brought in a new line coach. His name's Tyler Burns. He came from Start. He's a younger guy, so he's kind of getting his feet wet and kind of learning. So he'll be all right.
Good.
Yeah.
Has the standard changed for Ottawa Hills football? Because you've won how many straight tag? 4?
3.
3. Has it changed with this recent success? Do you feel like Ottawa Hills football is different than maybe when you guys were kids? I don't know if you all grew up in the village, but
Yeah, definitely. Like, I remember when we were younger, it was kind of like you would go to the football games, but like it was just you would lose, but we would just go. And now it feels like you go and like you actually like the community like is really supportive with the team, and like they like that we're having success now.
I think the energy in the school has changed. Coming in to junior high, it was like, okay, the energy, but now people talk about Friday nights and like what they're planning on doing before football, the football games, and then going to the football games. So I think the energy has changed.
I think it's what Cole said. We got that winning culture going into my freshman year. So when I was on the sidelines, there was always kind of that spirit that we got to, like when we were younger, we got to go see how much people were coming out, 1,000, 2,000 people a game when we're home. So I'm just glad that we have that culture, and we want to work our hardest to maintain it.
Yeah, I remember in 3rd grade when I was the water boy, because my dad was the head coach at that point. And I mean, they shared the TAC title with Gibsonburg in 2017, I believe. And even that environment is completely different to the environment that we have right now. Mm-hmm. It is extraordinary what we have.
Do you have thoughts on the reasons why that has taken the next level?
I think everyone just cares more. I think that our coaching staff has done a great job setting the expectation and making us really want it.
Yeah, I'd also say just like success changes a culture for sure.
I think we were looked at as like a baseball school. Our baseball teams have been pretty good. So now we're looked as a baseball school and a football school. So I think other teams really know that Ottawa Hills is starting to become a football team.
I just think it's long, hard years of success that came before us that really set that culture, set that standard for people to come out and go enjoy a good football game.
Coach, I'm curious, because there's a lot of options athletic-wise at Ottawa Hills, more than other small schools. How are you getting kids to play football? Are you recruiting kids, or are they just coming out? Give me some reasons why so many kids are excelling at football right now.
Well, one of them said, winning. Everybody likes a winner, so definitely that obviously helps. But it is, our soccer team's always good. They went to 4 straight Final Fours at one point in soccer. Cross country, golf, our golf team, they'll probably win the state championship this year in golf. So it's just like, it's so many good sports in the fall, and we're all picking from the same pool of kids. But I believe now that it's kind of changed and the tide has kind of changed more towards football, because we've got 32 kids signed up for junior high football this year, which is the most that we've had. So you can kind of see that the guys or the kids coming up are really taking football serious.
Yeah. Players, have you ever thought about playing another sport in the fall, or has it always been football?
I can actually touch on that because I played golf for my freshman and sophomore year, and then I got really into lacrosse and hitting, and then I was like, all right, I'm gonna play football now, and you kind of you can definitely tell that the culture in football is unlike any other sport that I've ever played, and I think that once you talk about that in school and you tell other people, then it kind of spreads, and then that can cause more people to want to play.
That's not the true story. I dragged him to a football meeting his sophomore year.
What's your top golf score?
I've shot 77.
Okay,
Yeah.
So
I was
legit.
I was varsity both years, but
okay.
I've been football all the way through. 5th and 6th grade, I played football. Junior high, I played football. So I really haven't played other sports in the fall, so not really.
Yeah, I've been playing football my entire life. I've been in pads since 3rd grade, so I'm used to it, and it's very fun to me. Just never get bored of it.
Who are some Ottawa Hills players from the past several years that you guys looked up to?
Our quarterback last year, Chase Miller, I mean, I'm sure you guys know him. Me and him got really close last football season, and I mean, I was his center, he was the quarterback, that relationship. I mean, he really taught me a lot about being a leader, and I think as a junior even, I was able to be a leader, and he really has paved the path to what I want to be this year to the younger kids.
I would say Nick Anderson. I was his backup for safety last year, and he was like basically my coach for that. Like he taught me so much about it, and like he still like texts me like, "Do you have any questions?" Like I'll help you. Like he's just a really good leader.
I would say Chase, the QB last year, Chase Miller. Last year he helped me kind of direct me in like the plays, and he would help me like even outside of football, like with school, and he still throws with me today. During summer he throws with me, so he's really helped me.
For me, I'd have to say Ruddick Pillarelli. I was his backup last year for stud, and in week 13, I actually got my first start against Bluffton. So he really took me under his wing, everything I needed to know for pretty much the entire year, and it went out and had to go show it. But I feel like me and him can kind of relate. He's that slot wide receiver, kind of like that Swiss Army knife guy. And I moved from slot receiver and running back for a couple of years, so I know my way around kind of all those positions, so I relate to him in that sense.
Outstanding, guys. Appreciate it so much. Good luck this season.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Coach.
Over Evergreen and coming on back and getting the black and yellow back on.
Outstanding. Introduce who you have with you here today.
I'll let these guys talk.
I'm a senior, Anthony Pedro.
I'm a senior, Connor Adams.
I'm a senior, Griffin Miller.
Outstanding. Thank you guys so much for joining us today. Coach, take us through why you want to get back to Northview.
For me, I live in Sylvania. The school's 2 miles from my house. Being an assistant there kind of, sparked some interest at the end of the day. And going into it, and I didn't think it was going to be a possibility, but when I was there, some of these seniors were freshmen when I was there too, so knowing familiar faces. And just for me, it just felt like something that it was a matter of time and when, and all of my family, we kind of agreed on that, making that decision and that move, even after the success we had last year at Evergreen. But at the same time, it was we knew it was the right one, and we're kind of excited what the future holds for Northview right now.
Coach, I know it's going to be a long process getting things turned around, especially in the Buckeye division.
Yeah.
Right? So what's the first step? I mean, where do you even start building that foundation to compete with some of those schools in that division?
For us, it was just understanding how to compete. That was kind of been our off-season thing. Got hired a little late in the process, so kind of a late spring mindset, and getting into the summer, just different types of competition. Understand what it takes to win, that there's always a winner and loser, and that we want to make sure we're on the winner side of things, and understand that we have to make sure we're competitive week in, week out. I think we've had a very good summer. I've normally done 3 days a week in the summer, but this year we switched to 4 days a week, just get back on the weightlifting, get back on the speed routine. I think it's kind of paid off. We're kind of good numbers in the weight room right now with our kids, and but just understand the competition aspect for them and understand what it takes. Week in, week out. We know our division of the NLL, the Buckeye side, is tough, especially top heavy, and we want to make sure we're competitive and winning the games we're supposed to win at the end of the day.
Players, what's it going to take to improve this program?
It's going to take a lot of leadership from the upperclassmen, because the past 2 years, I'm just going to be honest, the past 2 years the seniors haven't really been helpful to the younger kids. And especially last year, after we lost that first game to Southview, it felt like everything was just out the door with our seniors.
Going to take a lot of the kids on our program to have to buy in to the team and actually listen to what coach is telling us to do and perform at their best every day.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with them. Seniors, past 2 years, they kind of just pushed everybody who was younger aside, let all the senior mentality just get to their head. and they weren't there for the younger kids. But I think it's going to take a lot of like everybody. It's going to take all the younger kids, all the juniors, sophomores. Just everybody's going to have to keep that one mindset together to continue to work hard.
Coach, where are your numbers at in the program?
For a program this year, we should be mid-80s, 9 through 12.
Wow.
We got a large incoming freshman class, upper 30s, and then we have a very probably upper 30s, 40s, 8th grade class too. So we got a lot, large numbers coming up. Unfortunately, their senior class is a little bit smaller compared to Northview's past couple senior classes. So with the past couple years, younger kids have gotten playing time. So we have seen over summer kind of like, hey, they're a sophomore, they're junior, maybe they're not varsity ready, but unfortunately, they did get playing time last year and they have shown that they're able to compete. So we're able to, that's why, follow up what they're saying. A lot of these underclassmen and the seniors have kind of all been in one. We don't really look at each other as, sophomore, juniors, kind of understand that we have one goal at the end of the day. But our numbers right now looking good. Obviously, we could use a little bit more, but, where we're at, we're good, and we know what the future holds for us.
So will that freshman class, those are great numbers, will they play their own freshman schedule?
Yes, so they got their own freshman schedule. We'll probably have some sophomores play with them like a JBB style team, just because we're relying on a lot of sophomores right now to possibly start and rotate in on varsity for us. So it's kind of a numbers game as a staff and athletic department we're doing right now before we get into fall camp. But no, we got a full freshman schedule. The plan is to keep them down there unless they're capable of playing Friday nights. Make sure they understand our system, our culture, and groom them to make sure they're ready for Friday nights when their time is called.
Players changing that culture from a leadership level, what will it take for you guys? What do you want to represent in Northview football?
I feel like to change our culture and leadership perspective, we have to show the underclassmen and everyone else that we have to come together as one team, and we all want to do the same thing, which is win the game, and to show everyone that we're not all different and that we can come together and work together as one unit.
Yeah, going off of what Connor said, we just got to continue to push each other and just be there for each other, really, and just have the work ethic.
Yeah, same thing. We're all equal. We're all competing for one thing. At the end of the day, you can't let the game get to your head. You kind of just gotta play, have fun. It's a kids game. You gotta play and have fun, and eventually you will find a way to win.
Coach Bach, how do you looking at, I know last year was last year, and looking at the scores, they are what they are, right? And this question could go to the players as well. How do you close that gap? How do you begin to close that gap?
I think right now, just worrying about ourselves. Obviously, as a new staff coming in, we got new coordinators on both sides of the ball that I brought in with us. So just adapting to our system, make it more player friendly. We've had a great summer camp so far. We're excited for our fall camp to get rolling here. But at the same time, I think just understanding who we are at the end of the day. We're not going to be able to rely on one side or the other, I think, early. So making sure that all three phases of the game, we're adapting to it, and making sure we understand who we are. And at the end of the day, that's been the biggest thing is, the scores are what they were last year, but, I tell the kids all the time, it doesn't matter. It's just, hey, this is a new year. Even though it's a new coaching staff, at the end of the day, it's a new team. Next year's going to be a new team type deal. So last year's in the past, and we kind of understand where we're at in the future. And we had a little talk on the way here of understanding, hey, you know what? These are kind of the realistic expectations that we're going to have this year, and understand that they're going to help set the standard and raise our program for years to come, knowing that, we got good numbers in the younger levels, and especially in junior high at the 6th grade level. But at the same time, we want to focus on right now.
Guys, talk about the rivalry with Southview. Week 1, right out of the gate, right? It used to be late in the season when you guys were younger, but now it's week 1. How important is that Southview game to you guys as Northview players?
I think that our rivalry game against Southview is the most important game to us because it usually defines how we're going to do the rest of the season. Are we going to give our energy, our full fight to every other game, or are we just going to lay down and let everyone walk over us? But I think this year that how I think we should take the games it's one game, the next one, it should not be controlled by the first game of the season.
Sure.
Yeah, and last year that kind of was how that was. It was just we lost that first game, and then everybody's mindset just went down, and that's all they could think about. And we were told to have a memory of a goldfish, and we couldn't even do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably the most important game of the year because it either will kickstart your season and it makes that second game, like the energy going into the second game can be way up here or it can be down here, and you're either digging yourself out of a hole or you're building yourself on top of the hill. So yeah, it's very important.
So we had some young men from Swanton. Okay, Swanton had a rough season last year too, and I told them, you guys, you may know this, you may not, but coaches get too much credit when you win, okay, and they get too much blame when you lose. Ultimately, this turnaround job falls on you guys, right? And so you guys have to be leaders on and off the field to help get this culture change. You can't just talk about it. You can't expect Coach Bach to just do it himself, right? Ultimately, it's your guys' responsibility, and I'm excited to see how you guys respond going into this season.
Most definitely. I follow up that message with them too. You know, we elected 2 summer captains a couple weeks ago, Griffin and Anthony here, and I tell them like the reason why you're our leaders is because you are representing our community at the end of the day. It's making sure you're relaying messages that us coaches will almost say the same thing. So they're secondhand coaches for us, but they understand the task at hand for us, and they everybody's been bought in and kind of really haven't even talked about last year, the year's things. They understand what's going forward with us, and we're focused on that week 1 game. Obviously, it's a big deal in our community, having 2 schools in one community and everyone at one spot, so it's a big deal, and obviously that's been kind of our mindset of looking forward to that game. We know it's been a couple of years, but at the same time, that's been kind of our mission, just one day at a time. We know we're given 10 opportunities throughout the season, and we're looking for our first opportunity for sure.
One last thing, players. You look back on this season in November, December, later on in your lives, what do you want your legacy to be?
Ooh, tough.
Putting you on the spot here.
I want to be able to say that our senior class took a program that was at the lowest of the lows and then turned it into a program that was winning and finally got the win against the team across town.
I'd say I want my legacy to be that we were able to take a team that was 0-10 one season to a team that could go at least 5-5 the next.
I kind of just want my legacy to be focused around the team, just being there for the next program who's going to work off of what we started to accomplish.
Outstanding. 5-5 is the goal, huh? 5-5. All right.
Me.
I like it. I like it. Thank you guys so much. We appreciate it. Have a good year.
Good luck, guys.
If you haven't got a raffle ticket, go back there and see Hannah. Raise your hand, Hannah. Okay. Also, our preview magazines are inside there at the counter. Go in there and see them. We'll tell the guys up here. Mike Vickers, Coach, good to see you, my friend. How are you? Good.
Doing
good.
good.
Introduce who you have.
Well, I'll let them do it themselves. How's that?
Yep.
My name is Brady Smith. I'm a senior.
I'm Hayden Bolton. I'm a senior.
Jaden Lohman. I'm a senior.
Outstanding. Thank you guys for stopping out. We appreciate it. Yeah. Coach, obviously a good year last year, and you won there at Delta. What we looking at this season?
Well, I mean, last year was a fun year, and what it could have been. We were really young. I would say not immature in a bad way. We were just immature from a season standpoint. We just didn't have a lot of seasoned players. I think they had 6 seniors on that team, and team going 6-5. We lost 3 really tough games. One in the last minute of a game that we led 17-0. Lost week 10 in double overtime, and had the ball on the 5-yard line with 10 seconds left, and ended up fumbling the ball, setting up a field goal. And then in the playoff game, we went all the way to Norway and played a 9-1 team and lost 45-42 in that game. I think it really showed a lot. We went through a lot physically with our guys. We had some injuries in that last third of the season, and then more than anything, we had a lot of sickness. And part of that was just the grind of the season. I mean, a lot of young guys playing. And this year, we're going from 6 seniors to 16 seniors, which helps help us become a little bit more mature. And
in the weight room, and I think the whole team, everyone's gotten much stronger, more dedicated.
Yeah, I'd say the same thing. I feel like we've been good, but I mean, obviously we're not satisfied. We could be stronger, we could be faster, but I'd say compared to last year, we're a lot stronger. Like I know when I'm looking at the bench, when we're benching, last year, not a lot of plates on the bar, but this year, it's more competitive. I mean, you see the people next to you, and you're like, I got to have 5 more pounds than him at least, So I think it's a little more competitive in there, and we actually want to get stronger and compete more.
Yeah, I think like Hayden said, it's helpful when somebody next to you and people you're working out with are putting out more weight on the bar. It gets you to want to push more. And I think there's a lot of development from freshmen, sophomores, and all the way up from there. Who's throwing around the most weight in your weight room these days?
Probably the guy to my left, and probably Alec Coder. They're 2 biggest linemen, and they pump the iron. But
that true, Coach?
yeah, there's a lot of truth to that. One of the things that's great about these 3 guys, not only the dedication we were talking about in the summer, but these guys were multi-sport athletes. 2 of the 3 were 3-sporters, and then Hayden with 2. So that being a competitive athlete year-round, I think is a big difference too. It helps, and we've got a lot of guys like that. And then, then we've got some other guys. You can't forget Marcus Nagel, he's got a bedroom there, guys. For crying out loud, he lives there. So he throws around a lot of weight too. But this senior class, we said last year, if we were going to get better and get more competitive in our league and our schedule, this would be the group that's got to do it, and they've done a great job. And these 3 guys in particular, they've been outstanding leaders.
Players, I'm curious, your expectations going into last year, did you exceed those? What kind of season did you think you were going to have going into a year ago?
Yeah, I think we exceeded our expectations, at least with my personal expectations. I've known the seniors, those 6 seniors, throughout their entire high school career, and I knew what they could do, and I think they did better than what I thought they could do.
I don't really know what my expectations were last year. We had a small senior class, and I feel like half of our team didn't really care about the sport. It was just kind of another thing to do, so they weren't just sitting on the couch. But I think towards the end of the season, we all started to buy in, and we all started to actually want to compete. And then I was starting to get behind it, and I was like, we might be pretty good. And then it just made me hungry for this year. I really am excited to get to the first game and just show, not going to name the team, but show them we're not here to mess around this year. We're a lot more hungry to win, and last year was pretty bad for them, but this year's going to be even worse.
Yeah, I didn't really have super high expectations. We had 3 wins the year before. It was like, what is, not to be mean to Coach Vickers, but what is he going to bring that's going to, really turn this whole thing around? But he really did turn it around, and we all bought in towards the end of the season, helped make that run happen.
Let me ask you guys as players. This guy's won a lot of football games, and everywhere he goes, he wins. What is it about him? I've known him for a long time, but as a player, from your perspective, you guys got off to a fast start last year, right?
Yeah.
In his first year back at Delta. What does he do that kind of sets him apart from so many other coaches?
I think just the attention to detail, and this is seen throughout every single play, every drill that we do, and just the drive that he has to get us better. Every single day at defense, he has us go through this bear crawl station, and he asks us, why do you think we're doing this? To get better, to get faster, stay on the ground? He's like, just to piss you off.
That sounds like something he'd say.
Yeah, so he frustrates me a lot because he's just so smart and he knows everything. Like, we'll be doing drills and he'll be telling us to do like certain technique, and I'm like, this guy's just an idiot. Why are you telling me to do this? Like, I'll literally say it like under my breath, and then I won't use the technique. He'll yell at me, and then I will use the technique and it'll work. Like, we were doing some 7-on-7s and I ran straight into the defender and I didn't do what I was supposed to. He pulls me off and he's like, what are you doing?
you're literally not doing anything I told you to do. And then he was like, do what I told you to do. And then next time I go out, I attack the outside shoulder, and I get 5-6 yards of separation from the guy and catch the ball. And I was like,
he's right.
This guy's just always right. He makes me so mad.
I think it's just intensity for practice. Like, everybody comes in with like a good attitude, and it kind of is. He's more of an offensive coach, but that intensity from the offense translates to the defense, and everybody's fired up. A lot more contact this year.
Is he a screamer and a yeller, or is he pretty low key, or does it depend?
Definitely a yeller, I'd say. But he does get riled up a little bit too much sometimes. That's what we love about him.
What drill do you hate the most that Coach Vickers makes you guys run through?
I don't really know.
I don't like the screen drills. The Miami screens.
Those
aren't
screen
fun.
drills are horrible. So you basically get in a group and you just run screens over and over and over again. And like once you block the guy, you're the one getting blocked, and then he starts getting mad because you're not blocking hard enough. So then the guy has to hit you even harder, and then you're mad, you hit him even harder. You just start getting drilled over and over, and then you get tired. And we do it for like 20 minutes, so it's horrible.
Anybody else, any drills you wanted to mention or no?
I already said those damn bear crawls.
Coach Vickers, we were talking to Bill Inselman earlier, and the Delta Panthers are one of the teams he said could be a factor in the NWAL race. What's the key? You obviously have Liberty setting the standard. Yeah. Patrick Henry's been good for a long time. What's the key to maybe taking that next step and being able to compete with those guys?
You know, it's a great question. Maturity is one, for sure, because you mentioned we played 11 games last year, and in 9 of them we were extremely competitive. We either won or we could have won. And then those other 2, it wasn't close. And part of that was just flat-out maturity, and part of that was those teams were just that good. I mean, one of them played for a state championship, the other one was in the regional championship. When you have teams like that in your league, and they'll be at that standard again, you have to use those guys as your standard of what you're trying to get to. And, you know, for us, it's just trying to take another step. I think we have a really difficult schedule this year that is going to be really strong. And you talk about getting off that fast start. We don't play like this year. We picked up Gibsonburg, and they were a 2-round deep playoff team last year. You know, start with Ayersville. Fairview's got just about everybody back off that team that was a playoff team, and that was a shootout last year. And then we opened the season, the league schedule flips a little bit. And then that nemesis that we lost after having a 17-0 lead in the last minute, Archbold's our first league game. I think what you see in the NWAL this year is, you know, we were young last year, and everybody else was too. It's crazy. And so I think we can get better, but I think it's everybody else that we're going to play is going to be better too. And so all those things about the attention to detail, being highly accountable. I think I've used that word a lot this summer, is be accountable to what your job is and what you're going to do, no matter bloom where you're planted, wherever we ask you to be, strive to be that, and then let the chips fall where they may. I mean, you know, you always talk about, you know, make sure you do enough work to make sure that you're in position for those things. These guys have done all those things. We actually are doing something a little bit different this year, and it kind of spurred off of last year in the sense that I felt like we really got fatigued on the stretch. Is we tried to do our summer in segments, and you know, hard work in June, and then the 4th of July week we were off. And then we were on a 3-week grind, and we had 4 7-on-7s in there over the last couple weeks. One night we played against Genoa till almost 11 o'clock at night under the lights. And now this week we're on vacation until Friday when we start. So just trying to give them that one more little bit of go-go juice, especially a mental refresher. And so that when we go on Friday, they know that this is probably going to be the toughest 2 days they've ever been through.
Outstanding. Looking forward to following you guys this season. Thank you guys so much. Good luck. Thanks, Coach. Appreciate it. All right, welcome back. Have the Elmwood guys here. Thank you guys so much for stopping out. We appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thanks
Have you
for
guys
having us.
introduce all yourselves here today?
I'm the head coach, JT Bates, first year. Offensive coordinator, Leo Scadaboo. Defensive coordinator, Tristan Reichelderfer. And then 3 seniors, Marcus Mossbarger, Trey Morris, and Mitchell Oliver.
Outstanding. You've been practicing that last name, have you?
It's a toughie.
Yeah, it
we
is.
refer to him as Coach Tristan.
Awesome.
Coach Bates, I have not met you, talk about your background a little bit for people that may not know you.
This will be my 14th year coaching football. I've also coached basketball for 23 years, so I've coached a lot. I've worked with some great head coaches as their defensive coordinators. Bo Carmen, who's at Port Clinton. I coached with him at Fostoria and Port Clinton. I coached with Derek Kidwell at Fostoria. And then I was the head coach at Van Buren High School from 17 to 21 for 5 years. And then I got to work with Coach Bishop for 3 years at Elmwood, which is where I teach. And we live in the district, so when the opportunity presented itself, I went forward and was fortunate enough to get the position.
Leo and Tristan, take us through your background.
So playing wise, I played football at Bowling Green. I'm originally from California. I went to a big high school out there in the inner city. I grew up in Sacramento. But from a coaching background, I've normally stuck to the youth. I just turned 29 this year, and my wife is from the Elmwood community. She threw discus and shot there, and I met her at Bowling Green. And I thought this was kind of the first, opportunity for me to kind of get myself into the coaching tree and with Coach Bates. And so this will be kind of my first go around at things from a coaching perspective at the high school level.
Yep, so I'm born and raised Upper Sandusky. I transferred to Kenton. I played under Coach Mock and Coach Fackler during the big Kenton dynasty years. And then I played college football at Ashland under Tim Rose, the defense coordinator, and Lee Owens, the head coach. I volunteered a year in 2022 at Kenton, back to the alma mater, and then 2023, 2024, defense coordinator at Lima Senior, and then this year here at Elmwood. I just know JT personally, and I think he's going to be a great guy for the program. He's got an NIL package, Signet Pizza.
I was just there yesterday.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good pizza.
I've never got the pizza, but I've been there. Yeah.
But yeah, so eager to be around these guys more.
Did you get to play a skill position at Kenton? Did Coach Mock throw you the ball, or where did you play at Kenton?
I probably should have been an offensive player, but I was a middle linebacker for Coach Mock. So
okay, you didn't get on that fun and gun offense.
He didn't let you
a lot of change of pace from last year. Like, these guys have a lot of experience, not knowledge, offensive defense kind of things, like learn deeper into the layers of both of those. That's no.
Very good group of guys and willing to help us work and get better.
Guys, looking at, and last year is in the past, doesn't matter now, but looking at last season, what are some personal goals you guys have this year to improve on last year's season?
We had a really good team a couple years ago, but like you said, that's all in the past, and we really just got to build off of what we can be, and I think we will be a lot better than last year. I think we have a lot to prove, and BBC ain't ready for us.
I like it.
I think the seniors we have this year are great leaders and bring up the team a lot, and even the young guys, being young, they help lead, and that'll help this team grow even afterward.
I think this team's going to make a lot of changes this year compared to what we had last year. It wasn't really all there. At one time, we got a lot of where to look from, and I think this is the right senior group to get it done.
Mitchell, the Oliver name there in Elmwood's pretty famous. Are you part of that group? Mason?
Youngest brother.
Okay, this is the youngest one.
Yeah.
Wow.
Did not play last year. This is senior return.
Okay.
Yeah, how many years ago was it we saw that awesome
2, right?
Elmwood team? Was it 2 or 3?
2, I think, right? Or 3?
That was dominant. You guys remember that team? They were dominant.
Pretty cold night in Perrysburg when they played Liberty Center.
That was cold.
Yeah, that was brutal. Windy, too.
I was in the press box, thankfully.
He was, too. I was out on the field.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Yeah. Coach, what do you want to bring to the program? What are your goals?
Well, the first thing I did, I got hired late. It was towards the end of April. So the first thing I did was reach out and find the best staff I could get. We brought 2 guys back from the previous staff that also, one of them worked with me at Van Buren, who I trust. Another one really is coming into his own as our offensive line coach. And bringing in a young, energetic staff was extremely important to me because we just have to get the juice going. We were just dead, and we had to pick up that energy. The first thing I did when I met with these guys was during lunch period. I brought them into the gym when I got announced as coach. I had a whiteboard in the gym, and I'm sure you guys remember me doing this. And I just asked them, I want you guys to come up here and write down a word that describes a feeling that you had last season. You're getting words like embarrassed, no respect, disrespect, things like that. They write them all down. And I talked to them for about 5 minutes about my expectations, how things are going to change. And before we left, I had one of the seniors, incoming seniors, juniors then, come up and wipe that board clean. And I asked him, what's on this board now? And there was nothing. It's a blank. It's brand new. Everything's brand new. First parent meeting, I told him, I'd change everything, including the uniforms, if I can, but I have no control for that. So we are trying to build this thing up from ground zero and turn it back to where it was. That started with our weight room. Our weight room has been phenomenal this summer. Our lifts are very intense, and we never let them leave without doing a finisher. We call them finishers, or our core work, conquer, overcome, resilient effort. So there's always a 15-minute finisher at the end of the workout. When they're gassed, they're sweating. Our building doesn't have AC. We don't even have a window. We got like a door that we have to put a brick in front of to keep it open. But we'll work these guys till they can barely work anymore, and then we'll be like, hey, we got a finisher. And it's another 15 minutes. So we're pushing them harder than they've ever been pushed, in my opinion. And we're really starting to see, we do this workout called thunder push-ups. If you guys started playing Thunderstruck right now, these guys would know what to do. We did that 3-week cycle. We did it 3-month cycles. We do it once a month. And they have to do a push-up every time they hear the word thunderstruck. And it equals 32 push-ups. So it doesn't sound like a lot, but they have to hold a plank in between each push-up. And these guys were shaking like crazy the first time we did it. And we just did it last week. And now we've got almost the whole team getting through that workout without going down. So what we are doing is working, and we're trying to find unique ways to build strength, to build enthusiasm, energy. Coach Scat brings the big boom box out. We got music going. We have changed the dynamic, and it's awesome to see, and that's what's got us so jacked up as coaches and our players so excited that we're gonna turn some heads this year.
Can anybody outwork this guy in the weight room? He's looking pretty good.
He got involved in our lift-a-thon last week, and we'll just say there wasn't anybody that close to Coach Scat over here.
Okay, all right. You got a pretty famous brother too, Coach.
He's all right. Not too bad. Yeah, he's a good kid.
Yeah. Good luck to him. Giants, right? Giants, right? Yeah.
They're in training camp right now.
Yeah, outstanding.
I saw him in a video yesterday or the day before walking out in Jackson Dart's jersey.
Yeah, he's a character.
Did you see that? Coach, you've been around some really good guys. Bo Carmen's a good friend of mine. What'd you take from your time with Bo Carmen? Because he did a great job turning Port Clinton around.
I coached with Bo 2 years at Fostoria, and I taught with him there. Him and I are really good friends. He's in my wedding. We're tight. And then when he got that Port Clinton, he went to Tiffin Calvert for a year under Coach Fox, excuse me, and called the defense, and I went with him. And then he got Port Clinton job, and he asked me to come up and coordinate. And I was fortunate enough to get to ride from Fostoria to Port Clinton every day with his dad, Ken Carmen, who was a Colombian coach for years and was an All-American at OU, got drafted by the Philadelphia Eagles. And I learned so much football on those 45-minute drives. It was unbelievable. And I was a first-year defensive coordinator. We started 9 sophomores, and we went 0-10. It was a war. It was rough. And the following year, I just couldn't keep driving all over the state to coach, and I told Bo, man, I'm just going to coach with Coach Kidwell, great guy, I know him well too. And Bo, then 4 years later, they're in the state semifinals. So the guy knows how to coach, and he's kind of my go-to when I have questions, when I have concerns. I'll reach out to him, I'll call him, I'll have him come up and talk to the team, those types of things. It's really important as a coach to have the fellowship you can reach out to and get information and answer questions and things like that.
Awesome.
Players, what are your goals for this season? You look back in November, December, what'll be a success in your minds?
Just really, it's not hard to improve from last season, but it's not easy. So, 0-10 season, it's not ideally what any team wants for a football season. And just, I think already the culture has changed significantly from what we've seen in the past, and I'm just hoping we can really prove the hard work we've been putting in.
To me, it's not even like gameplay, it's mentality and community-wise. Like, our community is so wrapped around us right now and like wants to go see us play, and us as a team, we're excited and we want to go out there and get pads on hit. Like, total mentality change from last year.
Want to make it to the playoffs, have a good season, senior year. All of us, I believe we can do it. We have the guys and coaching staff. I think we have what it takes to be a really good football team at the end of the year.
I'll say I'm just tired of hearing the 0-10, 0-10. Like, I just want to compete, win every play. If you win more plays than the other team, you'll win more games. Plus, I think if we did win a game, I think they'd burn Jerry City down or Signet, one of the two.
For me personally, these guys hear me constantly, but it's expectations to win. I mean, we expect to win every game. I mean, and they could clip it and put it on their bulletin board, but we're coming. You know, we're coming with a lot of high-powered, offense. We got tons of talent. We've got young kids coming in that are good. We've got seniors coming out that are good. We've got multiple weapons that haven't played football in years past back. So this is a completely different team than they seen last year, completely different coaching staff. So we're really excited to get out there and get to competing.
Coach Bates, anything to add?
The big thing that I've noticed more than anything is how tight the team has gotten. And one of the things I've preached early is when you do hard things together, it makes the hard thing enjoyable. So by making our workouts throughout the summer, our camp days tough and everything hard, these guys can look right next to them and see that, hey, they're going through this war with their buddy. This isn't so bad. And when that guy starts to falter, they can pick him up. And that's something we've really noticed, because we all know you're going to have a game where you're playing a team that's just better. They're bigger, they're strong. It doesn't necessarily mean they have to win the game. It's whoever's grittier, whoever's working harder. We have a big chain in our locker room where these guys added links to it with their goals put on there. And one of the things they had to do is write down a term to describe the team. So words like grit, determined, nasty, things like that are on that chain. And that's what we're trying to do with these guys, is make sure that they are taking those traits out onto the field.
Outstanding. Thank you guys so much. Looking forward to following you this season.
Thanks
Best
for having
wishes.
us.
Yep.
We appreciate
Thank you
it.
guys.
Thanks, guys.
Welcome back to the Black Swanton Football Kickoff Show presented by the Gerken Companies, joined now by the late guys. Coach Bishop, good to have you guys out. Always good talking to you.
Absolutely.
Coach, take us through your off-season and your expectations for Lake this season.
Yeah, so this off-season, we've been just kind of hitting the weights pretty hard. In the month of June, we started camp in July. We've kind of reformatted the way that we've done weights. Nick Schmeltz, he's a former Eastwood guy. He's on staff. He's kind of revamped a little bit of what we've done in the weight room. That's been really beneficial for us in numbers and some competition, some of that stuff. So that's been really good. And then once July hit, we've been on the field in camp. So.
Outstanding. Before we get your players, introduce them or have them introduce themselves, whichever they want to do, and where you positions you play.
All right. My name is Xavier Scott. I'm a wide receiver, and I'm a senior.
KJ Majors, quarterback and junior.
My name is Julian Rodriguez. I'm a junior, and I'm a running back.
Jackson Reimers. I'm a junior. I'm going to be a receiver and DB.
Outstanding. Thank you, guys. What are your players' expectations? What are your expectations for 2025?
I really just want the whole team to come together and really care for the game of football. Like last year, we had skill for the seniors, but they really didn't have any care. This year, I think we care. We have dedication now. We just want to play football.
Yeah, I think we have all the talent. I just want to put it all together. I really want to get to the playoffs. We haven't done that in a long time. But, yeah, that's a big goal for ours.
Yeah, like he said, we had a bunch of seniors last year, but not really many of them cared about the game like we did. We played with each other since we were freshmen and sophomores. So coming up, we always really cared together. Seniors didn't really care about that last year.
We haven't had a winning season in a while, so it'll be pretty nice to do that with the group we have now. So.
Another question for the players. You guys started off 2-0, beat two solid football programs, Lipsick and Northwood, right? And then you went kind of on a skid, right? What'd you learn from that? What did you learn to where you can look at this year and say, that's not happening again?
We just can't go out when we lose. After we're down a touchdown, we just give up. We can't really do that, and we don't finish our drives out. We could be on the 1 yard line and choke. So this year we're really going to be different.
I think it's about leadership. When we're down, we need to have people to pick us back up, and that's where I feel like we'll be able to do that and pick people up. We can't get down and stay in that little, like a roller coaster. When you're down, you got to get back up on track. But
I think after that third game that we lost to Delta, where they ran a lot over us, I think we really did not want that to happen again, but we thought about it way too much in that loss. So then that just basically made us just fall down, and the next couple games did not go good for us either after that game.
They didn't run over you, did they?
No.
So I'm looking at this picture of you in the magazine here, and you look pretty solid.
I didn't play defense.
Okay, well, you should have. I'm kidding. But yeah, you should have.
Last year after Delta, after we lost by multiple scores, we just spiraled downhill the next couple weeks. But this year we've got leadership, we got people who've played a bunch of football, and they'll help us get back on track.
Julian, do you want to play some defense this year? You can make a sales pitch to your coach.
Yeah,
I'll back you up.
I'm playing a lot of defense.
Okay, all right. I just making sure. Who's the one guy on your team you don't want to run into? Is it you?
Probably Matt Neitz.
Yeah,
he's a junior.
You're all in agreement?
Yeah.
Okay.
That dude's,
How big is he?
He's probably 5'9", 5'10", probably 215 pounds.
He's only 215?
Big. He's a
Farm
pretty
fit.
big.
Farm fit.
Yeah, he's pretty big.
He was invited today, but he said, no, it's fair day. Can't be here. We got the fair coach.
Yeah,
he was supposed to be here, but...
What's he showing at the fair?
Cows,
okay.
Coach, you guys, looking at your pictures, you guys wear Guardian caps? Everybody wear Guardian caps for every game?
We started that, I believe, week 5 against Genoa. So
Okay.
the first 4 weeks, we were pretty beat up.
Okay.
We had a handful of concussions. So as our athletic department, we have these resources, so we're gonna do what we can to protect our kids.
No, I love it. I think that's smart.
You noticed the difference?
You didn't like it? No?
The kids didn't like him because of the aesthetics, and it didn't look as cool, so.
You don't look as tough, do you, Julian?
I don't think they really helped us that much. I don't think the concussions really slowed down after that.
Don't you?
I think it's better if both teams were to wear them, but not really many teams other than us.
All right.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Some goals you guys have for this year, whether they're team goals, individual goals. Just talk quickly about some of the goals you have.
I want to go to the playoffs, win a game. Also want to be over 500 this year. I think we have the talent to do that.
Yeah, I agree. Just like putting everything together. I feel like we've had the talent for the past couple of years, but we just really haven't played as a team. And I feel like we just need to put it all together and we can win playoff games. Yeah.
I feel like if we put all of our players together, we could contend for the league champions this year and maybe go to the playoffs and win a playoff game because that's never been done in our school's history. So I feel like that'd be really big for the program.
Making the playoffs is key for us. We haven't done that since 2020 where all the teams made it. So we got the talent, we just got to come together and do it.
Now, you guys play in a tough league. There's some good football teams in your league. Coach, what's the key to climbing the ladder in your league?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for us, we were really inexperienced my first 2 years, and we did not do a good enough job as a program of, after like week 1, 2, 3, continuing to get better week in and week out. We kind of maybe peaked that week 2, week 3, and kind of just plateaued from there, or even kind of fallen down. So I think that the biggest thing for us is continuing to focus on our job week to week and getting better every single week.
What does the NBC look like this season from your perspective?
It's always tough. It's a grind. I think top to bottom, there's a lot of turnover at the top. So, teams 1 through 8, I think it's going to be fluctuating week to week. Anybody could beat anybody, but I mean, at the top, I think Oak Harbor, Eastwood, Maumee, they're going to be, the teams that if you want to climb the mountain, you're going to have to beat them. So.
You think Maumee's going to continue to improve under Coach Karchner? I
think so. I think he does a really good job. I think he has a ton of kids out. They're always really big. They're physical. They do what they do well. I would be surprised if they aren't in the hunt.
Who do you guys, I know every game's important, and Lipsick's the most important, right? Because that's the first one. But who do you guys really get excited to play against?
I'd say Northwood because it's a rivalry. But other than that, I think our first game, Leipzig, I feel like that would be a good game this year. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Northwood for sure. There's a lot of talking with that game. Also, Genoa, I think, is a game because real close team together. So, but yeah, those two probably.
I think Northwood's going to be a good game because that's like down the street. They're down the street from us, so it's always going to be back and forth. They're always going to be talking the entire game. It's going to be really high intensity. But league-wise, I'd say probably Eastwood would be the team to beat this year. They're coming up. They're going to be really good, really strong. They play together all the time, and they're always in the weight room. They're always trying to get better, like us, every other team. And I think they do it really good.
Obviously Northwood, like they all said, but I say every league game is important to us. So.
Good. Yeah, good stuff there. Offensively, defensively, give me some strengths, Coach.
I feel like we are going to be really good up front.
Okay.
We return 5 guys that have started, 4 juniors that started for us almost every game last year. And then that's kind of been the lifeline of our weight room this offseason. And I think that's going to be a little bit different than what we've had the first 2 years that I've been at Lake. Is we've struggled a little bit up front. I think that's going to be our strength this year. So.
I'm asking a lot of players today what they hate about practices and the off season. What do you love maybe about the off season or practices, guys?
I just love coming together as a team and having bonding time. I think that's important to the game of football. But I really like just offensive Indy. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like a grind. All of us are grinding. Be the best we can, and I feel like it gets chippy at practice sometimes, but we're just pushing each other, so I think that's just the best for us.
I like I like offensive team when we practice offensive team. So I like running behind our O-line because I think they're going to be really solid this year. From a running back standpoint, I'm getting all the carries at practice. I think they're doing really good, strong up front. They're fundamentally sound. They know what they're doing. They know where they're going. And that's just like all I think about.
You know, during the off season, you can make a bunch of mistakes and you can work on those mistakes, but then also like being with your teammates, like playing football, it's pretty fun.
They're lying too. They're lying too. It was 100% the post-practice popsicles and protein. Those were just cliche answers.
What flavor do you go for?
Popsicle, I go blue raspberry.
Yeah, I agree. Blue raspberry.
Blue raspberry.
I go lime. It's pretty good.
Lime?
It's nasty.
It's not good. Lime's the best flavor I've ever had.
We asked a team earlier. If you're going somewhere in Mulberry, the lake,
It's hard. A lot of places.
you can't be B-dubs or something.
There's like Toledo all around us.
Yeah, I think probably.
Buck 51. You can't go wrong with Buck 51.
Gotcha. I like that place. That's a pretty good place. Yeah, they got good chunks. I agree.
I have to check that out.
Yeah, you have to go with me next time. Come on, man.
Yeah. Will you buy?
Sure. Why not? Sure. I always do. You always get those alligator arms.
I know you do.
Thank you, guys. We appreciate it. Good luck this season.
Thank you, guys. Good luck.
Welcome in Coach Sean Kiss and Bowling Green. Thank you guys so much for making the trip over. We appreciate it. Looking forward to chatting with you guys. Coach, if you could first introduce who you have with you, or they can introduce themselves.
You guys can introduce yourselves. I'm Sean Kiss, obviously head football coach at Bowling Green.
Talk into the mic, guys.
Grant Gillespie, sophomore quarterback.
Antoine Lawrence, senior running back.
Matthew Stolitz, senior linebacker.
Tommy Zamitis, junior center.
Outstanding. Coach, take us through the off season, and as you get ready for a new year, what are the expectations for BG?
Well, we had a great season last year, made the playoffs for the second year in a row, but we're walking away from 23 seniors graduating.
Yes.
9 all-league players, so, the big off-season push has been, are we going to rebuild or are we reloading? We've been really trying to reload, build leadership, hit the weight room hard, get stronger, but we've also revamped the offense. We're going to play to our athletic strengths more than we have in the past. We're going to kind of get away from more of the wing T stuff and spread it out a lot more and, just use kind of the strengths of our offense and the strengths of our team.
You going to get to throw it a little bit more this season, Grant? You excited about that?
Yeah, I'm very excited about that. A lot of handing off last year. So hopefully I got that down this year and then work on throwing this year.
Grant, does your mom listen to Black Swamp Football?
She listens to it all the time, yeah.
I thought I remembered hearing that last year. I've got younger nieces and nephews that go to Bowling Green.
Yeah.
I thought I remember that. So tell her we appreciate the support.
All right, will do.
Yeah. Tell her that. Yeah, appreciate it. Go ahead, Coach.
Coach, how many seniors do you have this year?
So right now we have 12. So, we're a younger team. We'll have a lot of younger guys playing this year, but, I don't think that anybody's afraid of the stage. It's just getting guys ready to play on Fridays.
Yeah, right out of the chute, Perrysburg week 1. Mm-hmm. Was that something you guys chose, or?
Yeah, it's a crosstown rivalry right up 25. Dirk Connor was who brought me into high school football and stuff when I moved to the area. So, to go out and, play a guy that kind of gave me my shot to be a varsity coach is, it's a huge challenge, but, we look forward to it.
Love it. Love it.
Players, your expectations, your goals for the season, what are we looking at here in 2025?
I'm just thinking about, not starting slow and being able to start games early and stay in games and just having our leaders step up, and we have 4 leaders at this table right here, and just being able to come together and play a complete football game, I think would be huge. And obviously, with not having as much returning starters, it's going to be hard to replace the leaders we had last year, but I just think, having guys come in and be leaders this year is going to be huge.
I agree with what he said. I think that
stepping up is going to be crucial for this year, especially because last year we had so many different people that took their chance to step up, but this year we're limited on guys, so we definitely need that leadership. And keeping our composure as well in late game situations or early game, like we can't let mistakes bring us down from what we're trying to do. That was a big problem last year, and the previous year before that, most of the time in my high school days, like it was really bad that we never kept our composure. So that's a big goal of mine, and hopefully our teams, like in general.
Yeah, I think we just need to keep improving and hopefully keep building our program and keep getting better, keep our momentum going from last year. You know, it didn't end the way we wanted, but we just need to keep it up.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how we grow. Since we're down a little bit, we got a lot of newer guys coming up. Pretty excited to see how we grow as a group. I'm excited to see how leadership forms and how this team really moves forward.
What kind of leadership roles do you guys want to take on this season as older guys in the program?
I think I want to take up the leadership role of going out there and doing it, kind of like going in headstrong, kind of.
You a little lead by example guy?
Yeah. Like, I don't want to talk, I kind of just want to do. Like, if I have an opportunity to sack or, like, hold the line, I want to be the guy that goes in there and do it. Like, I hope me doing that kind of, like, goes on all the younger people coming. I'm excited to see how they take that.
Who's the screamer and the yeller of the leaders on this year's team, do you think? Who's it going to be? Oh, everybody's. All right.
Yeah. So I really want to help lead our defense. We only have I think we have two or three returning starters from defense. And so I really want to make sure we're able to stay focused and move as one unit, because I think that's really important, and we really did that well last year, and it really worked out for us.
Yeah, so I definitely want to like build on, like he said, our unit, and especially like my positions that I play, I know I have a lot of depth in, and a lot of that depth is younger guys, so I really want to like lead by example, like Tommy said, in different ways, like going in headstrong and all that, to like really set an example for the younger guys coming up, and gonna fill my shoes when I leave.
Yeah, I just want to, well, actually I'll use this mic. Yeah, I want to be obviously the leader of the offense, because that's kind of the role you play as a quarterback, but also like the leader of the team, and I need to be a guy that's going to hold people accountable, but also hold myself accountable when I make mistakes, and that's something that I need to do a better job of, and I'm working on it.
Coach Kiss, you're number 2 at BG, right, for you?
Yes.
Okay, give me a few things you learned last year that are going to help you be a better head coach this year.
You know, it's the way we prep. I think the coaching staff has gelled quite a bit. You know, we feed off each other a lot. We all kind of see the game the same way now. You know, and just the organization behind it to make sure that like all of our time on the field is totally utilized, that we're focusing on things that we need to get better at, and just how I manage the whole program in general. You know, last year I thought went well, but there, you know, you always look at yourself as there's always ways to improve and stuff like that. But you know, year 2 so far is just from behind the scenes has been a lot easier to just navigate and, you know, get things rolling.
Good. New look in on well. Give me your thoughts, Coach, and the 2 separate divisions, and you know what kind of all goes into it. Liberty-Benton coming in next year.
Mm-hmm. So, you know, the NLL is one of the toughest leagues in the area. That's, you know, hands down, everybody knows that. I think that most of the teams in the Cardinal Division, though, we're all facing the same thing, where we've all graduated out a lot of good players. You know, the all-league list was littered with seniors last year. So I think in the Cardinal Division, you know, there's a lot of scrapping that's going to go on. I think Fremont is probably the odds-on favorite to start the year, but I think any of us could go out and win the title this year. And, you know, that's what I keep telling these guys, that, like, they don't know what we are, they don't know what we have, but, you know, we've got to work and achieve those goals so that we can be successful and that we can go out and, you know, get that NLL crown. So
I think one of your signature wins last year, I was so impressed what you guys did against Napoleon, and then they went on and got hot in the playoffs, and did we see these guys at Defiance?
We did, unfortunately.
Okay, you guys had some injuries, I think you got bit, yeah. But, so looking forward to seeing what you guys do for an encore this year, for sure.
Go ahead, Coach.
So, I mean, yeah, the last year against Napoleon was a lot of fun. You know, we just kind of were able to maintain or run the trenches, and you know, we did whatever we wanted whenever we wanted it, and that was a lot of fun to call the game. You know, they were a little banged up when we got them. Eggers, you know, was coming off that shoulder injury and stuff like that. But I think our defense did a great job shutting down Rubenstein. He was a monster all year long, and you know, to be able to get that kid kind of under control. You know, he did get loose a little bit on special teams, but I thought our defensive game plan was the best that it's been all year, and I think those guys did a great job preparing for them. So,
Do you think after Fremont Ross, I've heard their name mentioned a lot, is maybe the big dog everybody's shooting for? Is it kind of a logjam after that?
You know, the
think?
way that I see it, and from what we know about who's coming back, like I don't know who comes out of the top of the rest of those four. You know, I think everybody's trying to reload, and you know, there's a couple teams that are going to have to find a new identity and stuff like that. And we're still going to play our brand of football. We're still going to run the ball, but you know, we're going to spread it out more. But it's you know, those games can go any way. You know, I mean, you can even look at our Clay game last year. Like, you know, a team that was favorited to win the whole league, and you know, we took them down to the very end. You know, a couple of plays here and there makes a huge difference in that game. So,
how'd you guys slow them down offensively? I mean, we saw them against Napoleon, and Heinzel was just, I mean, their offense was unstoppable. You guys hold them to 3 touchdowns.
So it helped that it was the Hurricane game.
Oh, yeah.
That was that week, yeah.
You know, they made a field goal that game that I don't think went over 10'3" off the ground, and it just drove it through the wind. But the other thing too is our defense just played well. Like, we just kind of didn't get beat by the big ones, and you know, he does what he does. He, you know, a couple plays that we had him wrapped up and he's falling down, and he makes a throw to the end zone while he's like almost on the seat of his pants. And you know, he's a great player. He's one of the best that we've seen here in a while, and you know, he was very impressive. And for us, our kids to come out and you know, make plays, and you know, but we also had him picked off twice, and we dropped them. One of which that kid still be running today, and there was nobody in front of him. So. You know, it's one of those games you look back and think, we could have had that one, but you know, I think it was a huge step in our program to just say like, hey, we're not the BG that we've been, you know, 4 or 5 years ago. Like, we're here to play, we're here to compete, and I thought that was, you know, a huge staple for the program last year, and kind of getting everybody on board of like, yeah, we're pretty good this year.
Players, what's it going to take to win the NLL this season in your minds?
Like I said earlier, I think we just got to play complete games, and our players got to step up. We have a lot of talent, I think, all over the ball, and a lot of young guys. So if we just have to have the experience of playing with each other. Maybe it'll take a little bit, but I think in order to win division, we're going to have to play complete football games this year, not start slow.
Yeah, we definitely got to like step up as a team, like all around, because we can't really make mistakes because of how young we are and how little experience we have together is. So, like this summer, we're gonna work as hard as we possibly can until that week 1 rolls in, and we're just gonna take it and see where it can go. Like, we kind of have a little bit of that. We got nothing to lose because we ain't ever really won anything at all. So, we're just gonna go out there and try to prove it to everybody that we're not the same BG over the past years that just sits down and lets any team roll over them. Is what my mentality is going in.
I think a really big thing is confidence, because like they said, we have a young team, and I think a lot of these teams in the NLL are really like close on paper, and so I think something that could like get us over beating those teams could be like confidence and believing in ourselves, and just
New head coach of St. John's, Joe Horn, and his crew up here, the Titans. Thank you guys so much for making the trip out.
Yeah, thank you for having us. This is awesome.
Appreciate it. Coach, take us through what's been going on since you took over at St. John's.
Wow, a lot. I don't know where to begin. Since we got there in January, we've just been trying to really get in the weight room a ton. I think that was identifying the first thing that we need to adjust was just really developing these guys in the weight room and kind of changing that culture. And I think we've been getting after it. We finished with our lift-a-thon on Friday, and that was a lot of fun. And it was a huge kind of exclamation point on all the hard work we've been putting in. And no, it's that was kind of the starting point for us. And I think the kids have really responded well to it, and it's really given us a lot of momentum going into this fall camp season that's coming up.
Players, before we get to you, introduce yourselves and positions you play and what year you are.
My name's Rashawn Lamb. I'm a safety.
They call him Bibby.
Yeah,
Bibby.
It's Bibby.
And I'm a senior this year.
All right.
My name is Keegan Shore. I'm a linebacker and tight end, and I'm class of 27.
I'm Sam Harshman. I play running back, and I'm a junior.
My name's Roman Story. I'm a senior and I play safety.
Outstanding. I think we had Harshman's.
That's what I was going to ask you.
He was a St. Francis guy.
Yeah. You won the state championship.
Oh, yeah, from the old team.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Guys, what's the transition been like with Coach Horn? What has he brought that's maybe a little different? And don't knock anything in the past. I hate it when we ask players a question and they say, well, the seniors are a lot better than last year's seniors. Or I don't like that. That's not what we're trying to do. Give us some things that Coach Horn has brought that's maybe a little bit different, some things you're excited about.
Coach Horn, he really changed the program a lot. He really gave us that fire that we really want to win and come out and show everybody that we really want to win this stuff this year. And yeah,
there's just been a new energy. Feels like a different culture, different type of offense, so pretty excited for it.
I think he's brought a better energy, changed our mentalities from last year. Not trying to say anything was bad, but I feel like he brought us up, made our mind stronger.
So be more specific. What has he done? Does he come in screaming and yelling, playing music, singing, dancing? What?
I mean, I feel like the weight room is better in general. We're already we're more live than we were in the past. I feel like we've always been down when I've been there, and I feel like now it's just everyone's just hype and want to be there and actually want to participate in everything we do.
I just think from the technical standpoint, he's brought a lot to the school. There's a lot more learning involved, and it's not just you do this and just go do it because I'm a coach. It's he actually teaches this stuff and tells us why we're doing it.
That's excellent.
You're hard on these guys.
Excellent. Yeah. What's that?
You said you're being hard on these guys.
They need it.
I was very interested to hear those answers, so I appreciate you asking that. That was good.
All right, who won the lift-a-thon? Who threw up the most weight?
Sam.
Yeah. I think I did see something on social media.
Yeah, I set the record for squat. It was 495.
He set the St. John's record?
Yeah.
Football or for any athlete?
For football.
For football. All right.
And he could have done more.
Oh, you could have done more.
We wanted to keep him fresh and healthy and all that good stuff. He knocked it out pretty good.
What can he do, do you think, Coach?
What can he do? I think 600. He could do 600.
Okay. All right. Wow.
Coach Horn, and we want to hear from the players some more too, but it's quite a challenge taking on this program. Tons of tradition at St. John's. You look at the schedule. It's tough. Yeah. So why did you want to accept this challenge?
I know it's really challenging, and obviously, anytime you're taking over a program where you're trying to change the culture as dramatically as we are, there's always going to be some ups and downs. But I really think I fell into a really good situation. I think St. John's has traditionally been a school that's played at a very high level. Talent has never been an issue here. We got a lot of talented football players, and over the last 15, 20 years, we've had 7 or 8, 9, 10 linemen in the Big Ten, SEC, all that good stuff. So, we always have the talent that compete at a high level. The support that is there as well. They got a new president, new administration, which has really thrown a lot of support behind us, which is awesome. So, I feel really blessed. The kids have been really receiving everything I've brought them. No one's been fighting me on what I want to do, and I think when you get a situation like that, when they give you that much control and everyone's supporting your ideas, it's a lot of fun. And you don't get that everywhere. And it's been a huge, to me, it's a no-brainer when I got offered the job. This is where I wanted to be at.
Coach, I asked you this question, I think, when you were hired. Kids have a lot of choices in the Toledo area. What can you sell them on about St. John's?
Yeah, this is a place where you're going to get developed to the fullest in all aspects, and obviously, develop these young men as leaders and in the classroom and for the community is a huge important part. I think kind of what you hear with them talking about the energy is that we're just trying to make sure that everyone understands that football is important too. That football, what we're doing is really important to develop these guys as athletes, and we believe that well-roundedness is really what makes St. John's special. You're going to get it in the classroom. It's a tough place to be, and you're going to get it from a leadership perspective, from a faith perspective. We ask a lot of these young men, and now we're asking a lot of them from a football perspective as well. And they said they've been hungry for it. They responded really well for it, and I'm excited to kind of see where it takes us this year and beyond.
Maybe you got that Cincinnati Bearcats shirt on. What's the story behind that? Brady Lichtenberg, what's going on there?
Now I'm just a big Bearcats fan.
Okay, all sports or just?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Making sure.
Guys, I asked the young men from St. Francis the same question. This kind of goes along with what Lynn asked Coach Horn. Of all the places you could choose to go to school, why St. John's?
I say like the brotherhood really like encouraged me to go there. When I shadowed there the first day, I was like, I really like the school. It's very brought us together. And then my freshman year is like actually like I wanted to stay there, didn't want to leave. No other school showed me where I wanted to go, so St. John's won me over.
For me, yeah, it was like that shadowing experience because I just recently transferred this summer, and I shadowed at the place in January, and it was just like nowhere I've ever been before. I mean, just everybody was just really inclusive, and the people were just overall the best I've seen anywhere else I've went.
So I've heard a couple people say shadow. You just spend a day at St. John's, go to classes. I mean, just like one school day, or is it 2 or 3 days?
Nah, it's just one.
One day.
Yeah, I shadowed in 7th grade. It was just a really cool experience. I never experienced anything like that. And the football program has just been really good past years, so it's thought it'd be a really good place to be.
When I shadowed in 7th grade, I thought the brotherhood was like different than other schools. So that was one reason, and the football team was pretty good then, so that was another reason I came.
Outstanding. Harshman threw up the most weight. Who's the baddest dude on this year's team? Who do you not want to go up against in practice?
I would say me.
Good answer. You guys, the other three, you agree? Yeah. All right. Coach, could you taken him on back in your day?
No, absolutely. No, my whole goal in football when I played was to get away from everyone as fast as
But you were a receiver, right?
I was, yeah. I was running scared all over the place. So.
Yeah, you could have outran him though. There's no doubt
I could have done
about
that. That was a long time
Probably
ago.
still can though.
No. I'm one more Achilles surgery away from barely being able to run at all. So.
How about the fastest dude on the team?
Harshman's pretty explosive.
Oh, he's got that too?
Between me and Brandon Pratt.
That's an easy answer. Brandon Pratt was the regional champion, Division I.
Oh yeah, okay.
Going to be a junior receiver for us.
Okay.
Coach, offensively, what's your focus? Like going from day one of install, what are you trying to get through to these guys from an offensive standpoint?
That's a great question because really we're still learning a lot about these kids and about our players, and now we're getting to the point where we put shoulder pads on. Now we're going to learn a whole bunch more. So we're trying to keep it kind of base right now, just trying to feel us out whether we're going to be more of a passing team or a running team. I know it's a vague answer, but we're just trying to get these guys to understand kind of the language of our offense, trying to get the kind of the building blocks so that way we can kind of adjust as we grow and as we kind of figure ourselves out.
Where'd your offense come from? Your philosophy and verbiage and language, where'd you get that from?
It's kind of a hodgepodge of my coaching career. I was at the start at Ashland University. We were a high power running team, a lot of gap scheme, and then Tiffin University, we were air raid. Played for coach with Gary Goff, who came from Mike Leach's system, and so we ran that to a T. And then Chris Reisert, I think, is probably the most of who we are like, just RPO spread offense. You just saw a lot of that at Anthony Wayne. What I love about it is just it allows you to be multiple. You can kind of move towards your strength. Like at Anthony Wayne last 2 years, we were a lot of quarterback runs. We ran the ball a ton, but we also could attack you vertically as well. You saw that my first year there, a lot more spread, a lot more getting 4 receivers on the field.
Players, I'm curious, playing in the Catholic High School League up there in Detroit, there's some outstanding teams up there. Give me your thoughts. You enjoy playing that level of competition?
Of course, it's great competition, and I want to play the best. You got to play the best to be the best. So yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely, a lot of competition, but I feel like I'd rather play in a higher competitive league than, like the NLL or something like that. It kind of shows more like what you can do kind of at like a higher level.
We talked about not saying dumb things on this radio show. That would be one.
I like it when they're honest.
I do too. You guys got a game circled this season? I know you're always looking at that opener here in about 3 weeks, but is there somebody that you enjoy playing?
Everybody. Yeah. I think we're just more focused on ourselves. Like there's not really like one team we want to beat. I mean, it's just focus on ourselves, and I mean, as the season goes on, we'll beat who we beat.
Outstanding. You taught them well on that one, Coach.
Yeah, talked about not saying stupid things. I love it. I love it. Can't wait to follow you guys this year.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you guys.
Thank you guys so much. Best wishes this season. Thank you. Good luck.
Appreciate you guys.
All right, welcome back to the Black Swamp Football Kickoff Show presented by the Gerken Companies, joined now by Archbold head coach David Dominic and his crew. And I want to know what did you pick out there from Outlaw Barbecue?
I got the brisket mac and cheese.
Brisket mac and cheese. It's pretty good?
It's pretty good.
All right.
That's the only thing I've ever gotten from Outlaw. That's what I...
Hey, last year was a challenging year for us in some regards, losing 18 starters coming into the season. It's never easy to replace that. So, but I think as the year went on, we played a lot of young players. A lot of kids got some varsity experience against some good football teams, and that makes you excited for the future year. When you had started 12 sophomores and 3 freshmen throughout the season last year, you got a lot back and a lot of competition going on right now.
Players, what are you excited about for this new year?
I'm just excited for the competition we have going on in practice every day. And like Coach said, we had a lot of young people starting, and I think having their first year with their varsity experience now, more developed, and I think that gives us more confidence going into games.
Going into the season, we have a lot of experience with a lot of returning sophomores and freshmen who played last year and played on both sides of the ball. So I think that'll come in handy with leadership and just how we perform on the field.
Coach Dominic, go ahead. I'm sorry. No, go ahead.
Don't let him cut you off.
I was going to say the same thing there. Just a lot of skill guys come back and a lot of skill at work.
Everybody good? Coach Dominic, talk about that. I mean, you guys play a gauntlet to start the season. Genoa, St. Henry, Tinora, 2-1 coming out of that 3-game stretch last year. That's pretty good. Do you like the schedule setting up like that?
Yeah, we do. When we had an opening a couple years ago, we knew with the way the playoffs were set up, you might as well go play as many good teams as possible because there's a good chance to make it with the 16 teams. Now, obviously, it's shifted a little bit to 12 teams, but we're still in favor of it. I think I've always been a 12-team proponent. I think for us going into the year, it gets you ready for our schedule. See some different dynamics. With a Genoa team that goes T formation right to 5 wide, gets you ready for some different stuff. And then obviously going down to MAC country and playing St. Henry last year didn't go the way we wanted it to, but it's definitely a measuring stick of where we're at because I don't care their record in the MAC, that they're all very good football teams.
Players, what did you learn from a year ago? Or takeaways that you have going into a new year?
Yeah, I just think it was a big step for some guys because we had people, like we said, a lot of young guys playing varsity that never played before. And I just think the experience we got from that, even though it was kind of a down year for us, you could say, we still learned a lot throughout that. So I think that's going back to those tougher times last year, we can use that this year, and it helps us.
I will say that you kind of gotta take the team upon yourself and really learn to lead, and that's a key component to our team is leadership. Like it's drilled into our head how we have to lead, and that was the biggest thing last year. We lacked leadership, and I think that kind of went on the field and made us not perform as well.
Anything else?
First time you've ever been quiet around here. That's impressive.
Oh, he's not quiet, huh?
No, never.
Well, what is leadership? What do you think leadership's going to be this for you?
Leadership throughout our season this year is going to be having the vocal guys, and when you need to speak up when needed, and just talk to the team when needed and be loud.
This guy, is he always quiet, Coach Dominic?
No.
Yeah, leadership, just keeping guys going. Don't let them hang their heads, and just keep energy going, and don't let one play multiply into much bad plays. Just keep guys going, because we're a young team and inexperienced, but we got a lot of talent and a lot of things to look forward to. So just keep everyone going as a leader and keep us united.
Coach, will you still have some underclassmen starting for you and seeing playing time this season, or will you be a little more junior, senior laden?
Yeah, we'll still be junior, senior heavy, but there's going to be obviously some of those freshmen that stepped up last year for us that are going to slide into some spots, I'm sure. But obviously, they mentioned it. There's been every spot's up for grabs, and that's going to be the hard part. You know, you can have a good week, but if you let down that next week, somebody's going to take your spot. So as a staff, we like to see that, but we want to see them elevate their level even more. You know, it's early in the preseason still, but we want to see some separation this next week in some of these starting spots.
You have a veteran assistant coaching staff that have been with you a long time. You don't have much turnover each year. Why is that? Is there a reason for it?
You know, I've always said I have some of the most loyal assistant coaches you're going to find. You know, yeah, we've been since I started 10 years ago. It's been pretty much the same group. Now we see some new faces here and there. Some stick around, some move on to bigger and better jobs. So it's a good thing to see, though. We had a couple coaches we lost after last year, just moving on to better things in their lives. But for me, it's a staff that I can count on. We know each other very well, and we're very hard on each other. You're going to see it. You know, it's we're here to take our program to the next level, and there's some times we get after each other.
Players, who's your favorite coach?
Easy.
You can't say Coach Dominic. He's excluded. Who's the funnest coach?
I gotta say Coach Peterson.
Coach Peterson's a good answer. Yeah, good answer.
You can just be yourself with him.
He's very animated and says some wild things.
He looks like he could be Coach Peterson's son, to be honest with you. He does, doesn't he?
He doesn't walk like that.
A little resemblance there.
Is Coach Peterson the most intense on the staff?
I'd say Coach Elting, Senior Elting.
Okay.
They have their times. Everybody has their times.
He's like our drill sergeant. I mean, he's ex-military, so I remember there's a lot of memories last year where just we'd be on a PAT station and we'd be doing sprints as linemen, just up and down, up and down. All right, guys, PAT. Ooh. It got to us sometimes.
Anybody else, favorite coaches?
Coach B definitely up there.
I feel like everybody on the staff's very approachable, and like you can talk to them all, so I think that's a good thing to have.
Coach Dominic, you've had a lot of success in your fairly young coaching career, but each off-season, right, you want to take some steps to improve not only your staff but individually. Was there anything you focused on this off-season to maybe improve as a head coach a little bit?
Yeah, I think you learn a lot about yourselves in those tough years. He mentioned it. You know, you learn the most about yourself in the tough situations in your life. Now, last year it was good to see. You know, we faced our struggles. We had 3 come-from-behind wins. We got our butts kicked in 3 games as well. So I think for me, it's just simplifying things for these guys. If they're thinking, they're not playing fast. So that's been kind of a focus of us this offseason. What can we do to play faster and less thinking out there? And for us, you want to win the NWL, you better be physical. So what can we do to be a more physical team and, make it later in the season? And it's a grind. And, there's been a lot of talks in the offseason about, these kids going through too much. So what can we do to keep them fresh come November? Because that's our goal, is to play late in November.
Can you coach physicality, or is it just something that is in the kid?
Obviously, kids are bred into it.
Program-
you got
yeah, programmed
kids that
that
can
way.
walk it. Yeah, definitely. But I think there's ways you can teach kids to be physical. Obviously, you can't just go line up out there and hit each other all the time. It doesn't work. But it's a mentality, a mental toughness type of thing. How can you make it through those tough times? I think it comes with time and experience, and hopefully we take the next step in that regards, because that was one of our weaknesses last year.
Who's the toughest dude on your team this season? Who do you not want to go up against in practice? Are they sitting here, or is it somebody else? Thinking.
I don't know.
Who are you scared of?
Myself.
Oh, here you go. Ed's not going to fit out the door.
I don't know if I'm necessarily scared of anyone, but I'd say Landon Wainless. The other day at practice, he hasn't been wearing a helmet. He just dove for a ball in a group of people on a fumble and he's just nuts.
Anybody else? They're still thinking.
They are. They know what they want to say. A couple of them want to say me. But
I'll veto that quickly.
Yeah. Guys, what's it going to take? Liberty's kind of been in control of things the last several years. What's it going to take for the Blue Streaks to climb back to the top of the NWAL?
I think we just got to play tougher as a team. Just stay together and just keep working hard and putting all that work in and being a lot tougher mentally and physically.
I'd say hard-nosed football and brotherhood is what's going to take us to the top, because that's what happened in years past, was tight-knit groups, didn't matter their size, but they were together and they were willing to work together, and that's what brought them to the top.
I feel like also we got to go in believing that and not having such an underdog mentality and going in thinking we can do this type mentality, and just not backing down to them. Regardless of how many games they won the year before, where they've been in the playoffs and all that, just going in thinking we can get the job done, it goes a long way.
Good?
Good enough for me.
Outstanding, guys. Thank you so much. Best wishes this season. Welcome back to the Black Smoke Football Kickoff Show presented by the Gerken Companies. We've got one of our featured stories in our magazine. If you need one, head inside there. They have some. George Eggers, Coach Swery. Have you guys all introduce yourselves for us in the positions you play first?
You want them to introduce themselves?
Yeah, let's make them do it.
George Eggers, I'm a running back. Got moved to linebacker this year.
Cole Sheridan, I'm a wide receiver and a defensive back.
George, did you read the article on yourself yet?
I was in the snag when I left.
You better. You better. Well deserved. Inside backer, outside backer?
No, right now I'm playing a little bit of Sam, and I play a little bit of Will for 7-on-7s and stuff.
Good.
Full inside backer.
Yeah.
Good.
Coach, give us your expectations for this year's team. You lost some talented seniors from a year ago, like everybody does every year, but take us through the offseason and your expectations for a new year.
These guys have worked extremely hard, this winter and spring and throughout the summer. We'll obviously look a little different than we have the last couple of years. You lose Owen, you lose Trey, Parker, Garrett Hall, some of the big weapons in our passing game. A lot of our offensive line is back that has a lot of experience. You got George here that's back. Paul, Saucer, and Cole are guys that on receivers that got a lot of time last year. And then defensively, I think our front five has some experience. And then our two corners, Cole and Paul, with Hayden Gerken in the backfield. So, you know, we lost some really good players, but we've got guys that got quite a bit of experience the last couple of years. So we'll see. We're going to look.
And George?
I think so. There's a few records I'm trying to get, I guess, but I just want to make sure the team has momentum, bringing energy every day, practice for games and stuff. I just want to be that leader that everybody is able to bank off of.
George, you're not a real vocal guy, right? So how are you going to lead this team as more of a kind of quiet, humble guy?
By just getting the job done, not complaining, practicing hard, running, conditioning, all that, just getting it done, getting it over with, picking everybody up in the weight room and at practice and on game day. It's just making sure you're doing your job and picking everybody else up and all the important stuff.
Cole, what are you most excited about this season?
I'm most excited for, just getting out there, getting ready to play. I mean, that's the best part about it.
Yeah, you got that itch. You made that tournament run last year.
Yeah.
You guys got hot. We had Defiance on earlier, right? And they graduated some dudes, but they got some guys back. What's it going to take to keep the River Rock? Because they are home this year. Is that Thursday night, Coach?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was just thinking about we haven't won there since 2019. I think that was the last time we won there
At Defiance.
Yeah. So
what's it going to take to keep the River Rock?
I mean, we got a ways to go, but, it's just going to take hard work throughout this next month and, a lot of discipline.
I agree. George, what's it going to take?
So it's going to take, you guys stay focused. We can't go into the game thinking we're going to win. I think we already have it. It starts 0-0. You never know how it's going to turn out. You got to work hard the whole time, all season and on game day.
Coach Swery, talk about that feeling last year. That game was back and forth, and it looked like you were going to win. It looked like they were going to win, and then you end up winning. Talk about that win to get to River Rock last year against Defiance.
yeah, I think it was kind of both of us were just kind of giving it away at certain points, but obviously it was great to get that win, and I think I was most proud of the kids, kind of how we battled back. They punched us in the mouth, and I think they were up 2 scores right away, and we kind of chipped away and came back a little bit, and I think George had the play of the game where we got picked off on a screen pass, and he came down and Maurice Claretted it and got it back, and we ended up. We didn't score that drive, but we got some momentum going, and I was whether win or lose, towards the end there, I was proud of our effort and the heart that we showed, and the win's just the cherry on top. So,
George and Cole, you can answer this too, but what contributed to that playoff run? Why were you guys so successful in that playoff run and gave Sandusky Perkins, who was obviously the state runner-up, all they could handle?
We were healthy. That was the big key. We really weren't healthy throughout the season until about week 10. Early on, Parker was missing. And then Garrett Hall and George was banged up quite a bit throughout the season. And a lot of it was just continuity with practice. And, we were able to practice with everybody. Week 10, we were able to sneak into the playoffs. And then, so we had 3 weeks of practice with our guys. And, I was talking to an assistant coach late in that season, and normally when you get later in the season, your practices get shorter. Ours were getting longer because we were moving guys left and right because we got to replace this. We got sophomores starting. We got to learn, and that's never what you want to do. So we got towards the end, week 10, week 11, week 12, and our guys knew what they had to do, and obviously we were in the perfect position at that 13 seed. It is what it is. But we were better than those two teams. And then our guys came out and threw punches with Sandusky Perkins, and honestly though, it comes down to about 3 plays that it could have went our way. But they got the win, and it gave us some good playoff experience.
George, Cole, you have anything to add on what contributed to that playoff run?
No, I think a big part of it is the mentality of win or go home, and we knew in order to keep playing and as a team, with Trey and Parker and all them, you had to win, or else you turn the pads in on that Monday. And it was fun, shutting them 2 teams out and then giving Perkins a good run. It was just a fun time with those guys.
Cole?
I think we really started to find what we needed on defense later. You know, the first couple playoff games, I mean, we really kept them to, you know, not scoring as much, and that's always what you need.
This is obviously a question for Coach Swery too, but boy, you graduate Trey and Parker and Owen and just so many outstanding seniors. How do you recover from that?
You know, people just gotta step up and fill in the shoes. I mean, they're gone. There's nothing much you can do about it. Just gotta get in there and get to work.
Yeah, it's just a big next man up mentality, and we got guys that are willing to do that, willing to step up and put their heads down and work hard to get what I think they deserve this season.
I think you and I have talked about that, Coach, about that's the fun part of seeing what guys step up. You know, there's going to be guys that we have they're not on our radar, and they're starting week 6, and they're, you know, one of your better players. So you always got to have guys step up, and you don't know who it's going to be until they do.
Coach, curious your thoughts here, because I talked to a lot of coaches about adding a strength of schedule, and Napoleon is one of those teams that plays up. They play a lot of schools that are bigger than them division-wise and enrollment-wise. Would you like to see a strength of schedule component added to the playoffs, and do you like the new playoff system with 12?
Yeah, no, I think 12's the number. It's got to be the number. But in my opinion, you've got to add some type of strength of schedule. And really, I wouldn't have said that until last year when, you know, we're the 13th seed.
Yeah, you were misseeded. And if you knew, you knew.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. So, you know, this year we wouldn't be in at that point, you know. So that was my thing was, you know, if last year was this year, the 4 seed that we beat 49-0 is getting a bye in a home playoff game. So, and when you look at, I'm a big Drew Pasteur fan. He had us beating both teams, Bay and Clearview. So he's got something figured out with the strength of schedule stuff that I don't understand why, you know, OHSA can't kind of go that route. But I mean, it's hard, but yeah.
It worked out for you.
It worked out for us, yeah.
I'm good. I just want to know from George and Cole, and Coach also, what are you most excited about this year?
I'm just excited to get out there with our senior class and just see what we can do, because we've had a lot of like sneaky talent coming up, but they've also had better guys in front of them, and now they actually get like a chance to shine and prove to everyone what they actually can do on the field.
It's great. Cole, what are you excited about?
Yeah, just like George said, you know, there was the seniors ahead of you, and now it's your turn. So I'm excited for the opportunity.
Give me one guy, just one guy that you think that maybe didn't play a lot last year that you think is going to surprise some people this year. Can you name one person?
I'd say Tucker Shepard.
I was going to say Troy Barton. Like, he played a little bit, but I think this year he's going to be starting.
Big boy.
Probably both sides. He's gotten a lot stronger. His leadership skills are way better, and I think he's going to surprise some people.
Is he going to wear that big cowboy collar again this year?
I hope so.
That just makes him look bigger.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Thank you guys so much. Good luck. We'll see you in about 3 weeks at Defiance. Welcome back to the Black Swamp Football Kickoff Show presented by the Gerken Companies. Winding down here, got 3 teams left. Southview, Coach Steve Hardy and his crew. Coach, thank you so much for stopping out. I know we got our emails got a little twisted, and we had to fill you in here at the end, but thank you for coming out late on a Sunday night. We always look forward to talking to you.
Yep.
Players, introduce yourselves and what positions you play.
My name's Joe Tucker. I'm a tight end and linebacker. I'm Adam LaPlaw. I'm a wide receiver and cornerback.
My name is Mo MacArthur. I'm a running back and safety.
My name is Jackson Hesse. I play quarterback.
Do you like playing on I know your answer is probably going to be both, but do you prefer the offensive or defensive side of the ball? So a lot of you guys are two-way guys.
I prefer defense. I'll just say both.
There you go.
I'll probably say offense.
Yeah, good one.
Offense, yeah.
Okay. Who's the toughest guy on the Southview team this season? We'll start it off with that.
No, they were just joking about saying somebody completely opposite of that. So I'm open to actually answering truthfully.
Okay. Let's hear it.
I would probably say our linebacker, Jackson Augustiniak, or Joe Tucker.
I'd probably say John Smolensky. He's new. He's big, 6'6" kid.
Ooh. How much does he weigh?
Like 210.
Not enough.
I think like 210.
Okay. But he can hit?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I'd probably say our linebacker, Mike Miller. He's just a tough guy.
Yeah, I'd probably say the other two linebackers, Mike Miller and Jackson Augustiniak, two pretty tough guys.
Miller really set the tone last year against Northview with some huge hits in that game. He was the next level in that game. That stood out to me for sure. But yeah, they hit him on the head there. All of our linebackers are pretty tough.
Okay.
One thing I always like to ask, you guys up around the greater Toledo area, right? And in this era of kids switching schools and all that kind of stuff, you guys have chose to stay and be Southview Cougars. Why is that?
I'd say for me, I live close to the other school, but I just felt like Southview kind of fit me better. I liked the culture at Southview way more, and I feel like that's just where I fit in.
Yeah, I think the community's really good at Southview, and I think people fit in a lot better here than most places.
I'd say probably when I was a freshman, I came in, it was a real turning point for Southview. The team started to do really good that year for the next 2 years, so that's why.
I used to go to Springfield, and I had to move, and I think a big reason why I go to Southview, the fans make it so much better. They're very supportive, and they help us with donations and everything.
Coach, I know the season a year ago was not up to your expectations. What gets you back on track this season in your mind?
Well, there's a lot of factors at play. Obviously, our schedule last year was a little wonky with 2 lopsided wins to start the season, then 3 lopsided losses, and we really didn't have an identity. So I think establishing an identity off the bat, offensively and defensively, is important. But just keeping in mind that we're kind of looking at the season as almost 3 different seasons. You got your first 2 games, you got your gauntlet crossover games, and then you got your in-season games. And those last 5 games are more important than the first 5 games, really. So we got to make it.
Guys not falling, that's a tough 3-game stretch for anybody.
Right.
How do you keep the ship afloat when you know you're going into some rough waters like that?
Well, I mean, every year is different. So, I mean, our first year going through that, we had a lot of seniors with a lot of experience. And so I think they knew going into that what we were getting, and we got better each week. We got blown out by Findlay that year. Then we were very competitive with Perrysburg, made a couple mistakes that shot ourselves in the foot. And then we had Whitmer down to the last 10 seconds. Last year, ton of new starters, lacking that experience. I think going into the first 2 games with blowouts really kind of hurt us, because then we go into those games and we didn't get better each week. We got injured a lot. We had to deal with some things. And so I think the biggest thing last year was mentally we came out of that gauntlet. I mean, physically we were bummed up, but also mentally we didn't know what we were. And, we struggled with that the rest of the season. So really focusing in what we say and what we do in those days, and making sure that the kids are on board, that looking at the big picture and not focused on what happened on Friday night at Whitmer or what happened on Friday night against Perrysburg. Because those games really don't impact our season. Yeah, it'd be great with the playoffs to get a D1 win, a lot of points, right? But it doesn't hurt us to get that loss. Our points are being made in those other games. So if we can get through those games confident and healthy and looking at the big picture and focused on that as a team, I can say whatever I want, but if the kids aren't buying it, then they have to have that buy-in.
Players, take us through that 3-week gauntlet where you're playing much bigger schools. What is it like from your perspective?
I think last year as a first-year starter, it was definitely, a lot of things hit me. It's walking into an environment where it's much bigger than you might play in the first 2 weeks. And I feel like it's a whole new experience, but the energy and the adrenaline, I think, is what carries me through it. I try and take advantage of that as much as possible.
So yeah, Joe last year, he stepped in when Drew got hurt week 2. So his first game starting were those 3 games. So
wow.
Yeah, I think it's always tough when you play those 3 games back to back, and you can lose some confidence, but you just gotta try and get through it, because we can still get to our goals by losing those 3 games of a Cardinal Division championship, and those goals are never done for if you lose those 3 games.
With this being my 3rd year starting, I'm kind of getting more used to it and feeling like I want to win the games, but I know that if I get through healthy and make sure I got my eyes on the bigger picture, I feel like we'll get through it better.
Yeah, obviously, I'd like to stay healthy as well through those 3 games. And, we just got to keep our confidence as high as possible, because that's, like he said, it's not the end of the year. We can still make playoffs, win the Cardinal Division, and have a pretty good year for ourselves.
Right out of the chute, you guys get your rival from across town. Do you like that game first, or would you rather have it at the end?
I don't know. I've never had it at the end, but I feel like first is better because both teams are usually fully healthy, and there's no excuses if they lose or we lose, by the end of the year.
I kind of wish it was at the end because, if you're having a bad season, you always know you have something to look forward to, at the end of the season. Last year, we were kind of going to the last 2 games with nothing to play for. But this, if we had Northview right there, I know the team would have been much more hyped.
Yeah, I think it's more fun at the end of the year because you have your team all loaded up for the game, and you're just ready for a big game.
I like the fact that it's at the beginning of the year. I think that it definitely, in Slovenia entirely, I think it brings everyone together. But also I think it gives our team during the offseason something to really strive for and something to really just make everything 100% effort towards beating that team.
Coach, any thoughts on the game at the end or at the beginning like it is?
Having gone through both, so about half the time I've been at Southview, it was the last game. It always was, practice was different that week. I remember my first year at Southview, I was a freshman coach, and then our season was over, so I came up with varsity for the last couple of weeks. And it was noticeably different, intense and just driven on that game. And that's during seasons where we only had 1 or 2 wins, Having it early in the season, like Joe said, yeah, it gives you that pushing point to get them in the weight room, to get them to come out in summer practices and put that work towards, because you're always, at the end of every practice, you're saying beat Northview. You're not focused on anything else. So having that constant reminder, but yeah, like Mo said, having that carrot at the end of the year to always be hanging there regardless, that's kind of fun too. So either way is good. I know in a couple years, maybe it's next year, it's in the middle of the season, so that's going to be really weird. Not next year, the following year when we're supposed to move up to the Buckeye Division. We'll play them in a league game, and it's in the middle of the season. So that'll be weird. But, who knows what will happen at that point.
Mm-hmm. The new NLL, you've had a couple seasons to go through it. What's your perspective on the 2 divisions and the crossovers? We're getting Liberty-Benton, who is here tonight, coming in next year.
I think growth is great. I think, obviously, they do a good job of getting us coaches together and asking us what we want. And there's some changes that are possibly coming up in the next couple of years that, with the addition of the team, we might reanalyze how many crossover games we have or things of that nature. And so they do a good job of asking us our opinion. As far as the league itself, it's hard in this area to think of any way to grow bigger on the top end, which I think the league kind of needs right now, because I think it's there's kind of 3 levels of play. You got the big Division I schools, you got us, D2s are kind of in the middle and spread out, and then you got some of the smaller schools. But in the Cardinal Division, especially the last 2 years, the teams that were in there is great. I like playing Napoleon every year. I like playing BG because you're always getting tough guys down there. Clay's been really good the last couple years. So it's enjoyable. I don't love the crossover games, obviously, and they've listened as far as trying to maybe go down to 2 crossover games or put a game in between them to make it not such a gauntlet. So they're trying to help, and I appreciate that. But overall, it's the best league in the area, is my opinion.
Break down Cardinal Division for us this year. A lot of seniors graduated from kind of the top tier teams.
Yeah,
what can we expect
so there's
there?
a lot of new coaches in the NL this year, and there's a lot of new quarterbacks, ours included. So, like I said, you know what you're going to get with Napoleon. They're always going to be tough and ready to go. I'm not sure what's going on with Springfield, another new coach. So we'll see what's going on with that. Obviously, they're pretty close to us. Fremont Ross, again, a school that's always going to have athletes. They're always going to have big guys up front. So if they can put that together and be focused, again, who's going to come out of the crossover games healthy and ready to keep their season going, or who's going to be looking towards basketball season? And that's the biggest thing. Who's healthy, who's ready to go at week 6, and we'll see where it goes from there.
Outstanding.
I'm good. Guys, anybody have anything they want to add? Any predictions you want to make? I'm just kidding. Don't do it. Good luck, guys.
Yeah, good luck, guys.
Thanks. Appreciate you.
We're looking forward to following you. Going to get the Liberty-Benton guys up here. Coach Elkert, you're not going to join them? We can't get you up here.
Hey, I think we had Jacob up there last time. They did a great job without any coaches. Remember that 2 years ago?
We're good with that.
they did.
We're good with that. We're going to have you guys introduce yourselves, first of all, in the positions you play at Liberty-Benton.
I'm Seth Elkert, and I play receiver and safety.
I'm CJ Barber. I play DN and tight end.
Austin Collard, linebacker and running back.
Zach Elkert, running back and linebacker.
We saw these guys last year. Was it the
Columbus Grove
game? Was that the only time we saw them?
I think so. We're gonna see them Columbus Grove week again this year.
Oh,
too.
nice.
Week 2.
They'll be at Grove,
We're
right?
expecting a little better showing this year, guys. Can you do that for us?
Yeah, last year definitely left a bad taste in our mouth, and we're working hard this year to flip the script.
Well, you guys got hot after that, though, right? And then eventually falling to Liberty Center in the state playoffs. So what'd you guys learn from last season, good or bad?
I think that I learned that we got to be tough. Everybody's got to be tough, and it's like everybody's got to do their job. If one person messes up, then just domino effect, and then everybody else is going to be messing up. And if everybody's doing good, then it's just going to lead to good things, I think.
I found out that we have a really good group of guys. We're really together, and we feed off each other's emotion and energy, and I think we can go far this year.
Yeah, I think we just need to keep up every week we can't take a step back, and we just have to keep improving week after week.
I think last year we lacked a little bit of leadership, and this year we got a senior heavy class, and I think our leadership will take a big step this year.
Take me through what it means to you guys, and maybe what you learned from playing teams like Columbus Grove, and you came up here to Liberty Center and played with them a year ago. What do you take away from games like that, guys?
I found out that seniors are a big part of the culture and the energy of the team. They're the heart of everything. And if you have low energy seniors, it feeds to the whole team. And if you have high amounts of energy, high players and everything, it's going to build and build and build.
I learned that coming out early plays a big role in this type of games. Against Columbus Grove, our first drive, we came out and we scored. I think it was like a 9-play drive. We went down pretty easily, and then after that, we kind of laid an egg. They came down, they drove down the field. Now, we just shot ourselves in the foot. Then after that, we couldn't do anything on offense. We couldn't stop their defense. They had 300 rushing yards that game. So I think we got to come out early, and then come out early on defense, not just on offense. We got to score and then put them away and then score again. Just keep doing that.
Kind of going off of what CJ said, leadership is a huge thing. I mean, we gotta, even when things get bad and we start panicking and stuff, we need seniors that'll get everyone on the same page and keep us all on the right track.
Yeah, playing teams like Liberty Center and Columbus Grove, you can see that throughout the entire game they're consistent no matter what. And sometimes when we play those teams, we come out really strong, and then as the game goes on, we fall apart. So we just gotta stay consistent.
You guys are going to be leading this team. What is leadership? Define that for me. What do you think leadership is?
This year we've been preaching that every senior has to find their one thing. So whether it's encouraging or being strict and yelling, getting on your teammates, everybody's got to find their one thing and just perfect it. I think it's just leading by example. Like I said, we have a very big senior class, and we just got to show the young kids how it's done here at LB.
For leadership, I mostly think it is when stuff hits the fan, it's going bad, you at least need one person to show up. If you have one person, it builds, and everybody will follow that person, and you can get through anything.
Yeah, kind of going off of that, if you get one person to bring up the rest of the team, it can just really help the momentum and keep the game going.
Guys, your last season in the Blanchard Valley Conference coming up, how important is it to go out as league champions?
We stress that every year, that it's very important to be league champions. We want to leave our mark in the BBC, and this is our last year, like you said, so it's in the back of our head that, we want to leave our mark in our last year.
I know you guys are graduating, but what are your thoughts on Liberty-Benton, a longtime member of the BVC? And I know you guys are a little bit bigger than some of the other schools in that league.
Last chance to play together. I know Zach and Seth, you guys have been growing up together. What is, give me some thoughts on that. Have you thought about this being your last time together as football players at Liberty-Benton?
Yeah, it's obviously really sad. We've been playing football our whole lives together, football, basketball, and baseball. We grew up doing it, from being water boys on the sideline to dreaming about coming out there Friday night. I remember we'd go outside and play catch and just talk for hours about how cool it's going to be going out Friday nights. And now, in the blink of an eye, it's over. So it's going to be sad, but I think this year we're going to prove that's going to be a good ending. Yeah, it's going to be really sad not being able to play with my brother anymore, but hopefully this year we can go out with a really good season. I'm excited to see what my brother can do in college.
Austin and CJ, last chance to play with kind of your brothers. What is this final season going to mean to you guys?
This means everything to me. That I bleed this sport. This is all I do. I train for it 24/7. And my best friends are in my position groups with Will Granger, Isaac Schwarm, and Robert Lawrence. They're my family, and I'd do anything for them.
Yeah, I've been with these guys for a long time now, and they almost feel like brothers to me. And I just want to do anything to help us all have a great senior year and go out with a good season.
So the goal, right, primary goal is to win, the primary goal is to beat Ottawa Glandorf week 1, right? But looking at the big picture, you want to be BVC champions, right? And after that, what's the next step for you guys? Because you guys have won a lot of football games in your career. What would be the perfect icing on the cake?
Yeah, obviously our number one goal is first to go 10-0, win the BVC, and then look in the future, we need to win some games in the playoffs. Past couple of years, we've only won 1 or 2, and this year we're hoping to make a statement in the playoffs and go far.
One of the main things I would like is just another shot at Liberty Center for me.
What would, if you get that matchup with the Tigers, what would have to change, do you feel like, for you guys?
For us, I feel like we need to be 100% at all times. Sometimes some players, they're not always giving 100% like they need to and 100% dialed in on the game.
Yeah, I think we just need to stay consistent the whole game, and I feel like past 2 times we've played them, we shot ourselves in the foot, and we kind of just folded after that and gave up. And if we do get to see them this year, I think that if we can stay consistent the whole game, it'll be a really good game for us. I think we just can't be intimidated. It's hard not to be intimidated like a team like that, but I think with our senior class and leadership, I think we come out strong. And like Zach said, not shooting ourselves in the foot. So it was 14-0 at halftime of that game, and we had opportunities in the first half in the red zone. We just never could put it in. So I think we're putting a big emphasis on finishing the drive and getting in the end zone this year.
Yeah, we got to stay consistent throughout the whole game. Quarter 1 to quarter 4, we just have to, last play of the game should be like the first play of the game with energy.
Who's your favorite team on your schedule to compete against? Who do you just love to match up with? Could be a league game, could be a non-league game. Is it Macomb? Who is it?
League game, I'd say Arlington, just because the rivalry there. Out of league game, I'd say Columbus Grove, just because they're a really good football team, and after last year, I think all of us can say that we're really looking forward to that. We have that week circled in our calendar, and we're ready for that.
Yeah.
For me, a league game is Macomb. I just always love playing them. It's a fun game all the time. And out of league game, probably Columbus Grove. Just a great, well-coached team, and it's fun to go up against well-disciplined kids.
Yeah, league game for me, Arlington as well. 4 years I've played them, it's always been a good battle, good game. And then at a league game, Grove, past 2 years they've gotten us, but hopefully we can get them this year.
Don't have a coach with you guys. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Probably a favorite team to face in the league is probably Arlington, because coming as a D lineman, they have always at least a decent offensive line, and they run the ball. And I love getting physical in the trenches sometimes.
Love it.
And then my non-conference would probably be Columbus Grove.
Okay. Don't have Coach Garlock here, but break down the defense for us. Where are you guys going to excel on defense this season in your mind?
Well, I think we're going to excel at D-line. We are returning, I think, everyone at D-line?
Yes.
We're returning everyone in defense, really.
Don't you play defensive back, though, Seth?
I play DB, but our D-line is...
It's better than the defensive backs?
I wouldn't go that far.
Okay.
Our D-line was, CJ is a good leader, and then we got Will down there. Is it going close we have there?
We have really great size up front, so it'd be pretty hard to beat out our defensive line.
And I think in the DBs wise, we have a lot of good athletes out there. We have Connor Barber, his little brother, and then we have Reader on that corner. Carson Griffin that corner, who is a really good athlete, really good fast track kid. And I'm at safety. Can't forget about the linebackers. I think we're turning off through our linebackers, and I think we're all excited for the season and we're well coached. So
our front seven's gonna really dominate this year, I think. So.
Okay. Flip it over to offense for us. Break down the offensive side.
Well, last year we had our quarterback was more of a throwing quarterback, and this year we got Connor Barbara, his brother, and he can run the ball a lot better than Trevin. So we're gonna hopefully have a better running game with him involved in it, and then as well he can pass the ball. So yeah, I think it's gonna be more balanced this year with the run and the pass. I think it's going to be 50-50. We're not going to just throw the ball all game or run the ball all game. It's going to be balanced because we have good athletes at wide receivers, and we have Zach and Austin at running back. So it's not every day you see a team who has good athletes at receiver and running back. So
yeah, I think our run game is going to be very good this year. We have a lot of returning linemen and Zach at returning running back, both great assets to our team. So I think it's going to be good this year.
I'm good. I just wanted, you guys have had a ton of success across the board. Basketball, a lot of years. Track and field at Liberty-Benton's unbelievable. And then you guys have some of the best facilities for a school your size. Talk about the community, the communities that make up Liberty-Benton High School and how supportive they must be, because you guys have some pretty premium stuff.
Our community, they give back to what we put in. They know that we're putting in the hard work, and I think they want to see us succeed because they want to see us grow as people, not just football players and athletes. They want to see us grow as people, so they do give us a lot, and we really do appreciate all of them.
Great.
We also have everybody in the community just bleeds sports. We always have massive crowds. People come, lots of fundraisers, and I feel like everybody knows each other. We're always there for each other.
Very good.
Very good. Thank you guys so much. We appreciate it. And thanks to Coach Elkert for bringing you guys up here today. Greatly appreciate it. Good job. Yes. Lastly, Ayersville pilots Andrew Mickey and Ayersville here with us as we round out 6.5 hours. This is our longest kickoff show in history. Can't thank the Gerken Companies enough, and Glenn and Greg Badenhop here to American Freedom Energy, Grand Moss General Soroy's willing to host, and the Gerken Companies stepping up and sponsoring this again in our podcast this season. We'll get rolling with our podcast in a couple weeks with our league predictions, and we're 3 weeks away from Game 1, right, Coach?
Yeah, it'll be fun.
Starting tomorrow, and those will be on Mondays. Our football show. We have some good guests lined up for that. Tommy Ward's going to be our guest picker week 1.
Nice.
We have some guest pickers. We're going to do a little college game day type.
Oh, I like it.
Get some guests.
Let them
here.
try their hand at it.
Yeah, see how they do.
I like it.
Working on Mark Krause from Patrick Henry and got some other guys lined up. Yeah, Coach Mickey here. He was with the Black Swamp crew,
Yeah.
4 years ago, 3 years ago.
Yeah, but the year before I started at Ayersville,
Yeah.
I had 1 year out of coaching and I was with you. You
That's
were dumb
right.
enough to let me come and talk on your podcast.
You were good, man. Yeah, I just had to control you and Tony from arguing.
That's a pair.
Oh, jeez.
They kept trying to tell me, Tory, that Matthew Stafford wasn't a good quarterback.
Oh.
We had an argument the whole year.
Oh, man, I used to lose my mind when people would do that. And then there's people that would say Jared Goff isn't the man. I mean, all he's done is, I mean, come on. But no, Stafford, for some
You're a
reason.
Lions fan. Of course you're going to say that.
Well, I'll tell you if they're not, though. I'll tell you if they're not.
Game knows game.
Yeah, thank you, Coach Mickey. You guys are lucky to have him.
Yeah, you are. Coach Mickey introduced you. Players, introduce yourselves and what positions you play.
I'm Braylon Young, and I play running back and cornerback.
I'm Levi McConnell. I'm a guard and D-tackle.
Tucker Sproul. I'm a running back and an outside linebacker.
Outstanding. Thank you guys for coming out here. It's almost 7 o'clock on a Sunday, so thank you so much. I know we are getting into week 1 of practice here. We appreciate you coming out. Coach, I know last year was not the season that you wanted. How do you get it turned around here in 2025?
Well, I think number one, Lynn, you got to learn from what didn't work well. You know, I talked about this when you sent me the questionnaire for the magazine, and it's, you know, a lot of it was on me early on, asking our guys to try to do things that, you know, they weren't, it didn't play to their strengths. You know, try not to ask your guys to execute things that they're not capable of doing, and that's on you as a coach. So I think this year we're a little bit more zeroed in on things that we are as a team, and we're full steam ahead in that direction, and I'm grateful that the guys have bought in. We've had an outstanding offseason in the weight room, and our camp days, I think, have been going really, really well. A big shift in the attitude and the intensity that we've had in practice, and I'm pretty excited to see where it goes for our guys.
You went to more of the run game. What was that, midway through the season? Was that the Hicksville game a year ago, Coach, that you kind of changed and really wanted to pound the rock?
It was when we made the change, it was the night we got home from the Edgerton game.
Okay.
I was in the coach's office until about 1 a.m. that morning, and we completely did away with receivers that night. We didn't have a receiver group anymore because I went to the film, and we threw the ball downfield 12 times to that point in the season, and of those 12 attempts, we had completed one of them, and the only problem was that was to Fairview's defensive back. So I decided that was not advantageous for us to do anymore, so we did away with that, and we were a lot more effective offensively. We still had a lot of youth and a lot of learning to do, because, you know, switching midstream in the middle of the season is not great to do on your kids. Asking those guys to execute what was, I mean, we were running the same concepts, but it was just different formations. So to switch midstream was a challenge, but the kids embraced it, and we won that first game out of it. We had a 20-point come from behind victory over Hicksville, and had some other games that were really, really tight and controlled the ball really well. But yeah, this year we're kind of full steam with that as our identity.
You kind of answered this, but I was curious. Did you just throw the playbook away, or did you have these plays kind of already built in that you had practiced?
I mean, yeah, really, it's like you said, we ran really the same concepts, but instead of running it from pro or con or twins right, we ran it out of T and wing right, and that's, we did away with, if everybody's packing the box on us anyway, so bring everybody in, because we were not doing an effective job of passing the football. So with guys spread out, nobody was respecting
the switch. I mean, Coach is completely right. Nobody respected our receivers, and honestly, they didn't have a reason to. But I tell you what, we did have very respectable running backs, especially Tory and Knieven. And I think when we really shifted into that, it helped our team. Even, our line is kind of getting more comfortable with it now. Everybody's getting more comfortable with the wing tee. I personally love it. I like that mentality of smash mouth football. But I'm enjoying it. I love the wing tee, and I'm really looking forward to see it this year, especially with the fact that we're leaning into it early on. I really think it's going to work really well for us.
You're getting Torrens carries now.
Yeah.
You like that?
I absolutely love it. I was hoping to get at the fullback position. I was really hoping for it all season. They've got Eli Burner back there, and you know what? That's fine with me. He's a bigger guy than I am. He runs hard. He's fast for how big he is. But dude, I just really hope that I get that football a lot. I'm confident that I can do good things with it, and I don't know. I want to do big things for our team, and I know that I can. So I'm just looking forward to being able to show that to everybody.
You can make a sales pitch. How many carries a game you want?
He just did make a sales pitch.
I'm going to turn the tables and ask a question back this way. Tory, as an old football coach, how does that warm your heart or what? You have a kid that's sitting there, like he's got
goosebumps, man.
You want a guy who wants the ball, not selfishly, because you could hear it in his voice. It wasn't selfish. It's I want the ball because I know I can help the team.
Yeah.
Oh, love it, buddy. I love it.
40? You want 40 carries a game?
Oh, dude.
Slow down.
I tell you what, I got to start running more if I'm going to get 40 carries.
Well, you got 3 weeks.
You're right. I do. You know what? I would be up to the challenge. I would be up to the challenge.
Well, you better protect the. Yeah,
what if you fumble?
No, that was actually something that I really struggled with last year. Especially, I was happy with how I carried the football yardage wise, but I fumbled the ball far too many times for me to even be starting as a running back. And I seriously need to work on that this year, and I'm really hoping to change that because I think I could be so much better if I really had that ball security. I had too many fumbles last year. Too many. I probably could have gone past both hands. But
You make him carry a football around school when he fumbles?
we did it.
That's what Coach McCord did back in the day.
I went to the Denzel from Remember the Titans. How many feet are in a mile? And I had some guys run a mile with a football after because it's mid-season we made the switch. What's one of the most important factors of running wing T offense? You got to protect the football. I'll never forget telling these guys, we had Patrick Henry come over to play us in week 2. I go, guys, they're a talented team, more talented than we are right now, so our path to victory is pretty narrow. We got to control the football, and I kid you not, we go out there on the first play, we run a trap, and we fumble the first play. I'm like, oh gosh, guys, come on. So it was a lot of that, a lot of youthful mistakes, and I really feel like our guys have learned a lot from that because we played some challenging teams last year.
Yeah.
Patrick Henry, Bluffton, Delta was a darn good football team last year, and then in our league play, GMC was a good league last year, so a lot of trial by fire for our guys.
Delta and PH to open the season. You guys better be able to stop the run. Can you do it?
I feel like our run defense was pretty solid last year. We gave up big runs. If you were able to get through our front seven, which was usually pretty stout, Tinora had negative yards rushing against us in the game last year. But if you were able to get through our front seven, our secondary wasn't as ready to make the play. They were worried about the pass, and rightfully so, because we struggled to defend the pass. So if you were able to get through that, we gave up some longer runs. But on a down-to-down basis, I feel like our D-line linebackers are pretty stout and pretty physical. And like I said, that's our kids' identity. So I think defending the run is a pretty good strength of ours. And it will be tested very early by Delta and Patrick Henry.
You ready for those running games from Delta and PH, guys?
I think we are. I think our defensive line and our offensive line have really stepped up, especially considering what we had last year. We did not have the line that we needed with the wing T last year, and I think we've got a lot of guys stepping up. And there's a lot more competitiveness in our line as well. There's some guys competing for spots, and honestly, I think that's amazing for a team, and it really pushes the guys to work harder. And so our defensive line, I think, is going to be good, and our offensive line is going to be good. And I'm getting out of that awful safety position. I'm coming.
This guy.
Yeah, I'm coming back down to outside linebacker, and I'm really looking forward to that, honestly. So I think we're going to be good at stopping the run. We'll see, though. We'll see.
For me, my opinion will wait until we put the pads on because I know we can talk a lot about the D-line, but until you start smoking guys, then you'll see if you can actually blow people up. But looking at it this year, we got some big boys, and or at least definitely compared to last year. But the competitiveness has been huge for us. Thursday, you could see us. We were running a drill with bands on us, trying to race each other and stuff, and we were just pulling legs, stepping on each other's feet and just kicking each other down. It's not even legal at all, but we were just pushing each other all the time and wanting to fight each other. So.
They didn't want to lose. It was good.
Yeah.
I believe that we'll be ready for the run, but we can't sleep on the pass because they're gonna be run, and be a third and long, just throw a pass at us or just get us off balance.
Who's the dude up front for you guys this season? Who's going to lead the way? Offensive line, defensive line?
Offensive line, probably Caden Brewer.
It's kind of hard to answer. You got that.
Are you kidding?
He doesn't want to answer because he's an offensive lineman. You guys got it.
Yeah, you guys.
Defensively, I don't know. Levi, do you start defensive line? You do, don't you? I would.
Come on, Levi, step up and be deep.
I would think so. I'm not kidding. Levi's an amazing wrestler. He's good on the line. He works hard. I tell you what, you get the wrestling in there with his hands. I think he's going to be hard to stop up front, and he's fast too. I mean, Levi, it looks a little small for a lineman, but that's because he's fast, dude. He really is quick on his feet. So
I love it.
I don't know. I'm thinking Levi's going to be hard to stop.
All right, Tucker, who's the guy you don't want to mess with on the team? Who do you not want to get smoked by?
I'd say, I don't know, Caden Boer might be up there, but I think Eli Berner, dude. He's ready for everything. I'm not gonna lie. So I'm looking forward to see how he does this year. He was doing good, especially at the linebacker position defensively last year. He was doing good, and I'm really looking forward to see how he does offensively when we start giving him the football. So.
Who do you other two guys not want to go up against in practice?
I mean, I'm fine with going up against anybody in practice, I'm going to be honest, but I can see Berner definitely being a hard hitter this year. And, my little brother Garrett, he does pretty good with that. He's pretty explosive off the ball. He's getting to be a pretty big running back. So.
Big running back or a small guard, we'll see. I give Garrett a hard time because he's a little ball of anger.
Okay.
He runs angry. He's got tremendous contact balance, but he looks like a guard. He's got that round build for a running back. So.
Yeah, he might take my spot. Yeah, little brother, but yeah, Berner's definitely up there.
I could probably see Boer and Berner and probably Ryan Johnson.
That's a good one.
You agree with those picks, Coach Mickey?
Those are some tough kids. I mean, they all included Boer because Boer's 6'4", 6'5", 270 pounds.
But he's got the beef.
Yeah, he's got the beef.
What about pound for pound?
I think Ryan Johnson was a nice pull right here. Ryan Johnson is a tough kid. He's a quiet kid. I mean, I've been coaching Ryan for this will be my 4th year coaching Ryan, and I don't think I've said more than. Well, I've said a lot of words to Ryan. I don't know that he's said more than 50 words to me. He's not a talker. The kid is very, very quiet, but he plays really, really hard and wants to compete. So that's a good pull. Geez, pound for pound, that's tough. Sean Sharp.
Yeah.
One of the smaller guys.
He's like 135 pounds,
A fury.
5'4" maybe. We love him. We love him dearly on the team. He's going to be a sophomore, but
SD.
scout team,
Yeah. I got one last question, because Coach Strock, a year or two ago on the podcast, said, if we locked all the GMC coaches, just lock them in a room.
Always starting stuff, Tory.
I know. No holds barred. No holds barred.
We listened to this on the way here.
We said Jason Hale. Big Hale at Antwerp.
No, you did. You both said me.
I think I said you.
I said Hale.
No, you didn't. We just listened to it. Oh, 100%.
You just listened?
Because they were asking, I've never heard the podcast. I was like, I remember one episode you guys
got that saved or what?
No, I do. I 100% do. I thought that was hilarious. Because you guys were in the middle of GMC picks, and of course, it's like Tory's internal monologue just coming out. There was no filter from Strock, like, ever. And he goes, I got a question for you guys. Cage match. Lock him in a room. I'm like, gosh, Tory. I got to see him in a couple weeks. Thanks for setting that up for me.
Do you think he could take Big Hale?
I'm saying yes. This guy strategically pulled it up while we were riding here. He gets on his phone while we're driving and starts skipping ahead to it, and is just waiting for our reaction to hear, oh yeah, Mickey would win that. Mickey would come out. I'm saying against Hale. Yeah, I mean, Hale's obviously a big guy. But, not sure if you know this or not. He's gonna puff his chest out a little bit. He used to do jujitsu and stuff, so.
I know.
Yeah, I'm saying he's got that.
I love it. Those are the questions people want answered.
You never went on to do the other leagues like you said you were, because I wanted to hear those debates.
Well, just give us a couple weeks.
I'm gonna start reminding you guys of some text messages.
We'll do it weekly.
We did the NWAL.
We did the NWAL, and but yeah, some leagues just aren't as interesting because, like, you know who would win. Like in the NBC, Eastwood's head coach.
Oh, Sam Cotterman.
Yeah, Cotterman would. I mean,
that's fair.
He'd be out of that room quick.
WBL would be interesting.
That's an interesting one.
Yeah, we're going to visit that one.
Save that.
WBL.
Put that in the.
Put a pin in there.
Yeah.
Guys, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having
Looking
us.
forward to following you guys again this season.
Good luck.
Good year.
Good luck, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you to the Gerken Companies, presenting sponsor today. Thank you to Glenn and Greg Badenhop for hosting us again. They are always gracious. And stay tuned. We'll be back here in a couple weeks.
That's so funny.
Coach Strock, 3 weeks will be our first podcast. Well, I should say after our preseason picks, and then we'll go into week 1. It's coming up.
Can't wait. Cannot wait. I feel like we maybe knocked the rust off today a little bit,
Yeah.
so we should hit the ground running. And how about all the players and coaches taking time on a Sunday to come here and join us? So,
Coach Mitt, thank you.
appreciate you guys.
Thank you guys so much.
Good
Have
luck,
a good
guys.
year. Have a good year, guys.
Good.
Thank you, guys. Have a good year. Thank you, guys.
I like the Ayersville guys.
I do too.
They were good.
I do too.
Some guys are a little bit shy and don't want to talk as much. These guys were a riot.
Wow, man, he does it.
Oh.
He grabs the mic.
Yeah, and if anyone's still watching when we air this, somebody left some shades down here.
Yeah, they did.
Top Gun looking.
Yeah, I don't know if that was maybe Lake Elmwood in that area. I think it was.
Could've been.
Bowling Green in that
Could've
time
been.
frame. 2 weeks we'll be down in the Mola Brew Barn for the MAC WBL kickoff show.
Yeah.
Looking forward to that as well.
I am too.
August 10th.
I am
starting
too.
at 1, and we'll put that up on delay as well.
Are you going to drive to that one, or am I going to have to drive?
I can drive.
All right.
I can drive.
I'm willing. I'm
Yeah.
willing.
But if you're willing, hey, you're a better driver than I am. Coach Strock, thank you.
My
Glenn,
pleasure.
Greg, thank you. Robbie Myers, Hannah Myers, all the Gerken Companies crew. Thank you guys so much. Looking forward to working with them as the season progresses. We're on our way.
Can't wait.
Yep. Have a great off season, everybody. We'll be back soon.